All right. Who's? Aren't you?
Madam Mayor, it is 9:36 and we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the July 9th, 2026 all-day festive budget meeting. Can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Betty Rush,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mimi May,
Present.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Alive and well.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy is absent, Commissioner Anthony Segridge.
Present.
Is Mr. McVoy coming today? Do you know?
I had not heard that he would not be present.
Okay, thank you. Well, now's the moment where we turn it over to staff.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me? Is that loud and clear?
Speak more directly into the mic for me.
Hello, hello. It's not. Testing, mic check, 1, 2.
That's better.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Commissioners, and welcome to Budget Workshop number 2 as we continue our review of the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. My name is Candace Dale. I am, sorry.
For the record, Mr. McVoy is here.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Candace Dale. I am the Senior Budget Analyst here in the Finance Department. Before we get started, I'll once again like to acknowledge the budget team and staff for their hard work and contribution in bringing this budget together. And first, I'll briefly like to review today's agenda, and I'll prefer you, you should have it in front of your agenda. Yep, there you go. Okay, so I will begin with an overview of the significant changes made since budget workshop number 1 and where the budget currently stands following those updates. Following my overview, each department will present their budget. They have about 10 minutes to present an overview of their fund and or department. And then after each presentation, commission is then going to be able to ask their questions and conduct a more in-depth discussion of each department's budget before we move on to the next presentation. We will break for lunch from 12:30 to 1:15, reconvene, continue with the rest of the department presentation. We have a 15-minute break from 4 to 4:15. And then after that, Stantec will come on with their financial analysis and forecast update, followed by any discussion questions that commission may have. We're hoping to do a preliminary review of the fiscal year 2027 schedule of fees and CIP. If time permits. If we don't get there, you guys already have a copy of the book, so that just gives you more time to review. And that will be what the first thing that we address in workshop number 3 for on August 11th.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are we voting today to approve the budget, or is this is just to keep going? That's what I thought. Thank you.
Correct. Okay. Before I begin, I'd like to highlight several enhancements that were made to the budget book that you have in front of you. Many of those enhancements were made in response to the feedback and requests received during workshop number 1. Those enhances include projected fund balances. You will see that when you tab over to each fund. And please just keep in mind that the fund balance that you see for fiscal year 26 and 27 are only projected based off the budget. They are not actuals. We also included a budget variance analysis, so you can see the changes from budget workshop 1 to budget workshop number 2. And we also included outstanding bond balances and their respective maturity dates within the notes for each fund. You're welcome. Staff also made a new formatting enhancement. We added alternated row shading, so it's easier to follow along the lines where we're going through the budget book. Okay, so let's begin with the recap of budget workshop number 1. Yes. Commission approved approximately 6.1 million in supplemental requests, all of which have been incorporated into the proposed budget we brought forth to you today. The slide in front of you provides a breakdown of those approved supplementals by funds. Other significant changes you will see reflected throughout the book are reductions in administrative fee allocations and reductions in property and liability allocations. And we'll begin with the general funds. General fund revenues increased by a net total of approximately 100,000. And the primary driver behind that is we added 1 million in projected property tax revenues based on updates that we received from the Palm Beach County property appraiser assessed property values. And that, yes.
I have a quick question. Is that including, let's just say in November, the property tax bill passes? And did you guys back out that 25% that we have that is homesteaded?
I think that's a general question for the budget.
That's what I'm
The whole
asking.
day, yeah.
I'm asking, I was looking at the general fund right now, it's increased it.
Are there
So if this passes in November, it takes effect January 1.
Correct. And that will impact fiscal year 28, not 27. So this is fiscal year 27.
Okay, but,
Yes.
okay, so you're not. I guess my concern is too, should we be conservative in the coming years because in this coming year, because the next year, otherwise whoever's sitting up here is gonna have to do some masterful mathematics.
Yes, we have that plan already, which I will present. I have some slides that shows the impact in fiscal year 28 and fiscal year 29.
What
When
investments would have to be made.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Segrich has a question.
Along those same lines, we have a very interesting shift in the numbers this year because of the pensions going away and so forth, which we're very fortunate. We have some very large ticket items that hopefully we'll be able to start. I personally would like to see us try to start planning for the inevitable that's going to be happening next year, and look at not just how does it impact 2028, but I think we should be looking at things in 2027, so that 2028 is not just kind of a drop the hammer. We can always come back if it doesn't pass, and it's a lot easier to add than it is to cut, I guess is what I'm saying. So I think during this session, we need to be looking at 2027 as it would be impacted. That way we can kind of ease into 2028 and it won't be as big of a jump.
Isn't that, I'm not disagreeing with you, but this is geared to what we have now, right? So, I mean, if we said, instead of doing these numbers, do a number percentage-wise, what it would be if it passes, these numbers will all change. I mean, it would be a whole different, or not.
It won't change this fiscal year. It will change in fiscal year 27. Right. This is
what you're saying. He wants to see, if I'm wrong, if I'm interpreting him correctly, he would like to see the changes. Let's pretend that we have the changes.
You're correct. You're correct, Mayor.
Yes.
There's a
That's a whole new.
There's a whole number of municipalities that are taking actions and being proactive on it. And I think that we
Correct.
should.
And we're looking at that. But in terms of this year, we know the numbers that we have this year.
correct. Yes.
And we are, I'm assuming as a staff, looking at doing exactly what Mr. Segrich says, which is looking at it and, okay, this is what it is and how much could it go down? Is that?
Madam Mayor, one of the things I can say during this start of the budget session, departments were tasked with really going through their budget and trying to find and cut those items that they can do without the coming fiscal year. So they put a lot of time and effort into that budget.
They did that, or a lot of that has been
But
done.
now we understand that more would have to be done, but we did start the process already. So hopefully, as we get into this budget session, we can try and make those additional recommendations. However, also when we put up like the approved supplements, we want you to know when you have a balanced budget, but when you start approving these supplements, the impact on the entire budget.
Yeah.
So we started that entire process from day one, and the department spent a lot of time.
And I can appreciate that. But when looking at the just broad high level numbers, roughly the impact of the the pensions coming back.
Is what's helped.
It's roughly about $5 million
Correct. Yes.
or 5.3,
Correct. Something like
somewhere in that
yeah.
range. And then we had the self-insurance fund
that went
recapturing that 1.2 something. So
Right.
that's 6.8 million of what we're showing as savings right off the top. That actually really isn't departments going through and trimming the fat. And looking at the overall numbers, beyond that, we haven't reduced much. I mean, there's some little things here and
Yeah,
there.
this,
But so if I was to look at it overall, and if we had trimmed the fat, I would be looking for a 5 or 6% reduction beyond that 7 million is what I'm saying.
and you're correct. So well, as is true, as the city manager mentioned, when you approve the supplementals, that kind of like offset whatever reduction that we had anticipated. But they did some reduction, but to your point, Commissioner, not to the extent of the 5 or 6%. But they are all well aware, all the department directors are well aware that coming next year that they will have to have significant cuts, and not just on one-time expenses, but on recurring expenses to make up for that gap.
To that
Yes.
now. I love the word fat. I mean, I challenge anyone in any department to say they have a lot of fat, but guess I will find out. Mr. McVoy's question, then Ms.
Yes, thank you. With all due respect for my fellow Commissioner, Segridge, I see the world a little differently. I see a proposal that has come out of Tallahassee that we were informed was decided in one day by legislators that don't deal with municipalities. It definitely would be a proposal that harms municipalities and seeks to weaken them. And what that means is it seeks to decrease the services that municipalities provide to their residents. And it is an extremely ill-guided, ill-thought-out process. There was no consideration. There was no fiscal analysis of what this would do. There was no backup plan of how this would be backfilled. And I think it would be extremely unfortunate for us, as or any municipality, to react to such nonsense coming out of Tallahassee by saying, why don't we voluntarily cut services to our residents before we even have to? Yes, it sounds very thoughtful to plan ahead for this disaster that they've aimed at us. That it's not inevitable that it will pass. It is certainly possible, and it would certainly have a big effect. And it sounds very thoughtful to plan ahead for it. But what it really is doing is stiffing residents when you don't need to yet. So I hear the logic. I disagree with it, and particularly based on where it's coming from. I also take some umbrage at the term fat. It is very easy, and it has come out of Tallahassee. They have a financial officer who wanders around the state saying that different municipalities and counties have ridiculous fat and waste of government funds and whatnot. And when they're challenged on how they did their numbers, it doesn't hold up. So there's a lot of political hand waving here. And I am not in favor of cutting services to residents when we do not yet have in place a cut to our income.
Thank you. Ms. May?
I think both are true at the same time. I think that what Mr. McVoy is saying is very true, that when we had a presentation, you basically just recapped from Tuesday night. And I think what Mr. Segridge is saying is also true. We would be naive to think that it doesn't have a very high possibility of passing, although it would be all of the things that Mr. McVoy just said. So I think we need to be mindful. I don't think anybody said anything about cutting services. I think we were saying, let's just be mindful of adding anything. We want to look at wants versus needs. And I think we want to really stick with needs right now and be very wary of wants. And that's kind of what I think we should go through this with that kind of a lens. I am thinking about all of the extending education things that we passed. And those are the types of things that unfortunately, if we do have to make cuts, those are going to be cut because the city can't afford to send people to school when we have to make sure that we're making, that the parks are clean and that the garbage is getting picked up. So I think we do have to be a little bit careful this year regarding what are we, is it a want or is it a need? But also, we're not cutting services
Well, let's,
at this point at all.
If you cut funds, you cut services.
all right, yeah, Mr. Segridge,
Yeah, I was just
gonna
gonna,
get going. We got a whole day and a lot of people.
oh, I know, but this is important.
Well,
So we were able to cut 2.3% of our budget by correcting one line item. So when I use the term fat, I would consider that to be fat. We saved 2.3% of our budget by fixing one line item. Anyone who has worked in large organizations knows there are other line items hiding in there somewhere that don't have to cut services that we can find for that. And that's basically all I'm asking for is a recheck. If we were able to easily find 2.3%, man, I would hope we could find 5%. And maybe we can't, but we need to have that as a goal. And it would be naive of us not to look to the future and try to forward plan versus react at the last minute.
which I think the staff has done. Okay, let's get going. Let's let this their show today.
Okay, continuing on, general fund expenditures increased by 253,000, and that increase reflects approved supplementals from Budget Workshop 1. Okay, now we're moving on to the building fund.
What?
Building fund revenues increased by approximately 65,000, and that increase reflects the use of available fund balance used to balance the funds. Expenditures increased by a total of 107,000, and that's primarily due to an increase in administrative fee allocation and approved supplementals. Now we're moving on to the code remediation fund. No changes to the code remediation fund since budget workshop number 1. And we will now move on to the beach fund. Beach funds revenues and expenditures decreased by approximately 242,000. And as expenditures were reduced, the amount of the fund balance needed to balance the fund decreased as well. It went from 880,000 to approximately 639,000. Continuing with the golf fund. There were no changes to the golf fund revenues from workshop 1. Revenues remain at approximately 2.2 million. Expenditures increased by approximately 34,000.
Ms. May.
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking back at the beach fund, I was thinking about the funds just in general, and this is not a like for next year. Where's Yannick? For next year, do you think it would be prudent for us to put the beach fund in with the general fund since it's not an enterprise fund? Like it doesn't make money.
It doesn't.
So it doesn't make sense to have it in its own, in my opinion, it doesn't make sense to have
So
it in its own fund.
it goes back to that conversation that we had in the first budget workshop for transparency, where you want certain bucket of revenues and expenses to be separated from the general fund. So the beach fund is not self-sufficient. So is the cemetery, or if you would like to, so it's really entirely up to you. It would be preferable if it's at the general fund, so that we do not continue to show a deficit in the fund, but it's entirely up to the dais if you want to have that transparency separate. And I believe that's how it was separated in the past. That was the whole purpose of having a beach fund as a separate fund.
The way
I think they had plans to develop the area, and
It's not really a beach fund, it's a beach parking fund,
correct.
because that's where the.
That's where the
Well,
that's where the bulk of the money goes.
money goes to.
Right. All the leasing but the bulk of the money comes from the parking.
And I think it is
The revenue.
easier to understand, instead of having under this giant umbrella to have it set. So for us, for our purposes, to understand a little bit more transparency, a little bit more of what's going on, I think.
But
There's no
But to your
harm
point,
in
we
it.
could always set, like, if we were to move it to the general fund, for instance, we will have separate set of account numbers for it,
Right.
revenues and expenses. And we can always separate those for you guys as you wish, but
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Segrich.
I think there's also a distinction between looking at a departmental budget versus a fund per se. One of the challenges in reviewing this is, some of our departments are scattered across 5 different funds, and sometimes we do that to allocate monies. Sometimes we do it because there's not enough coming in. I think about where Mr. Waters is scattered across 7 different universes, to pay for his time. From my standpoint, along the lines, Mimi, with what you're saying, in the future, I think it would be useful to look at the departmental budget. I know it translates into these funds, and for our documentation, we need to have it in the fund format. But in order to understand whether or not a department is functioning properly, you have to understand what's its total budget.
Correct.
And for me, I don't care which fund it comes out of, right? That's just accounting. And there's a lot of accounting things I got to live with because of government accounting rules and so on. But understanding, is the department operating efficiently? And I think that might be a little bit of where your question comes into. That I think would be important in future budgets. And these are getting better every single time, and we're getting more and more understanding. So, but I'd be more of a fan of less funds. And then just looking at departmental, because in some cases it's like, oh, the cemetery fund. Well, that's kind of a departmental breakout. The beach fund is kind of a little bit of a departmental breakout. But, if I wanted to understand how our parking division's doing, man, I've got to travel through multiple different funds. So anyway.
Okay, so continuing with the golf fund, as I stated earlier, no changes were made to golf fund revenues from workshop 1. They remain at approximately 2.2 million, and expenditures increased by approximately 34,000. Now we're on to the information technology fund, which remains relatively unchanged. Revenues remain at approximately 3.1 million, and expenditures increased by 49,000, totaling 3 million. Now we're on to the garage fund. There were no changes in garage fund revenues from workshop number 1. They remain at approximately 1.6 million, and expenditures decreased by 4,000.
And Madam Mayor, just for people who are listening, garage fund is not the garage we're building. This is our internal garage.
Okay, now we're on to the self-insurance fund. The self-insurance fund revenues decreased by approximately 1.4 million, and expenditures also decreased by approximately 1.2 million. Now we're on to the benefit fund. Benefit fund revenues remain relatively unchanged with only a minor increase. Revenues are still at approximately 5.6 million. Expenditures also remain relatively unchanged at 5.6 million as well. The debt service fund experienced a slight increase in revenues of 85,000. However, both revenues and expenditures remain consistent at approximately 2.1 million. Now we're on to the electric fund. Revenues remain unchanged at approximately 80 million. Expenditures increased by approximately 8.5 million, totaling around 73 million. And that's primarily due to the PCA along with supplemental requests approved from budget workshop number 1. The electric utility storm fund. There were no changes made. Revenues remain at approximately 1.6 million.
And as of what date was this? Yeah, for the storm fund. Because it's something, I'm sorry, I should turn my light on, but that's something that we collect monthly. So I just didn't know if this was, what month this was updated.
What part are you referring to? The actual?
The
Or
storm fund.
it's
What's the balances now?
it's about 3 million some change. It's about 3.1
As of what date?
as
Was
of
it
what
as of
date?
today or?
As of the second quarter, I would say end of March.
Okay.
Yes. but it keeps growing. So
Update on that on the next budget workshop,
absolutely.
more up-to-date number.
Do you have, can you pull the Neverline? Open up, Neverline? Yes.
We're gonna get better paper that automatically change the number.
Yeah. It's like, what's the internet is supposed to change.
So we currently have about 3.2 million as of today in the storm fund. Yes.
Okay, and then the reserve deficit. Explain what the reserve deficit, 20.
That's with the electric fund.
Yeah.
That's the previous slide. So,
Electric fund.
right, so per our fund balance policy, the electric fund is supposed to have 160 days, 180 days worth of reserves, which is half of their expenses. So they're getting better. They're getting much better, by the way. So
Going
this,
up.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're on to the water fund. There were no changes to the water fund revenues, which remain at approximately 21 million. Expenditures decreased by approximately 318,000, and that's primarily due to reductions in administrative fees allocations and property and liability costs. Looking at the local sewer fund, revenues remain unchanged at approximately 14 million. Expenditures increased by a total of 279,000, and that's primarily reflecting supplemental requests approved in workshop 1. Right now, the regional sewer fund, we are still waiting on updates until they can provide the budget. So that would be presented in workshop 3. Stormwater fund revenues are at 3 million. That's an increase of 138,000 from workshop 1. Expenditures are at roughly 3 million, a decrease of 58,000.
Mrs. Malega.
And the special assessment that we're showing on line item for fiscal year 2027, that's the bond under special assessment.
For this, no, that's the rate. The rate increase that was approved for
Okay,
what?
so that I wish it, instead of special assessment, it would show rate increase or change in rates. So that's what that's the one that we just approved the last session. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Now we're moving on to the refuse funds. Total revenues are approximately 8 million, and that's just a minor decrease from workshop 1. Expenditures are at approximately 8 million as well, and that is a decrease of 217,000. Lastly, we have the tree beautification fund, and no changes have been made since workshop 1. And that concludes my overview. Do you have any questions?
Seeing none?
Okay, we can now move on to the department's presentations.
Morning, Commission.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Perry.
Great. This year, we tried something different this year to try to address some of the commission's concerns. So talking about each department, their mission, achievements, and also emerging issues that each department will face over the next few years, and also to incorporate those performance measures. So this year, what we did for the City Commission, we put together a summary for the Commission's office based on those strategic priorities that you guys established a couple of months ago. Try to take a little bit from each one and put together some of the achievements that the Commission oversaw. You know, obviously oversee it, but those certain areas that you focus on throughout the fiscal year and our achievements. Also some of the emerging issues that the commission faces this year, actually, hiring a city manager, infrastructure and budget and legislative demands. Some of the challenges as you see, coordinating infrastructure and road improvements, improving customer service and ordinances. Talk about opportunities. Most of the commission agreed they wanted to improve service standards, the city's appearance, also increasing public service and enhancing the city's identity. So when putting together budgets, these are some of the areas that we were going to focus on going forward. In addition, when we start talking about performance measures, what we're going to try to measure going forward as well, residential, by conducting a residential satisfaction.
Wait, hold on one second. We're on slide 26. I mean, 27. Yeah.
I wanted the
Oh, okay.
slides to match
I'm
what you're
sorry.
saying.
No
We're on
problem.
the performance measures, so slide
Okay.
27.
And service response, implementing a process to track and take time to respond to residents' inquiries. Most of the commission agreed that they wanted to, respond to citizens' requests a lot sooner with some follow-up, and we'll provide that information, and we'll put a tracking mechanism in place to capture that data, as well as confidence. Ask residents, we want to ask the residents how they feel about the city, and how we're doing as staff, how's the commission going as far as addressing their concerns.
Mr. McBoy has a question.
I'm sorry.
My question is on slide 26 that mentions challenges, coordinating infrastructure and road improvements. I'd just like to point one issue a little more specifically on that. We know that in at least some cases, and maybe a significant number of cases, degradation of the roads involves leakage of the sewer lines underneath.
Mhm.
And I know that we at this point have a good GIS coverage and PCI pavement condition index of the roads. My understanding, although I haven't fully pursued it, is that we do not have a matching GIS coverage as a GIS coverage of the sewer and the needs for lining.
Mhm.
I would think it would be very wise for us to move ourselves toward having the two coverages so that we can more efficiently coordinate lining and road work
That's good.
with a GIS base on both of them.
That's good. And what I'll do is I'll get with the utility, hopefully they can incorporate that in as well.
And that would come under infrastructure.
Yes, ma'am. How about now? All right. All right, and so that was for the city commission. You have any questions about that or concerns or anything you'd like me to add to it?
Mr. Segridge.
Thank you. So I know that you've been working with the department heads to establish performance measures and go for that. When can we expect some sort of periodic reporting on those performance measures by department?
We were going to do it. We were considering two ways of doing it. Maybe we're going to have like a monthly report, but maybe every quarter we'll provide the city commission with performance measures on how we're doing and as a metrics and trying to determine how well we're doing in meeting our goals. So we're looking at more of a quarterly type of reporting mechanism.
Okay. And then given that service response is such a high priority, and I think up here we've said that it is a very big priority. I was a little disheartened to see in the answers to our workshop on the supplemental questions where IT came back and said, basically, we're too busy to look at customer service software. They gave us a litany of the ERP implementations that are going on, and I understand that those are complex and so on, but the question wasn't, are you willing to do it? The question was, what's the plan to do it? And I do have some concerns with our large scale implementations that we seem to have a lack of project planning in certain departments that, you know, they have their own PMO office, right? And they have very rich project planning going on. And in other departments, we lack that. And I think it's unfair to expect current staff and current resources to magically snap their fingers and all of a sudden become project planners. But I do see, as the city commission and the city manager's office, I for one would like to see us, and maybe it coordinates with the internal auditor or something, have some sort of PMO person or presence or people getting trained in that. Because, you know, my immediate question for IT is, great, you're telling me you're so busy you can't do customer service. Show me your project plans. And I want to see the timelines and when these other projects are going to be completed so that I can set expectation for the residents on this is when we're going to be ready. I don't think we have those answers. So, I think project planning as a function of city management and the city commission office is important to achieving these goals that we have. Otherwise, I see a lot of things just getting moved down the road just because it's a fact of life. Everyone's busy, but without an overarching, line in the sand, it's very hard to achieve these.
And your comments are well taken. We staff shares the same concerns, but one of the things I think we need to do going forward, anytime we have a project, or bring a project before the commission, maybe we need to outline exactly how that's going to take place as well. But what staff can do, we'll go back and take a look at this and come up with a plan on bring it to the commission to consider. But I think going forward, when we approve a plan, we should have a plan that says how this project is going to be managed or who's going to manage or whatever the case might be. But we'll do that. We'll go back and take a look at that and bring that back to the commission.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Malega?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I'd like to see on slide 26 is hiring a city manager, hiring an internal auditor and executive assistant. Those three positions we've been trying to fill for quite some time. And that needs to be a priority for this office. I mean, Shona's doing a great job, but not having an internal auditor or somebody who's in the finance world has been freaking me out.
Okay.
I mean, not that I don't trust our finance department, let me say that. But for checks and balances, I think that that's very imperative and that needs to be a top priority for this department, in my opinion.
And I think that in terms of the internal auditor, we have from our previous amazing internal auditor, he did a whole, procedure thing about, and I don't see that I don't feel like we've been told this is how we've implemented it because he had some great ideas. And
Because he always did the follow-up and then reported back to us
Right.
because he works for us.
right.
But I
So-
think that's, you're right, it's a conduit that's missing.
I
right
would
now.
I would like to see, not just, it's, my point is, it's not just the fiscal stuff, it's the procedural stuff he's done as well. Yes, hi, good morning.
It's just, can you hear me? Okay. Just a quick update. I was going to send you guys an email. We have the finalists for the internal auditor. My Susie Sanchez, who is my recruiter, has them and she's going to be working with Shona to set up interviews with you
Okay.
guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So 3 are local, 1's out of state. So she'll be working, trying to coordinate your calendars where, I don't know if we're going to do it one day, but so they'll be coming to you before the end of the day tomorrow.
And what about the ombudsman or executive assistant?
Those interviews are also being organized.
Okay.
So we've got the finalists.
Okay, thank you for the update. But yeah, if we could add that just as a priority.
Do anything else to you guys this week during budget week. But yeah, the internal auditor interviews are coming and so is the legislative assistant.
Thank you very much.
The city manager's office. Real quick, talk about the mission and their achievements. Also, some of the emerging issues that we face. We recognize that economic uncertainty is one of the legislative outcomes, challenges, aging infrastructure, budgetary constraints, some of the opportunities, partnership with the business community. I think Commissioner Sager pushed that a lot. We're working with other public agencies. And the use of technology to improve efficiency. Definitely gonna work on that. And employee training and professional development are key to our success going forward. In terms of our performance measures, the Department of Performance Measures Review, we're going to target if it needs to be done poorly, making sure that they're all in line and turned in and reviewed by the manager's office. Provide initial acknowledgement to citizens' concerns. Sometimes we have citizens complain that no one's calling back. Our target's going to be within 24 hours. At least, I didn't say give them an answer. I said, well, at least call them back and recognize the fact that we received your complaint and we'll be working on it. And ensure timely evaluation of department directors finding employment date, and completion of commissioner action directive based on an agreed upon timeline. So when you give us a project that we agree upon a timeline, then we'll meet that timeline. So those are some of the performance measures from the managers.
I would like to add, or just that we consider this somewhere in the stagnant downtown.
Downtown.
The stagnant downtown, the vacancies downtown, and I think maybe time to look outside the box a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. I would say challenge. It's It's been emerging. It's been defined.
Not emerging. It's come out.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? I mean, that's just one of the quick highlight. That's.
Yeah, I think people need to know that we're aware of it and that we're trying to figure out something to do.
That's it.
No muttering. Okay, so I don't know what's up with you.
Thank you. On your supplementals, on page 2,
Oops. I don't have that. It's-
you, one of the, as a consensus, you wanted to know about the, Healthier Lakewood Beach. And some of the great work they were doing last year and whether or not he wanted to include that funding for this year going forward. So we did provide a supplement form inside the supplement book for you to take a look at and consider. Last year, we appropriated $75,000 to work with our code enforcement department. As a matter of fact, in a couple of weeks, I think that'll be an agenda. They're going to be providing a report of how well they did.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Segrich has a question. Oh, thank you. Okay,
And number 5, the grant and strategic improvement. What we're trying to do is establish one grant writer. And so city manager's office and finance want to pool their funds together and fund one grant writer going forward. So we're asking the commissioner to consider that going forward.
Ms. Malega first.
I just wanted to find out, so we previously had, God rest his soul, Mr. Jerry here, Kelly. Wasn't that spot already funded and shouldn't have already still been open since he? So he was part-time, but he worked full-time. So is this the difference in that pay structure from his position that is now vacant?
So finance also had a vacancy.
Okay.
In grant analyst. So we thought it would be best if we just combine our vacancy with the city manager's vacancy so that we could afford to hire a new grant person.
Okay, and I
Right.
appreciate that, because again, the account numbers, we don't know, so I was just
Right.
looking at these that reference those 2 positions that were already vacant at the time.
Right.
All right,
Yes.
thank you for the clarification.
Ms. May?
That clarified my question.
Any questions for the city manager's office?
Mr. Segrich has a question.
Going back to the Healthier Lake Worth, the purpose of that 75,000 is to help those individuals that are financially unable to basically come up to speed with code compliance and so on. Is that a function that the CRA can fulfill as well?
No, because it would only have to be within the CRA boundaries, and the majority of the work that Healthier Lake Worth Beach does is well with outside of the boundaries of the CRA.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll see that in the presentation. I did ask them to bring a map showing, not with addresses and people's information, but just the overall city
Wow.
landscape and where the funds have really been effective. And it's 90% of it's outside of the CRA.
Okay. And so are we voting on these supplementals today, or like for this one, are we going to wait till we see the report?
For
don't
their
think we're-
budgeting, they would like us to try to make a decision today because they're trying to get their budget done as well. And they have to report that back to Community Partners, who's their overall umbrella. So I think that, I don't know if Yolanda's here, but
Well, while you can vote to say whether or not you want to fund it going forward, but the entire budget won't be approved, obviously, until late September. So we just want to make sure that you're aware of it. And if you were to go ahead and have staff go ahead and start, maybe setting aside the funding going forward, hopefully we can get that consensus today. But like I said, they will be making a presentation in August that would provide you an overview of what they've accomplished for the last years.
Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, I know that or I'm very supportive of the idea that we find a way to help residents deal with code compliance and bring their properties into better situation. I believe I expressed it when this first came up a few years ago or a year ago. I'm a little bit uncomfortable that we are essentially contracting for a service with taxpayer money, but the way we went about it was not our typical procurement method where you say, hey, this is what we need done. Anybody interested in applying, put in a bid, a competitive bid, and we'll evaluate them. It's a little bit weird because it's a nonprofit that is doing it, but nonprofits apply for grant things and they can be part of our normal procurement process. I have a little bit of a level of discomfort that we just said, well, they said they'll do it. Why don't we give them $75,000? There are many other nonprofits in the community who provide all sorts of different services to the community. We're never given the opportunity to say, hey, we do this in the community. Can you give us $50,000? And so I have a little bit of discomfort in the procedure there, that it seems like we have a quite robust procurement procedure that is well regarded, and that helps ensure competitive and fair allocation of things. This seems like it's kind of a side run around that. So I don't know what to do with that, but I just want
Thank
to
you
raise
very
it.
much. So for somebody who's been involved with Healthier Lakewood Beach for 14 years before its inception of Healthier Lakewood Beach, they have pumped over $400,000 into this city with this program. And last year was the first year they asked for the city to come forward because I don't know if you keep up with the federal government, but grants and funds have been cut from most nonprofits. And this program used to be called Neighbors Helping Neighbors, and it's been funded for many, many, many years through community partners, fundraising, and sponsorships. Last year was the first year I said, for the work that's being done and the time that's put in through volunteers, this is not, these people do this work for free. This is the materials that we're covering, right? So painting, fixing fences. And again, they're going to do a presentation, but it was my idea to come forward last year and say, it's time that the city put our money where our mouth is. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who will spew that they support stuff, but they never put their money behind it. Healthier Lakewood Beach has helped mostly seniors, mostly people who are in the impoverished area of finances, not the impoverished area of the community, but financially. And they don't have the wherewithal or the need, the abilities to bring these things to fruition. And because we want people to have code compliance, it's a way of saying, we want you to be compliant. The city supports Healthier Lakewood Beach, and we thank you for your effort of taking this on because we don't have the staff. So that's the backstory. You guys can all vote on it and make your decision based on what you feel. I will continue to support, just like I do at every cleanup, and Healthier Lakewood Beach and their initiative, because they have really moved the needle in this city. That's all I have on this.
Miss May.
And I really don't see the difference between that and the $50,000 to Nest for trees.
To what?
Nest,
To what?
the tree fund. Nest, the trees. Okay, moving on. Oh, Mr. Segridge.
So taking the merits of the programs completely out of it, right? I do think Mr. McVoy does make a good point in terms of process and structure. I think the Nest grant could have been done differently. I think this could benefit from a more structured grant-like program. Well, I'm sure they apply to community partners to receive their funding. I'm sure they apply for lots of grants to receive their funding. And I'm not saying that they wouldn't receive this. Having this sit in the city commission budget to me seems odd. These seems to be code remediation work. So just like we go out and do board ups and clean up lots and so forth that aren't getting done. Just from a financial aspect, I think that maybe these funds be allocated into there. And when we get to that fund, I have other comments about how revenue is getting brought back into that. Where, I think there could be the opportunity to expand on this and actually do more good. But personally, I would not be opposed to it being a grant application. I don't think in this year we have any sort of timeline where that could be achieved. So, I have no problem continuing in this because they do great work, and they touch a lot of lives in our city, and I think that's very important to support them. But I think as we grow as a city in terms of the maturity of how we handle our finances, these things are going to get scrutinized. We're already seeing that happen with some of the laws that have come into being this year. I would hate to see us get knocked for not following a process if this fell afoul of a state law with a special interest group or a procurement issue or another group complained and so on. So I am in support of this. I also think over the next year, we might want to look at where this is allocated and whether or not we can make sure that this process, we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's, and that this is bulletproof so that we don't have an issue of challenge and so forth. Because I could see other organizations within the city who are very active. What about me? And I could also see some of them getting litigious because we already have that going on in our city. So I think it would protect the program if we were to formalize it a little bit.
Madam Mayor.
The difference is with the lot clearing and the board ups, we get reimbursed for that. That's a lien against the property. It's not a giveaway. So I think there's just a distinction that needs to be made between that. And, as far as process, I know there's a lot of but I think the whole grant to the different schools, which I completely disagreed with the way it was done. You've got so many processes, it sort of defeats some of the enthusiasm. But I just want to make the point that those are paid back. Mr. McVoy.
Yeah, I just would reiterate it's not necessarily there's a concern about the work that this organization is doing or the organization. It's that if we are going to, as a elected body, decide that we are giving money out to certain nonprofit organizations, I would agree with Commissioner Segritz's assertion that it probably would be good to have a very clear formal procedure. Look, the city commission budgets $200,000 or some number that we agree on to do for nonprofits to do things in the community. It can be a range of things. We specify the range that it doesn't include services for seniors, services for this, for that, any number of things. And here's the deadline to apply, and here are the criteria that'll be used. And it goes through either our procurement process or something analogous so that, it's clear that this is a very open competitive thing, because otherwise, I do think there is we're open a little bit to critique, and we're open to other nonprofits to say, well, yeah, we do great things in the community. How come we didn't get the opportunity to even ask for money?
Well, I think one of the points that Ms. Malega made is that, we need to move on, but I think an important point that she made is that they have, this group has actually contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city in value. So
just because they're awesome doesn't mean they don't have to follow
not
processes.
awesome financially, they've actually helped us.
I understand that, Mayor, but we've criticized before and so on. Just because the group is awesome, they've done so much. I can't say enough good things about them. It doesn't mean process shouldn't be followed. Now, do we have to make a motion to approve these, or
Yeah,
are
we
we
need
doing
a-
consensus?
Yes, we need a consensus as we did in.
So I would like to make a motion to approve both of these supplementals.
Thank you. All, motion second
Second.
by Ms.
It's
Malega.
not a motion as it's a workshop. It's just consensus.
Okay, thank you.
Consensus to approve both of these supplementals.
Yes.
Consensus with that we take into account this concern in the future, not for this year, but in the future, of what our process is for this.
And I agree, but like the mayor said, Nest should be following the same, it should go for everybody in the city. I agree.
Next up.
Okay, next up is the city clerk.
Good morning.
Good morning. What page are we on? Slide 35. Oh, here we go.
I'm waiting to see it because I didn't memorize it. So the city clerk's office works with every department in the city, with the city commission, city managers on various things, obviously the agenda with contracts, ordinances, public records, a plethora of things throughout the city. So some of our achievements this fiscal year were the time stamping of all items on the agenda, so that when the public goes to YouTube to view the meeting after the meeting, they don't have to look at the agenda to see where to advance. They could just click on each heading and go to each item. So that's really improved things. Yes, that's been really great.
And by the way, most cities don't even offer that option.
Well, there's a lot we do that a lot of cities don't do, but yes. So I think that was a great enhancement. We administered the referendum election along with the town halls, and we get a lot of calls in our office that are obviously from different departments, but from residents, and we handle all of the calls professionally. We really go out of our way to help people. And a lot of times people call and it is not even something the city does. It might be the county or a different department. We try to give them as much information as possible. We will Google information for people. We really go the extra mile for customer service in our department.
There's generally really good feedback about that customer. I know people have called and said it's something, but it's out of the county. It's not in the city, it's out of the county, but you'll give them the phone number of who to, that sort of thing, which in terms of our general perception is a great thing.
Yeah. And like that's the same with public records requests. We get a lot of requests that are also not city related. I'll send them a link to, here's where you need to contact, just to make things easier for people and, for the city to go that extra mile, because I know we really are trying to have good customer service. So starting in January, everything on the website has to be ADA compliant. So that's something we're working toward. Muni Code meetings, which is where we do our agendas, that will be changing so that everything is, and I know that there are some challenges with that because some documents, they're very hard to make them ADA compliant, but we're working on that. So we're working on also digitizing all our records. I'd like as much as possible to be available on the website. Obviously, we're not going to have every contract on there, but I would love ordinances on there. Now you can go to Muni Code and look up ordinances on there, but just for people who want to see the signed ordinance, that's not in Muni Code. So we're working toward that as well. I think that would be a great thing.
Question. And I have a question for this community sustainability. When a document is scanned in, do we then destroy the paper?
So it depends on what the document is.
Okay. Yeah.
So for things, the only things we keep hard copies of in our office are the minutes, the ordinances, and the resolutions. We print them on good paper and we bind them in books.
Oh.
But anything else, once you scan it in, that is a document of record. You do not need to keep a hard copy. And even the courts accept scanned documents. So we literally have documents going back to the dawn of time. And we're working very hard to have everything scanned in, or things that have met their retention, and that's determined by the state. We don't need to scan them in.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna have the same question for community sustainability, like the old property files. If you scan it in, do you throw it out? Okay, Mr. Stegridge, and then Mr. McBoy.
When we're scanning them in, are we utilizing a software that kind of stamps them and certifies them as this is the original scan, or are we just running it through a printer scanner and dropping it in a file somewhere?
So they're all OCR'd, so they're searchable, but no, there's no way to timestamp them that I know of, and it's not necessary either. So once you scan it, no, we don't timestamp them, no.
Neither does the clerk's office at the county.
So the concern there is with if we're destroying the originals, there's no guarantee that that document hasn't been tampered with. And that can present a problem. When you scan in a PDF, you can actually change it after, but there's software out there that when you're scanning for records keeping purposes, it digitally locks the PDF for best evidence so that it cannot be tampered with. And I think if we're destroying our paper copies, we need to be able to do that. So I know for like SOX compliance and Sarbanes-Oxley and all of that, and I would assume with government record keeping, there are some digital requirements. I would be shocked if there wasn't. You just can't go up to the scanner in the corner, scan it in, and say this is the document of record.
Sounds like it's worth looking into.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We can look into that
Yeah,
for sure.
I think, there might not be, right? You never
Right.
know with government and their rules and so on. But I know in almost every other industry, whether it's medical, financial, and so on, if you are, so, we have record retention, we have to keep 7
Yes.
years of communications with Medicare. If you destroy that hard copy, you better have a best evidence sealed electronic copy of it. Otherwise, it doesn't meet the requirement of retaining that record.
Okay. The other thing is a lot of the documents that have signatures, you can't edit them once it doesn't allow you.
When they're e-signed, yeah, there's an amount of locking that goes on with that that's very similar. It's
Right.
more or less like, for whatever reason this had to be preserved, we scan it in.
Right.
Unless it had an e-sign on it and so on like that. There's no digital lock on it.
Okay. I will definitely look into that. And that could be a good enhancement for all of our records.
Because it protects the city.
Yeah, I understand.
Really appreciate the agenda timestamps on the videos. That is very helpful to everybody. On number 2 and number 3, I think there was I don't know that it's correctly lands at the city clerk's office, but there was a lot of community concern about how that election was done, the language of it, the informational town hall meetings, very big concerns about that. So I would not put that as an achievement. Yes, we ran the election, but
That's not the clerks, all of that other stuff was not.
Right. I'm not saying that I prepared the backup for the town halls. I'm saying that
that's why I say I don't know. But it's listed here, so it comes in.
Okay.
The other one is that I regularly get feedback that some of the folks that do reporting on our community find the city very unresponsive about getting back to them, and that concerns me. It seems to me that anybody who is making an effort to do whatever form of journalism needs to be responded to fulsomely and quickly. And I've repeatedly heard that that's not happening. Now, it can be coming from various places, but I think we've all said that we're very committed to transparency, to openness in government. If there are journalism type inquiries, please try to be fulsome and quicksome. That's a new word. You didn't have that one until today.
I will write it down. Yes, regarding all public, I will digitally lock it and timestamp it. Regarding public records requests, and a lot of them come in the form of public records requests, we handle them like all of ours. And our goal is to respond immediately as possible. Like, for instance, if we get one today, am I going to respond? Probably not today, but within 24 hours, there's definitely response, not necessarily the answer, because we might need clarification or whatnot. But regarding the 2 reporters that I have had dealings with, we have always responded in a very timely fashion.
Mr. Sagridge.
This is a quick question for the financials of it. looks like you've done an impressive number of lien searches and also
Can you go to the next?
the cemetery work.
Yeah, we're like way ahead, although that's also outside of our control, how many there are.
And that's a lot of work. And so, but I believe in our fee schedule, we charge for lien searches.
We do.
Right. And obviously there's fees collected for the cemetery. Is the city clerk's office getting quote compensated from those other funds that are collecting those fees, or those fees remaining in the other funds?
So the lien searches are split between 3 funds, and one is the general fund, which we would fall under. The cemetery, that's a good question, because I don't know. Okay, so that goes into the general fund. So that would be also Public Works, who does the burials and whatnot. But it's outside of our control how many lien searches we get. But when I saw that so these numbers are just through the end of April 30th, because we thought this was going to be for the first budget workshop. So we did 403 last year. We're up, a lot. And the same with the cemetery, that last fiscal year, the entire fiscal year, we did just under $131,000. And this year through April 30th, we're at $129,000.
Yeah.
So that's plots, and that's everything with the cemetery, plots and burials.
Ms. Fillinger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was told a couple of weeks ago by somebody who doesn't reside within our city, number one, how amazing our cemeteries look. And number two, that they had to lay their mother to rest. And they had called all surrounding cemeteries and said that our non-resident rate was like 300% cheaper than anything else they could find. And any other city municipal cemetery that do have plots left and other surrounding. So I think that we could still revisit that non-resident rate. Because we are still the least expensive. And now with all of our upgrades and the improvements to the properties, I think that there's a good justification there, especially when this person told me, what all the research he had done. And he literally said, I was glad to write the check because I could not believe how inexpensive it was and how beautiful the cemetery looks. So I know that Jamie's going to come here and tell me that we don't want to outprice ourselves.
No, but
But
I know, I got it.
That is something that we need to consider, because I heard it firsthand from somebody who's like.
So, Madam Commissioner, actually, when we get to the fee schedule, you will see that we are suggesting an increase in the rates for the cemetery and also a slight increase in the liens, because we asked the other departments, because we're trying to actually cover our costs. So it's not a huge jump, because the liens, I've been here 10 years. So the liens went up a couple of years ago, and that's the first time in like 8 years they went up. So they're just going up minimally to be able to cover what it actually costs the different departments to get the information and whatnot. And the cemetery is also, I talked to Jamie and Nina before the first budget hearing, actually, about raising some of the fees and whatnot. So you'll see that.
The non-resident, I want to talk about the residents, because obviously that this is a city-owned cemetery and a lot of residents already have family plots there. But I do think that it's a good conversation to have. And thank you, Jamie, for supporting it, because usually it's an uphill battle,
No, the cost is the cost of everything is going up.
And the cemeteries do look absolutely beautiful. And it's really changed the landscape of the community.
And I have to say that Wanda is our point person for the cemetery, and you couldn't find a more compassionate person to deal with people who are grieving. So we feel very fortunate.
And the fences look amazing. Thank you.
And then we have no further, I think the next one is we have no further supplemental requests.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
This is the time, like, if you guys have any questions on their budget, you can ask. So I just wanted to reiterate that. So
We didn't do the budget.
Speak now or forever hold our peace, I think.
Well, not forever, but
in your budget book.
it's in the budget book.
Workshop number 2.
We we did try to cut wherever we could, and we're very mindful of being fiscally responsible. And we also have a very small budget in, compared to other departments, obviously.
What page are you on, Mr. Sigurd? What page are you on? Thank you. Thank you. And the clerk's office is pretty consistent. You had, you've had the same fee. You don't have any openings. You don't have any vacancies.
We have no vacancies. We have 4 people who have been here. So Shayla will be here 5 years in October, and Wanda's been here 8 years, B 9 years, and I'm 10 years. We did have to increase our budget for batteries, though.
Batteries. What does the clerk's office do with batteries?
For the lights on the dais.
Ah.
We don't have to fund it.
Well, and also
Ought to get funded out of the commission.
So
You guys,
books and tabs for the books for the,
Yeah, that's stuff.
that I could see.
so
And I order my stuff from my office. And it's like what paper has gone up to.
I know it would be so great to be paperless.
No, it's not gonna happen.
I know it's not. I've been talking about it for 10 years.
Maybe next 101, 102. What?
You're looking for the page numbers for the city clerk?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's start on page 47.
Oh, so what page am I looking at? Because in here, it's different. Thanks.
You have to look at the organizations right now.
Oh, okay.
So you see right here, city commissions.
Ah,
You should be,
Thank you.
if you keep flipping, you'll
Yeah,
see
got it.
clerk.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the clerk? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are 10 minutes ahead of schedule. What? Financial. Tell us where to start. What pages and all that stuff.
So finance starts on page 52.
It's the same book, right?
Mr. Segridge?
I just had one general kind of book formatting kind of thing, and I don't know if it would work to do it. But when looking at these, finance starts on page 52, and then we have to jump forward 7 pages or so to get to the summary detail. Then we got to jump forward 12 pages or so to get to the detail that has the explanations on the line items.
Yeah.
Makes it next to impossible. Like when you have a question, you're flipping all the way back, especially with like the general fund. If we had it broken out in the way that we review it, which is basically we do the overall, but then now we're talking about finance. if the pages for finance were finance summary, finance overview, finance detail with the notes, and then we could put a tab on it, we'd be able to kind of go through that.
We'll incorporate it.
Yeah, so so like finance comes up again on page like 68 and then again on page 115. Just,
I mean, not for this year.
no.
Okay. So you like to have like finance department and then right after that, have the itemization
Yeah.
right next to, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. So when you're looking at it, you kind of just
We'll-
go through it
Correct.
all
I-
at once.
I completely I understand.
You know, I think looking at the numbers in aggregate is good, but
Correct.
not effective for trying to actually look at your presentation and say, hey, what are we doing financially with your particular presentation?
Ms. Malega.
Thank you.
I have a question. Okay.
Sure.
We don't take cash, do we?
We, at the customer service for electric payments, yeah, I believe we do. There's
Armored car service if we don't take cash. under
we
finance.
actually, we do take cash, I'm sorry. For some of the parking, et cetera, yes.
So it's the parking department and the other divisions that bring the cash to the finance department.
Now, they don't bring the cash to the finance department, like the armor services will go to those departments to pick up the cash.
Okay, so
So-
you're putting that on the financial expenditures, even though it's expenditures from each department individually? So parking's collecting revenue. Shouldn't that come out of part? And this is just, it's an $8,000 item. This is just because things like that drive me nuts, not knowing. I thought you guys upstairs were taking cash. I'm like, what could they possibly be taking cash for and need armored car service?
Let's speak on.
Huh?
Don't even get it.
Good morning.
That's my confusion is where's the cash coming from? And why would we distribute that cost amongst those divisions?
So that is the answer for Yannick, but I will explain. This is for the car. We have the armored vehicle that pick up basically the coins that are collected in the parking meters. We have very old parking meters. So that's the only service. Yes.
Where do we still have parking? Where do we still have coin?
At the beach.
Up in
Yes.
the Big square thing.
Yeah. So you can still.
Get rid of those.
Yeah, we did vote to get rid of that. But there's also, so I do know, I mean, if somebody's coming to pay for the cemetery, can they pay cash for that? Or do they have to write a check or use a credit card? If they came to buy a cemetery plot?
We will take money order or check. We're trying to get away from cash.
Well, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Last year, we talked about going cashless
Yes.
everywhere.
The only thing that where we cannot not take cash is for the junior lifeguard services because we're trying to find a way how, it's a water, so we cannot put the machine. And so this is the one thing that we're looking into getting a better way to process those payments.
So my question is, how much cash do we take in and does $8,000 of an armored car service offset that? I mean, it seems, I mean, if we're only collecting $300 or $3,000, why am I spending $8,000 on an armored car? When literally finance, somebody could go make the deposit.
We'll get back to you with that answer.
Back to what Commissioner Seibert started this with is, where can we trim? And to me, it's only $8,000, but at $8,000, if there's not a return on our investment,
Correct.
I like us to do, to figure out a better way. But may or may
Well,
drive it.
Yes, we'll do some digging and get back to you.
But definitely safety and security, we don't want to.
I understand. We're taking 300. I mean, my staff takes
We'll take a look at
money
the
to the bank
entire
every
program.
day, and
That's
I
just
don't think an
something
armored
that
car
fits in
service is
safety
something
and
to
security.
need.
Yeah.
What page is it on? Not only that, but they're picking the stuff out of the.
Page 107, Mayor.
Out of the machine
At the
in
bo-
their
at the bottom.
car and then going and I'm sure they're not coming every day. So I don't see the risk.
Yeah, it was towards the bottom of 107. And again, it was just
Oh, there you go.
So, good morning, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. I'll start off with our mission for the for financial services. Our mission is to safeguard the city's financial resources through transparency, accountability, and sound financial management. This includes providing timely and accurate financial information to support informed decision making while also ensuring compliance with applicable laws and regulations. As for the achievement for this year, we're proud that we have 3 significant achievements. Our Moody's credit upgraded the city's credit rating from A1 to AA3, recognizing our strong financial management and stability. We also received both the GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting and the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, reflecting our commitment to financial transparency.
Just for the record,
And-
I just wanted on the government finance.
Government Finance Officers Associations.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Now, going for our emerging issues, looking ahead, as mentioned, there's no surprise, we continue to face several external challenges, including state legislative changes that could or will reduce municipal revenues, and also continued inflationary pressures with high cost. So our main focus as one of the challenges to preserve that credit rating, which will be impacted obviously if that bill goes through. That means less revenues for the general fund and ultimately reduce our credit rating in the long run.
And when you say cost of services, are you including salaries in that?
Yes, this overall increase in call services. And also another challenge is also reducing our reliance on revenues vulnerable to state action, such as utility transfers, for instance. That bill keeps coming back, if not every year, every other year, although it keeps dying. But should that bill go through, we're talking about a larger hit than our current property taxes issues. And the last challenge that we have is also balancing major capital improvements while maintaining responsible debt levels. But at the same time, we also see opportunities to improve operating efficiencies, as mentioned earlier, where we could cut back on some of the costs. We've been working pretty well with the other departments, and also maximizing grant funding, state and federal funding, as well as optimizing our Central Square ERP to improve our efficiency.
Do we, we have federal and state grant, but what about private grants? What about private funding?
I believe the only one that I'm aware of is with Lowe's. Is it with Lowe's? Lowe's? Yes, I believe.
Would do that.
Yes, Alicia is working on some of those grants. Yes.
Mr.
ERP Enterprise something or other program. What's the R? Resource?
Yeah.
It's our main
ERP
computer system.
Yes. I'd have to refer that to Nelly for that one. Sorry. I know it, but I just forgot the R. Electronic resource? Okay. We'll get back to you. As far as performance measures, obviously timely completion of our audited financial statements and annual budget as well. Also providing quarterly budget to actual analysis, along with the capital improvement updates. As you know, we have so many of those. And also maintaining our certificate from the GFOA for both our financials and our budget. Questions?
Mr. Segret.
Thank you. Just to repeat, the process that you guys have put together here is getting better and better and better and better. And we really appreciate it. And I think the city really appreciates it. And the transparency, it's getting a lot easier to look at stuff. One of the issues that I've ran across in talking to some of the residents is they look at our budget revenue numbers and they come in, well, the city's taking in $220 million. And that's actually not true, because we recognize transfer of fund balance and internal transfers as revenue. And I was looking at the GFOA best practices, and what I read, I understand that that's actually not a best practice to recognize fund transfer of fund balance and internal transfers between funds as revenue. I understand there are limitations in our accounting software and so on. That in having those conversations with people, I'm like, well, actually, no, because it's not like $220 million is coming in, because the 17 million is coming from the electric into the general fund. That's actually not revenue. It's recognized in revenue twice. And also when looking at like the year over year, one could easily make, I'm not saying you guys would do this, but one could easily make our revenue numbers look as good or as bad as we wanted to, simply by transferring fund balance. So if we wanted to make it seem like the general fund had a great amount of revenue, we could just transfer 5 million from fund balance into it. And it looks like we're actually bringing that in versus spending money that's not coming in. So I'm just wondering, is there a mechanism to not lump fund balance transfer under the revenue column as well as internal transfer, basically a third?
You mean like if you're at your house and you have your paycheck coming in and you're spending your money from your paycheck, but you have to supplement from your savings account because you're spending more than you
Correct.
get,
Yes.
and then you don't call the savings account revenue, or because you're not making it.
Correct. Yeah. So
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah, it would be
Yes.
like,
Okay.
I'm making $50,000 a year, but
I'm spending 75.
I borrowed $25,000. No,
Right.
I made 75.
I see what you're saying.
That's
Correct.
pretty much exactly how we're presenting it. And for me, that creates confusion. In just understanding the overall
Right.
things. Once you get into the actual fund itself, it's
So you do make a very good point, Commissioner. We could, I'm not sure if the software is capable of doing that, but we could do it in Excel, like the appropriation summary that you have on your books. That's an Excel worksheet. We could definitely eliminate the inter-fund transfers and any usage of fund balance, so we could actually show what we actually
I
generated.
think given, the financial headwinds that we potentially face,
Correct.
people are looking at our general fund saying, and there's been a lot of public comment on this. Oh, you guys, you're just rolling in the money. You got 53 million coming in. And the actual answer is no, we don't. We are very fortunate to receive a lot of support from our electric utility and other things like that are also facing financial headwinds in the next series of legislative sessions. It would be good I just think for clarity's sake, it would be good to try to figure that out.
Absolutely.
And it would bring us closer to GFOA best practices as well.
Not a problem. We could definitely incorporate that in the budget workshop 3. Okay. I do not have any supplemental. However, I would like to quickly go over our general fund analysis and potential property tax reductions impacts, if you allow me. So this is what you have in front of you. That's the schedule that we have prepared for the general fund. It has the expenses for each individual department and also the funding source that we were able to allocate to each department. Now, this is just a rough draft. This is not final. We believe we do need to dig a little deeper and work with the departments to make sure that we're allocating the appropriate revenues to their respective expenses. But as you can see, the funding source, the property tax support, all of it goes to our police services, right? Then our next pool of funds are the utility service taxes. That helps fund the departments. And we also have the state revenue sharing that also helps mostly with the public services, and our admin fee allocation also helps with the departments. And then the last big pool, which is the franchise fee, the utilities transfers, those also help with public services and leisure services as well. And that shows at the very bottom, you see where we have the excess funds, which is the 4.2. Now that 4.2, that might change as you know, because maybe not this year, but next year, since we no longer have the penny sales tax that ended, the funding for road improvements will have to come from the general fund unless we have new revenues, funds from somewhere.
Really bad question. The difference between the police is 16 millions and then the fire is 183,000.
What?
Why is there such a difference in
For the fire, so the police includes,
stuff?
MSTU.
Yeah, okay, never mind, thank you.
right, so the police,
Yeah, that explains.
Okay.
My question is the $75,000 department specific revenue on the police. Where's that revenue coming from?
I believe that's the, what? Tickets and fines that they collect.
Was $75,000 a
Right.
year? Okay. And then
And we get the money, I'm sorry, we get the money from that?
Right. We get the money for that, right?
okay, and then my additional, I just lost my other one.
Again, this is not 100%, but I just want to show you guys where we're heading, because earlier, I believe Commissioner Sagrich mentioned that we needed to look at each individual department and see how they're being funded. So this is a picture of where we're going to be.
This was the internal auditor. We haven't had one since December.
Right. But we budget for it. You know, so
But is that budget $15,000 for an internal auditor?
that includes benefits.
I'm
Benefits
sorry.
include.
Can everyone speak into their mic?
I am. That's so $213,000 that's just for one auditor.
That was his last salary plus benefits, yes, which include taxes, insurance, and et cetera. Yes. And other operating expenses, like if he goes to any conferences, et cetera. Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
And we have a breakdown for his department also in the budget book. Yeah, a question.
Just to clarify, this is very helpful, by the way. Public services and leisure services. Public services is what we sometimes call public works, correct?
Yes, they
Okay.
have several divisions within.
And both of those get a big chunk from franchise fees pilot. Can payment in lieu of taxes? Can you clarify? I'm a little puzzled what those.
That's the
Where the-
8% that the general fund charges the enterprise funds, the transfers, the electric, the water.
Right,
So 8% of their budget
right.
minus the PCA.
Minus 58.
Yeah.
Why does that 8% from water and electric go specifically to public works or leisure services?
Well,
Is that how we
It's-
always,
it's-
we aim it at that?
no, this is the first time I'm preparing this, so I was just going by each department and whatever money I had left over. Like the first pool that I looked into was department specific revenues. Then we looked at the property taxes. Then we looked at the utility service taxes and the state shared revenues, the admin fee, and then the last chunk was the utility transfer to 8%.
If
So
nobody else
it's not in any
or
specific,
it comes out of that.
because this was never like approved by any commissioners or anything. And this is just what I just did to
Nice
see.
Look at it.
Exactly. So
Approved 8%.
yeah, the transfers was approved by ordinance. But this particular funding source where it goes to, I think we like, as for the property taxes, we all knew it goes to our priorities, which is police services and fire, right? So, and then we could always go, because we like the public services, we need to break it down, because that includes grounds, transportation. So we'll definitely come back and give you a more detailed one.
One last question, the CRA bottom, the last one,
Yes.
4,250,000. Is that what the CRA gets from the property taxes?
Yes, that's what we collect on their behalf. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is just a rough draft. So the next slide goes into property tax reduction impact. So again, these are the same expenses that we currently have of 47 million. Now, with the bill that's coming up, our non-homestead cap will go down from 10% to 5%, that will have a 467,000 impact. Negative impact. So the non-homestead cap, which is usually at 10%, that will go down to 5% now. So meaning that it will impact our revenues by approximately 468,000. That would be the first year. And also in the first year, and when I say the first year, that's fiscal year 28. If it passes. So, and then the increase in the homestead exemption to 150 will have an impact of about $2 million. The 150,000, yes, increased. And then the increase to 250 homestead will have an overall impact of 3.4 million or 3.5 million. Yeah.
Chairman Smith?
Okay. Graphic wise, I'm gonna pull a McVoy here.
Okay.
If you look at the graphic, do you think you could change the graphic so that it goes, instead of going up, it goes down? Like make it red going down so you can show that it's a decrease? The zero on top and the thousands or the millions going down.
Okay.
Flip the graph upside down.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No.
Because it's more visual. I mean, this looks like we're getting more money.
Right.
If you make
I see.
it red and put it upside down, then it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I see.
Suggest.
Thank you.
That's a great observation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the combination of both the non-homestead and homestead bill that's coming up for the first fiscal year 2028, the impact will be approximately 8%, 8.37. And for the fiscal year 29, when the exemption goes up to 250, that impact will be in total 13%. So if we have to make cuts, we're looking at either for those 2 years, 6.5, or if, that's at the very minimum.
His light on in question.
Sure.
I know.
Thank you. And thank you for putting these together. They help bring clarity for the residents and so on. The one thing though is I understand it because I know that we have the 5% cap on non-homestead properties, and that's one reduction, and then there's the 150K, which comes in year one, and then 250 in year two, and then there's other things on top of that. For your average homeowner or your average resident or voter, it would be nice to see this in a format where it's 2027, 2028.
Okay.
This is the impact, and you can break it out by the because I think the non-homestead cap is a hidden one that
Correct,
people don't
yes.
think about.
Absolutely.
And it's good not to lump that in, but maybe group these by the year and give the total for the year. That'll be helpful, because I know in a week or so I'm going to get a whole bunch of questions, and I would love to be able to use your slides to answer that.
Okay.
But I wouldn't get rid of this page. I would just.
Yeah. So just to clarify, you would like us to on the as a header word the combination, just put fiscal year 28 impact, and then the last one fiscal year 20
year.
Okay.
I think it's
We could definitely do that and update the graphs, and then we'll probably present it to you.
Yeah, like fiscal impact for dummies.
I would say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. Okay.
I said it, and it's because I'd like to be able to see it. Like it needs to be very obvious. Like this is what's going
This
to
is
happen.
the impact.
Because if you look at this, it's you have to think more than I want to.
Right.
And she's good at math.
I know, and we're talking
She's
about
the math girl.
well, and what we were talking about yesterday at the League of Cities is that you have about a 10-second attention span of somebody to explain
Right.
this.
Correct.
And it takes more than 10 seconds to say, but we need it to be like, you look at this graph and you go, oh my God,
Correct.
I can't vote for that.
Oh. But-
Or I can vote for that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say either way, but it needs to be very obvious what the consequences of actions would be.
Could you let Tallahassee know that 13% is a unlucky number?
All right. My next slide, I think we already covered. So we will work on modifying the graphs for the property tax reduction, but the sort of a pie chart there just shows you where the bulk of the revenues are coming from, which is mainly property taxes, as you know, and franchise fees and admin fees, as well as the state revenue share.
39%.
Yep. Any questions for my department's budget?
Madam Mayor, I just want to say, uh, we're still working on implementing putting together a program that will educate our residents about the legislative. So we're still, working on it, with the, no, we're not
Yeah.
changing it, but
And
we're
alo-
still working on it.
Along those same lines, we're having a Palm Beach County League of Cities board meeting to sort of organize how how the cities are gonna present the property tax education.
Correct.
In addition to whatever each city is doing, we're working on a combined
And
effort as
Our
well.
communications department is monitoring all the different media out there, so that's all those being incorporated in our program. as
Thank
well.
you.
There are no additional questions. This concludes my presentation.
Going.
Thank you.
Okay.
Up next is Human Resources, and you will find you will find them located on page 54 and page 110 in your budget book. Yes.
Since we're 15 minutes early, can we take a 5-minute break?
I have no problem. I was gonna excuse myself for a second. We're gonna take a brief comfort break.
If we take a 5-minute break,
Let's not argue about that.
I know we do. Thank you. Miss King.
dogs, so you never know what you're gonna get. And mine apparently were all paper trained. But good to know.
Madam Mayor, are we ready to reconvene?
If you have extra cash, I'll take it. I will take it. And you're not using it? Oh, I would take them and buy them. We do, I get the paper every day. So
Madam Mayor,
what?
are we ready to reconvene?
Are you annoying me again, madam?
Everybody's
I
hungry.
apologize.
Everybody's hungry. They want their sandwiches.
Madam Mayor, it is 11:31 and we have reconvened.
My attention. We're all settling down. Okay. Human services.
Are we live?
We're live.
Okay. Okay.
They said we're live.
In the spirit of our mission, which is providing strategic leadership and workforce development, employee engagement, organizational culture, and human resources services to support operational excellence and high quality public service, I think it's vital to start bringing up our next level of leaders. So Janny, the Assistant Director of Human Resources, is going to lead this, and I'm going to tag team and support her.
Take it away, Jenny.
All right. Good morning. Jenny Michek-Olobowski, Assistant Director of Human Resources. So for Human Resources, under the General Fund, Lauren already went through our mission. Some of our achievements will be, we completed a citywide rollout of customer service training. We actually have we have one more training, I believe tomorrow, and then we have one more training next week for the customer service. And that way we would have covered most of the departments and employees. We've established strategic recruitment partnerships, resulting in 30 new hires within 7 months. And we've done that through CareerSource. Yeah. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, but you gotta be close to her.
Yeah, I'm so tall.
You're lucky to be that.
And now, so for the recruitment partnerships resulting in 30 new hires within the 7 months, we've been working closely with CareerSource and a veteran-centered organization that's local. So we're working on that. And then we do have 3 HR members selected as advisory committee or board members for the Public Sector Human Resources Association or PESHRA committees. I'm one of them. And then we have 2 other HR managers that are members of the board.
I think it's important to remember that the importance of that sort of, we all work here day to day, but I think it's really important to recognize the importance of the big, like Florida League of Cities, these different, that you are part of a group. It's
Part of a
not that You're
group.
doing this thing. So thank you for doing that.
Yes, thank you. And we do get quite a bit of, information. We gather a lot of information from those.
Oh, it's good.
Some of our emerging issues, challenges, and opportunities. The emerging issues is increased demand for efficiency. So the legacy systems and manual processes that limit productivity, delay decision-making, and that can create possible inefficiencies. Evolving workforce expectations, increased employee expectations for career development, recognition, and a positive workplace culture. So some of our challenges is enhancing administrative efficiencies. Fragmented information systems and manual workflows present processing inefficiencies, maintaining employee engagement, providing meaningful recognition and engagement opportunities while balancing budget constraints and operational priorities. Some of the opportunities is the implementation of an information system to centralize all personnel action requests to improve efficiency, accuracy, tracking, and completion of requests. We are working with a system called Build right now that will be closely, that pretty much
It'll be integrated.
it integrates with ADP. So that will help, get us more.
Right now, they're in different systems. So yes, it does. It does. So we're going through Naviline and ADP and then we have another system, DocuSign, where we're doing the personal action requests. So this will actually integrate with the systems and streamline it so they're easier to track, find, and just it will speed up the process immensely.
Thank you. Another opportunity is expanding professional development, leadership training, and cost-effective employee recognition to strengthen retention, engagement, and organizational performance. We do have a Lean Six Sigma training that's coming up next week. Some of our leadership team will be attending that, including myself. That's a whole day training for the Lean Six Sigma that will be held at the village of Palm Springs. And we're looking to bring them here too.
And that's process efficiency. That's what this, the Lean Six Sigma is. Commissioner Malega?
Thank you. We had talked to you and I brought it up a couple times. I think it's imperative that the HR department have some kind of onboarding for elected officials. A lot of people run for this seat and have no idea what this job entails. It was up to myself and our previous executive assistant the first time when I got elected to make my appointments with Public Works and go tour the water. And I really think that it's imperative for whoever's up here to have an onboarding through HR and have you work with the directors and say, all right, director, what do you want elected officials to know? And make sure that there is a workbook or something that has to be completed. Because, I always say I only have a couple more months here, but that is a big frustration is when you have electeds who think they know what they're supposed to be doing. They don't go to the League of Cities trainings. They have no idea what it is to run a municipal government or what even they need to know to make the right decisions. And I think that would be a great starting point if HR would say, okay, before your first meeting, here's some of the things that, we would like you to do, spend an hour with each director. Here's, the checks and balances of what you need to know and some kind of onboard training that should be, I think, in my opinion, mandatory because we don't have a job description. We get public funds to be up here and serve the public, and there is no attendance record. So to me, how do we hold the next round of people accountable to make sure that they're working on behalf of the residents? And I mean, that's something that I think would be a benefit. I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but I think that it would give the next electeds for the future of the city of Lake Worth Beach a leg up to know what they're supposed to know.
Agreed. And I did talk to the League of Cities and I looked into some of their training opportunities, and the HR team was just talking about this yesterday on our team meeting because there's Citizenship Academy that's being developed. And we're thinking, well, this is a perfect opportunity to use that syllabus for incoming elected officials, especially on the HR side. I think there's some confusion about like how personnel policies are applied and how we come to certain decisions. And I think that is an excellent suggestion, and we're going to run with it. Thank you.
I have to organize, have an outline. Mr. McBoy is next.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
And I would just like to say that let's, as us, I don't think it relates necessarily to funding, or might a little, but let's not forget how important the Human Resources Department is in terms of this is ultimately where a lot of hiring decisions, which build the flavor of our workforce, hopefully for long periods, if we can do well at keeping them. And it does exactly that part of retention and finding ways within the constraints of budget to keep people as happy as possible. It's a pretty important, it's kind of like, it's not something you see on the billboards all that often, but I think it's pretty important to how the city functions, how residents perceive the city. So I appreciate the work and let's value it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank you.
Just build on that for a second. I see you, Adam, Mr. Segridge, but a lot of the attitude of I know when I have a case and there's somebody watching over me to like, did you make a mistake? You don't function as well. You're not happy in your job. You're not as efficient because you're always back. Did I do it right? So I think part of the and I think that Commissioner Malega brought it up the other day in a meeting. There's more to happy employees than money.
Agreed.
And I think a lot of that comes from this dais about I think it's very important for our staff to feel supported. I think if there's a criticism or a question, I think it's best not dealt in public. And I think that we have a big part in how, and I'm getting feedback from people about the current situation. And I just think it's important for us to be supportive, especially in public. You don't deal with your family stuff the way a family does it.
Yes.
Thank you. I would support Commissioner Malega's idea for a kind of academy or training coming into it. It would be, I think it would be very helpful to have some structure to that
Agreed.
For people.
You might be able to help. What do we need to know? I think we can help HR
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And we would appreciate your input. And that's a
I
great
would
suggestion.
say, the brain dump from those individuals who've been here for 6 years, 8 years, sometimes even longer would be helpful as well, because there's wisdom there that gets lost.
I would, as the aged person here, I would be willing to help with that too.
Okay.
In terms of, the mayor's comment, sometimes things do have to be discussed in public. I don't think you can operate in a public organization without talking about things that are being done right, as well as things that are being done wrong, and try to improve. So I disagree a little bit philosophically.
Well, there's ways of doing
and for transparency and trust of the public, I think it's in the public's interest to see some of that discussion. In terms of the fragmented information systems, manual workflows, and so on, is that particular to your department, or are you looking at it basically organization wide?
Well, my department hits organization wide. So what we do does go across the city. So for instance, our personal actions requests, they go from, they start with the department, they come to HR, they go to finance, they come back to HR, they go to the city manager's office. So they touch everybody. So, and that's why it's so hard to track it. Right now, we still have paper personnel files. We just implemented a payroll system a few years ago, ADP, but right now we have to take files and actually manually put them into Naviline, and finance has to do, it's a nightmare. So we're trying to figure out ways to streamline those things and make them easier for everybody. And part of the recruiting process is people don't understand is it's so important to do things like security background checks, and those take longer than you think.
So,
it used to be like this, and now it seems like it's taking longer.
So, you're utilizing this system called Built that's going to integrate with ADP and so on. Is that kind of like an all-in-one HR platform? Handling your onboarding documents and requests, time off requests, time.
ADP handles a lot of that. The Built system is more of a thing for things like position control. So everyone says position control. What is that? It's not a position count. Mm-hmm. It is telling you everything about a position. It tells you what funds it comes out of. It tells you what its EEOC status is, what its FLSA status is, what its workers' comp reading is. Those things are all built in there.
Kind of the org chart on steroids.
Yes. It'd also be an org chart. Yeah. And also, you approve a certain number of positions. So we can lock those down. Right now, it's a manual spreadsheet. How many do we have? Are these positions open? And this will allow us to lock that down, so that we don't have to do those manual counts. We can make sure that we're within the bounds that the commission gave us direction for, and that we're in compliance.
So, I'm a huge fan of automation and of technology and bringing us into the modern era with what we have. Do you feel as a department you have enough support financially or resources that you're getting these things done in a timely fashion? Or are you hitting roadblocks and having constraints where it's like, I really wish we could bring in this application, but we just don't have the budget for it? Are there things like that we're missing?
I'm actually going to address that because we were just talking about this yesterday.
When it comes to the programs, the financial constraints, we're okay, because we're okay with that. It's just the time. Because a lot of these programs, we need assistance from other departments, and other departments may be dealing with some other programming issues. So it delays us. So I'll say more or less the issue that we're having is the timing and trying to get everyone to kind of jump in and get involved, because the systems that we use, it touches everybody's department. So we need at least somebody from each department to be involved. So we have delays in that. Like with the build, we would have been built 6 months ago, but we're going through a budget process right now. Finance is preoccupied with a new ERP system and everything. So it kind of delays us. And that's the main problem that we have right now. But financially, we're okay with
And are you getting any kind of outside consulting help in doing that implementation? Or you guys, I know you're training up on Six Sigma, which is fantastic.
Mhm.
Are you leading the charge and trying to act as the business analyst to all the different organizations, all the different departments?
Well, actually, the system itself has a project manager to help us with implementation. So we're working with Build and we're working with Navaline, and I cannot ever thank Nellie Peralta enough in the IT department for their tremendous support. I would not ever even think about touching anything without Nellie, and that team has been great.
So it sounds like, would an extra, I guess my question is, would an extra resource dedicated to helping these implementations expedite this for you guys?
I think in this case, we're fine because luckily I have a team that is up and coming. They're new, they're energetic, they have so many great creative ideas. So they're actually leading the charge. So Susie Sanchez, who is in charge of our recruiting, and actually I think we talked about her promotion here. She's so creative, and I sent her to conferences. She comes back with all these ideas and she's been wonderful. So I'm really proud of her. She's, and I understand that people make mistakes, and I let them make mistakes. I encourage them to make mistakes because that's how you learn. So she's going to, we all fall sometimes. But we get back up stronger and smarter, and that's what she's just been amazing. And so I can't be prouder.
My last question on it is do we have a published project plan for the implementation of this built system and the ADP stuff, so that maybe city manager can help push people along or get resources allocated for you? Or is it kind of, we're going along at the pace it's going?
Well, no, the consultants from Built have a project plan that they follow.
Okay.
So they know the steps. They work with ADP closely. They're partners and they're built in. So they have a project plan. They say, okay, here's your first steps. So we're following that project plan with their project lead.
When do they expect to be completed?
What do you think? 6 months?
6 months.
6 months. Okay, great.
For the general fund, under our performance measures, we measure the participation rates in employee training and professional development programs. We use surveys for that. Reduce average processing time for power approvals and position recruitment, and monitor employee engagement, survey participation, and workforce feedback trends.
Just a little one. As an environmental scientist, I can't read PAR without thinking photosynthetically active radiation, and I'm pretty sure that's not what that is.
Personal
It's
action
ingrained.
request.
Oh, personnel action requests. I'm sorry. That's the, right now we're using DocuSign, which is it's a very DocuSign. It's a very, what? It's a very manual process. And it goes through, so where it comes from the department head, if let's say they're requesting there's a vacancy for a position, it goes to the department head sends it over to HR, it goes to finance, it goes to the city manager, it goes through this whole approval process, but it's very, very manual. And, with Built, this will, assist us in, personnel action request. Okay, for the benefit fund, our mission is to provide innovative and sustainable employee benefit programs that support workforce wellness, financial security, employee retention, and long-term organizational success.
Before you go on, Mr. Secretary, has a question.
Mhm.
Sorry, just really quick. On your performance measures, do you guys have these in a report that you're providing the city manager? And do you track them over time?
We can start providing that to the city manager.
Okay.
Yeah, we could do that.
Do what?
It's a report that we can pull the reports from ADP.
So you've got this stuff in there at kind of a click of a button for you.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Great.
Mhm. Some of the achievements that we have from the benefits fund, thanks to Yannick, our HR manager, is our 2026 Silver Well Workplace Award from Wellness Alliance. We have a 2026 Platinum Bell Seal Award from Mental Health America, which is one of the highest designations. We have a 2025 Cigna Healthy Workforce Gold designation, which is also our highest designation. And we were also featured in the city was featured in the PSHRA, which is the Public Sector Human Resources Association Public Eye magazine in September and October 2025 edition.
I know that
So-
you do a lot. I mean, we get the email. The biometrics is coming. Are you having enough people to sign up for it? It looked
Open
like
enrollment.
short.
You need, how is our participation rate for the biometrics?
We're gonna make it, you think? We're gonna make the 40?
And that's for anybody who has city healthcare.
Yes.
Yes,
Or
us?
not. I don't have the city healthcare, but we are able to.
absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, I
Not
thought,
everybody needs city health.
I understand that. I thought it was the program within the healthcare for wellness.
Yeah, but they.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, so we have the
Biometric.
biometrics, that's an open enrollment. So it's open enrollment, we're in the open enrollment window.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I've taken advantage. They're good.
Please do.
These two.
Especially the massage. You need them once a week.
That's our most popular event
Oh,
always.
Touching on the emerging issues, there's an increased demand for competitive total rewards package by employees, evaluating employers on comprehensive benefits, workplace flexibility, and wellness offerings. Like I mentioned, we do have the open enrollment coming up in August, and we did our annual wellness event. That was back in April. Thank you. Increasing healthcare costs affecting employees, dependents, and employer-sponsored health plans, emphasizing the importance of preventative care and cost containment. Not touching medical insurance at all.
That's fine.
That's on the next one.
think that,
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Some of the challenges is providing a comprehensive benefits package that supports recruitment and retention while managing rising healthcare costs and protecting the long-term sustainability of the city's benefit programs. Rising healthcare utilization and costs require proactive strategies that improve employee health outcomes while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Some of the opportunities under the benefits fund is the increased access to preventative care, wellness resources, and health education to improve employee health outcomes and help manage long-term healthcare costs. Enhance the city's value proposition by offering competitive benefits, wellness programs, and employee support resources that attract and retain a high-performing workforce. The performance measures that we use under the benefits funds is the wellness program participation and employee engagement metrics. We have the open enrollment participation and benefits enrollment trends, and we have the Motivate Me program participation and completion metrics. Self-insurance fund. Skip that.
Oh, Mr.
Yeah,
Segret,
you-
Mr. Segret has a question.
So I am on page 294 of the big budget book. For the benefits fund. So I understand we've basically recategorized some stuff between 26 and now. Most importantly, it was the life and health insurance premiums. So we took those out from under salaries and benefits and moved that to operating expenditure. And when we did that, we basically called our life and health insurance PPO EE other contractual services. And I'm wondering why we did that, because that seems like it's making it more confusing to understand what that line item is than less clear.
that was finance driven. So Yannick,
Page 294, fourth one down from operating expenditures and second one down from the top. It was a recategorization. 5.3 just moves from here to there.
So that was because of the nature of the fund. So it's a benefit at the department level, but because this is a benefit fund as its own fund, it's a contractual service for that fund.
Understood.
Right.
That I understand. And I agree that it would be an operating expense
Correct.
in there. I guess my question is, and I could be limitation of the software and how, because we don't have the fund numbers to compare.
Correct.
Would it have been possible just to change the category of life health insurance and PPOEE to be an operating expense for this fund versus calling it other contractual services?
Well, that particular fund, some salaries are allocated directly to that fund. So that's why we still need that section
No, I know
of
we need some-
benefits. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying removing the life and health insurance. Okay, so
Correct.
now I understand what you're
Yes,
saying.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. So we had to give it a new name, essentially. I just think for clarity,
Just call
to
it.
me, other contractual services, it immediately the bells go off because in other departments that instantly means consultant.
Correct.
And
Correct. I see what you're saying.
At first read, when I was going through and just, hey, let me look at the big numbers. I looked at that. I'm like, $5 million in
Right.
consultants for the benefits fund. I was like, I want that job. But then I figured it out. So I don't know if you're able to do that, but I think it would add clarity.
I'm sure, Hector, I think we could give it a separate line item. Professional services medical. We could move it down to its own separate line so that it's not part of the contractual services.
Yeah.
We could definitely, that should be an easy fix.
Okay.
Yes.
That was nitpicky. I've got some 1,000 ones, but
Oh,
And before we move on to the self-insurance fund, can you guys hear me? Is this working? Can never tell. We are going to be coming forward to you with a separate workshop for a program that we'll be proposing called Care ATC. And what that is, it would be a medical clinic that employees can access for free. So a lot of the things that keep people from going to the doctors are the costs. The co-pays, the testing, those things are exorbitantly expensive, even with insurance, and insurance isn't ever going to get cheaper. But, what causes premiums to rise? Claims. So if people don't go to the doctor, if they ignore things, they ignore symptoms because they can't afford it, then they get worse and then things become catastrophic. So we'll be coming forward to you with a separate workshop with all the details. So to give you more detail, but I just want to let you know that that's coming and we're excited. It will be absolutely a decision on your part, but I think that you'll like it when you see it.
Ms. Maleka.
I have a question. First of all, thank you to HR for all you guys do for bringing things like the mobile mammograms and Quest Diagnostics, because a lot of times for the working individuals that we have here, having that time to take the time to go to the doctor or squeeze it in doesn't really happen. So thank you for putting the health of our staff first. Do we pay for that, or is it a service that you've negotiated when they come here and they do those things? Like when we have the dermatology guy here, and is that something that we pay for, or is that something that the insurance covers? How does that work?
Both.
So it depends on the organization.
So, it depends on the organizations. For instance, the Dermavan, the city pays for the employee's copay. Okay. So the rest is covered by insurance, but we pay for the copay because what keeps people from going there is the cost.
Okay.
So especially in South Florida, a lot of our employees work outside.
Right.
Skin cancer is prevalent. We want them to go.
Okay. So
So
you
it's
cover
both.
their copay for that visit.
Yes.
How many people do show up and go have their annual screenings?
Exactly. And we coordinate that. We have with the Garen Group, which is our insurance broker, and also with Cigna, our insurance provider. So it's a collaborative team effort.
Okay. And again, thank you guys for doing that. I think it's magnificent that we make sure that we put the health of our employees first.
And I think we need to thank Miss Unique.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate
And
it.
one of the points that you're making is excellent. The cost is, but just getting off work to do stuff.
Correct.
So be able to do that. Well, no, you pointed that out, and I just want to reiterate that that's a big help because
Yeah.
it's not easy to take time off if you're a 9 to 5 person.
But if you can grab a time slot and say,
Yep.
okay, I'm gonna go do this, this and this on that day. And, I'm on the clock and set, obviously we know they're going there. I think that that's a huge celebration. And again, we were talking about, keeping employees and offering above and beyond. And to me, that's an above and beyond. Thank
you.
Okay, the self-insurance fund. The mission is to promote workplace safety, accountability, and employee well-being through proactive risk management, training, incident prevention, and operational safety initiatives. Some of our achievements is a strengthened workplace safety and risk management through enhanced safety committee meetings and engagement. We do have quarterly safety committee meetings with members from different departments. We've developed updated vehicle and golf cart safety policies, enhanced reporting procedures and guidelines for claims and incident management processes. Some of the emerging issues, challenges, and opportunities is delays and inconsistencies in reporting workplace incidents can affect investigations, claims management, and organizational responsiveness. Organizations are relying more heavily on claims and incident data to identify trends, reduce risk exposure, and inform strategic decision-making. Some of the challenges is achieving timely, accurate, and standardized reporting requires ongoing process improvements, employee training, and accountability across all departments. Effectively identifying and addressing workplace risks before they result in claims or operational disruptions requires reliable data, consistent reporting, and continuous monitoring. Some of the opportunities is standardized reporting procedures and provide targeted training to improve accuracy, accountability, and operational efficiency. Utilize claims and incident trends to identify risk patterns, prioritize preventative actions, and support informed operational and strategic decisions. The performance measures that we use for the self-insurance fund include reduced workplace claims through proactive safety initiatives, training and risk mitigation efforts, reduce lost time days associated with workplace injuries to support operational continuity and workforce productivity, and monitor and analyze top injury types to identify trends, strengthen preventative measures, and reduce recurring workplace incidents. A lot of these are also done through our safety committee. Therese, who's our HR risk manager, manages our and handles our safety community, and they also do walkarounds. So, like, I think last month they did a day in a life of a lifeguard. So, kind of going through some of the things that are happening at the beach area, and she rotates that. She does ride-alongs with the Public Works Department. To kind of get a feel of what's going on out there, and to, if there are any issues, she can go ahead and address those.
And didn't we get an award last year because of?
Yes.
And she's gonna kill me because she's here.
I'm gonna go.
But again, I could not be prouder.
Yeah, she's amazing.
She is.
And hopefully she will still speak to us after this.
Mr. Segrich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For our workers' comp, are we self-insuring for workers' comp, or are we utilizing a third-party carrier or a hybrid?
We are self-insured, but we have a TPA that we work with to administer the claims.
Okay. And is our TPA handling Section 111 reporting?
Yes.
And
that's done through our TPA and also through the Ben Few and Associates, our risk manager. So he works with, again, it's a collaborative effort between the city, Ben Few, and our TPA.
Okay. And have we audited that in the last year to make sure that we are in 100% compliance?
Yes. Yes. Ben audits every year.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking that is with Section 111 reporting, if there's a claim that's late by 1 day in reporting, it's $1,000 a day per claim fine. And they're going to be implementing fines starting, actually they already started, but it's for the last year.
Oh, so, no one knows it better than HR and Therese, I promise.
So, that's very good to hear. I had some particular questions. Page 271. Between going from 2025 to 2026/27, our operating expenditures jumped by about $1 million. What are you guys attributing that to?
Yannick? Well, I got a big raise. I'm saying.
There's that trip.
That would have been the salary and benefits.
Yeah.
So
That trip to
270.
Tahiti was great. Thank you very much.
is it, did we see a big jump in workers' comp, like premium or something?
But when you say jumped or it went down?
Went up.
Well, I am.
Page 271,
Right.
under expenditures, operating expenditures. In 25, we're at 2.5, and then we jump up to 5 million. So almost a $2.5 million jump.
Seeing a decrease.
It's 271, right?
And then we went back down when we corrected the premium adjustment on the insurance, but that still leaves about $1 million jump.
That has to do with actuals versus budget. Remember, we had to go back and look at what was actually being charged.
Okay. Oh, so you're comparing 25 and 26, right?
Or 27. Yeah. And they're because 26, 27 are virtually the same.
Okay. I would have to dig in deeper and see
Okay.
what
But
the variance is.
Just the one.
But I don't think
I
it would be a
wasn't able
million.
to find any one thing. I did see our workers' comp increased, and so on. My just one concern, just like we had the $1.25 million overage in the other premium. I
Correct.
didn't know if something like that existed or if that was an actual true increase. So if we can look
Okay.
into that,
I'll look into that and get back to you.
and then the other question was, and forgive me, and it doesn't have to be answered now. I don't remember ever getting the list of assets that were insured. It may have been sent, and I may have missed it.
It's in the work.
I believe we sent you what we currently have,
Okay.
but we're getting that updated with the departments. So hopefully soon we'll have that ready because we have to send it to the insurance companies to give us a new estimate.
Okay.
Yes.
And then on my favorite sheet from Yannick, the 11 by 17 one, the self-insurance fund lists about 12,000 in physical capital assets. What would that be? Is that
That's a percentage based on our fund balance policy. Are you looking at the column that has capital projects allocated?
net investment in capital assets?
Oh, so that's basically their capital assets. Oof, I want to say it's a vehicle. I'm not sure what the capital asset is,
So
but less any related debt. That's what the formula is. So I would have to go back to our capital asset listing to see what that capital asset item
we
is.
have a vehicle or something for this fund.
I won't say a vehicle. There has to be something. If it's 12,000, I'm going to say I would have to go back and see the listing, the actual listing.
My only concern with it was just that it seemed odd that the self-insurance fund had a physical asset.
Correct. It could be. I can't speak on it right now. I really got to look at
I haven't hit the 8
listing.
I think that I got it. That's fine.
Yes.
And no other department or fund has computers listed. They all fall under IT and stuff. So I'm just wondering if it's miscategorized or
okay. I'll look into that.
Then on page 279, and this could be because if we go down under operating expenditures, contractual services, other contractual services, it's doubled. And I didn't know, given that we moved some of the premiums into OpEx with the other line item, did we do that here or did we truly double our consulting services?
Looks like they took a negative 323 from the insurance IBNR 2 lines down. If you look at it,
Well, no, that was another question. The negative 323 is actually a credit. And so I had that as
Yes.
another question.
So that, when we get the actual report and they tell us that our liability for the IBNR, has reduced, the entry that we book, ends up to be a negative, expense.
Okay.
It reduces the overall expense.
But
So we could
in
reduce
terms
the
of-
liability.
Yeah,
Yes.
but in terms of the consulting services, what was the reason to double it?
Are we talking about contractual services?
Yeah.
From 25 to 26?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have to dig
Okay.
into that one as well.
And then back on the workers' comp, do you guys track our open exposure to ongoing responsibility for medicals?
Yes, yes.
Do we have any kind of ballpark what that number is?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
Therese, do you know? Off the top of your head? Okay, no, but I can get that for you, absolutely.
Because the reason why I'm bringing that up is if it's a large number, we could benefit from doing a settlement project and settle.
That work.
Okay.
So every quarter, Therese meets with Benju and our TPA. And we go over the big claims. You know, a lot of them are their legacy claims from when we had police and fire. And they're not going to ever settle those claims, you know, especially with the presumption cases for firefighters. So even though they just have to go to the doctor once a year, but we do try and settle as much as we can. So we'll look at all the claims and see who do we think will settle? Can we try it again? And we, you know, they reach out usually like once a year to see. So, but quarterly we examine those.
And have those monies already been set aside?
Yes.
And so those monies have already been set aside and they're in a separate fund somewhere?
They're part of the fund. They're part of our liabilities. I don't know how finance.
So I guess
tracks them.
my question there is where would we see that in the financial reporting? Because it's not in allocated in this sheet that I can tell.
So for all
Those are funds
for
we
all
can't
those pending
touch,
claims that we have and we have money put aside.
That's part of the actual report. So they provide us an actual report that has what the liability should, all the pending claims and the corresponding liability that we need to book at the end of the fiscal year. And that's where we update our liability and it hits the expense account. So if you want the details, that we'll have to provide you with the actual report for that.
The reason why I'm bringing that up for colleagues is, you know, this particular fund seems like it has a very large fund balance, but it doesn't, right? And so I didn't really see in any of the documentation where that liability for like an ORM or for a Medicare set aside was established so that it, you know, for us here, sitting here and going, oh, look at that, $9 million to spend, or for the public looking at it and going, you guys are just slush funding this stuff and, you know, you got all this money there. I think it would be important to see that those are actually tied up, similar to how in some of the enterprise funds, we have the capital projects reserved for that. Pending claims and open ORM and lawsuits so that we make sure that our reserve is adequate. And that was the next kind of question for my colleagues. Right now, this fund has a reserve, a very low required reserve, which we know is not reality because we kind of have a blanket policy which says, oh, these are 25% and these are 50% based on the expenditures. And I think our self-insurance fund is a very different beast. And I think it needs to be based on our risk. And so, I mean, I, for one, would like to set a new policy for this particular fund based on risk and the, you know, the open ORM and the set asides, as well as pending litigation, so that we can ensure this doesn't get touched. Because for me, obviously, I asked a lot of questions of you guys this time, you know, because I'm new here. Next budget season, we're going to have a couple new people up here as well, and they might not grasp it and might seek to utilize that. I think we need a policy that somehow, instead of this one being based on revenue and operating expense. It has that component, but it also has a risk reserve that cannot be touched. So I would.
It's kind of like these funds are encumbered.
Right,
We
they
still
encumber.
have them, but they're
Yeah,
they're not available.
and I'd like to make sure that we just have a policy that indicates that we could base it off of our set aside, our open ORM, as well as
Maybe some historical data we brought forward so we know what to threshold that at, right?
I'm sorry?
Maybe some historical data to bring forward and say, based on claims already settled or pending lawsuits, we think that this would be a good threshold for
Right.
us to target.
Yeah.
So we're not just shooting in the
Well,
air.
no, I think we have actual claims data, and then for pending lawsuits, we could do a percentage of pending lawsuits, 50% or what have you.
There's what Yannick was referring to. We have an actuary do an analysis on this every single year, an actuarial valuation, and the actuary tells us how much to put aside.
But we don't have a policy from the commission
No,
standards that says.
Correct. There's no. Correct.
That we don't.
No, I'm sure you're keenly aware of it. I just want to make sure we have a policy that says don't touch. Based on that actuarial finding, this has to be reserved.
Yeah. So to your point, Commissioner, like the actual report, the latest report we received from the actuary has a liability, total life workman's comp and property liability of in total like $3 million. So that $3 million should actually be excluded from that excess fund balance, correct? In addition
Plus
to
a
that,
percentage of-
we should have like, because we have a pending lawsuit, which is pretty hefty, and that should also be added on there. But I don't know if you want to.
Schedule.
Yes, but we'll.
I do support the idea of maybe explicitly labeling, earmarking some categories that these are committed, they're not uncommitted balance.
Absolutely.
Encumbered.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's a weird word, but yeah. I don't know if it's the right word.
Yeah, I think it is the right word. I'm the word person.
Just real quick, Commissioner Segridge, from one of your questions that you had, you wanted to see the breakdown of the 332,000. It's on page 285.
Whole page.
I'm sorry, you have to go, it's right under operating expenses. It's the third line down. It's other contractual services, and it shows you a breakdown of.
AEP badge, first aid.
Correct, yes.
A lot of it is stuff.
Yeah, we need stuff.
I don't know what PGIT is, but
Thank you for that. The only problem with it, it just didn't have the breakout for the 2024, which is the lesser, but that's very helpful. Thank you.
I think you meant.
5, yeah. I really.
I went back a bunch of years.
All right, let's keep going.
Is that all the questions for? Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Community Sustainability General Fund, Building Fund, and Code Remediation Fund. Mr. Waters, you are up.
Good afternoon, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. To give you a little bit of history, what will help with this, this division or this department was created in the FY 2012 budget out of 3 other departments: building, planning and zoning, and code compliance. And it was set up through a collaborative effort with the then commission and the then city manager to create a one-stop shop to facilitate overall community sustainability, not just environmental, but fiscal, ecological, historical, cultural, as well as fiscal. And so we have 6 divisions, including the building fund, which is separate. And then we have separate funds for the tree and landscape fund and the code remediation fund. Can we go to the next slide, or do I have a clicker? So our mission was just that. Through our comp plan that was adopted in 2017-18, we identified that we are a community of neighborhoods, and our primary economic development focus was to build healthy, strong neighborhoods through providing the widest variety of housing possible, both rental and for ownership. And that would be our economic development push, would be housing and neighborhoods versus office development, that sort of thing. We would be a huge bedroom community for the services that are in other communities. The achievements over the last year, we did finish in collaboration with Leisure Services, the Open Space Recreation Master Plan, and we're in the process of working with them to implement part of it. We've completed parts 1, phase 1 and 2, and parts 2, phase 1 of the citywide mobility plan. We are in the part 2, phase 2 section. That ordinance is being prepared. We have had our first meeting with the county. They asked for our priorities in terms of how to focus some of the efforts from a mobility plan on projects that are county related. That priority list has not yet been provided to the county, and we have not yet scheduled our second follow-up meeting to include the ordinance, which will have to also be presented to their county commission. I don't think we're going to have it set up by the end of the fiscal year, which was our original goal. We've been very successfully implementing our affordable workforce housing program. We have a very progressive program compared to other communities, and we have, not only by percentage base, but also numbers based, more affordable workforce housing units being created here than anywhere else in the entire county, including the county. We have 2 LIHTC projects that are in the works. One of them has already been completed, Madison Terrace, phase 1, and there's phase 2. Then you'll be seeing it probably next month, the Pinnacle on 6 project, which I believe is a LIHTC project. And we've been asked whether we want to participate in other LIHTC projects through an email that was received today. LIHTC does require a commitment from the city or the municipality to move it forward, and we can talk about that at a different time. We started our 1900 project. That is not going as well as I would hope. You will be seeing a commission item on that in the near future to deal with some change orders that have arisen out of unforeseen building conditions, some issues with the building plans, some disagreements among the parties, the architect, the contractor, and myself on how some things should proceed. I'm hoping it will be before you on August 4th. But we still do plan to try to have our planning and zoning staff back in their spaces by September. And then the rest of the department will be funneling in probably in February of next year. But the whole project will not likely be completed until April. Next slide. Our emerging issues. Though it's not directly our responsibility, there are a lot of unfunded state mandates that regulate how we can adopt things that affect the city. It's been very demoralizing as to the number of things that have been adopted that undercut our efforts toward performance enhancements in buildings, green architecture, reduction of carbon gas emissions, and some other things. That relates to our loss of home rule. As you know, we've not been able to update our business tax receipt schedule that was created in the 90s. There are some limitations with the building fund. There are issues with FEMA, code compliance, planning, zoning, which we'll get into as well. The biggest challenge we face right now is the new ERP implementation. I have to give major kudos to IT and my staff who've been working collaboratively across several meetings every single week, because each division has its own module, business licenses, planning, preservation, building, and code compliance. Things have gotten better, but it's bumpy. Trying to get 1900 finished and deal with the challenges for customer service and having our staff split in multiple areas has not been great. And across our entire department, retention and recruitment of staff is a huge challenge, remains a challenge. And we hopefully, based on some of the comments you made earlier, you will work with us to provide professional ladders, because most of our positions are sort of progressive in nature. People come in with a little bit of experience, gain experience, and in order to keep them, they deserve a raise or a promotion or additional educational opportunities. Otherwise, they're going to go to other places. Opportunities. We have broadened the website under the previous version of it, as well as the new version of it. We are working collaboratively, and Alicia's here with me. It's our budget manager officer, as well as you hopefully will continue to support her being made an assistant director on is providing as much online accessibility to the city as possible. One of the things that will cross over with the building fund is that we will complete sometime this year, later this year, the complete digitalization of the property files. We are keeping the historic pieces of it, but we do not have them archivally stored. They are not on archival paper. They are not stored in archival boxes. They are not stored in archivally climatized places. So we are losing paper historic documents at an alarming rate, because some of the documents are as much as 100 years old and they do not last forever. So we're keeping what we can. We're digitizing all that we are able to do it. It will be eventually available through the website attached to each parcel.
And that's why I asked the question. My property file, my house, right? I mean, I know there's little pink slip, there's stuff in it. I've been in it a few times. Like, will the little pink slip, the telephone messages be scanned in?
They are scanning everything that is in a condition that can go through a scanner by a third party. We are losing some that are it's basically falling apart, and it's how they're being eaten.
They're shooting them through a scanner, not laying them down and having the scanner.
Well, there's a variety of ways they're scanning.
Okay,
Some
they're
things
doing
don't
that
shoot
exactly.
through, some things are, and we're doing the best we can. We're having a pretty good success rate at getting things back, but we are losing paper records that are very old.
When let's say my file is scanned in, can I get that? I would like the opportunity for the owner to get that paper file back. I would like to have that in my possession, because I know at times there are discrepancies. I just another in my law. I just got a copy from the clerk's office, the county clerk's office, of an order from years ago, and it was a double-sided paper, and they scanned one side.
Mm-hmm.
So I have some of the final order that we're now like litigating about what to be done. So I just in terms of, I think it would be good for us to have the ability, once you're done with it, if you're gonna destroy them, just give them back. So I have it. So I know in my hands I've got my property file.
How would you do that? You'd have to call every single person and say,
There's
"You have to come
16,
get it?"
there's
That's
16,000 records. We can look and see what we have. If somebody wants it, we could make a paper copy of the paper copy, because there are some things that we need to keep for historical purposes.
Sure.
Some things, like I said, are not surviving the scanning process and maybe move back and forth, and we can see what we have. But you're welcome, as anybody is, they can contact Victoria in our office, and they can come and request a copy be made of their record. And then everything that is scanned eventually will be attached to our GIS mapping by parcel. So it'll be a little button. It's going to take us a while. You can click on what has been scanned for your property, and you can, at that point, have access to it in any manner that you want. You can download it, you can save it, you can print it. That's our ultimate goal. And we'll probably have that finished around FY28.
Okay, as long as this whole thing that just happened to me with this county scanning just flipped me out. It's like, I don't know what to do with this case. And it's the scanning thing. Mr. McFoy and Mr. Sandwich.
And I hear you, Madam Mayor, on wanting the records. I did go look at mine, I don't know, a number of years ago. I hope they're still there. But if William were to give them to me and I sell the house, the next owner does, there's no obligation that I give them to the next owner. So I think there needs,
The record is there. There.
If it is, the
Correct.
concern you have is that the reason you want it is that you're not totally confident that the digital is there. So somehow there needs to be some balance of obviously the best is scan everything totally properly and have no entropy on paper falling apart. But
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with Mr. McBoy on that. I mean, even my own file, I know many of the documents couldn't be digitized just because the ink had faded so much. But it was available to me to go and take pictures of it, and I did with my camera, and the camera, the iPhone actually did a great job of being able to preserve that. So I would be uncomfortable with us giving up our files. I mean, we need to be the system of record for that.
We're going to destroy them.
And then talking about the professional ladder, in our answers that came back from from the workshops, it was indicated that we don't have that, right? Because it was asked in context to these certifications of which certifications actually should you be taking in career pathing? I think that is absolutely critical for a number of reasons, especially employee retention, as well as making sure that we have an incentive program based on career laddering and education, but we don't know what the ladder actually is and whether that ladder is supportive of our goals as a city. So, I would like to ask my colleagues if you guys would like to make that a priority for this year, is to establish those career ladders per department, where the department head can look at it and say, yeah, these are the education items that I believe or the department believes are valuable for it, and here's how someone can progress through that.
That'd be up to the department to ascertain, not us, right?
Well, no,
have a
it's-
lot of
it's-
it.
but it's
I
up
mean,
to us to set the policy to make it happen. Here we are, a city that's how old, and we don't have career ladders. I think this is a worthy thing to dedicate time to. And if there's additional resources required to make that happen, I would like to know what that is. But I, for one, would like to see this happen over the next year as a goal for every department, is to establish this. And I'm just bringing it up now because if there's budgetary concerns about making that happen, I would gladly support a supplemental to support that effort.
I'd be interested to hear from someone from HR what their thought on that is, but I'm guessing that the thought would be, yes, showing people as they come in or making it available, here's how you can advance, would be helpful for retention, attraction, the works. I don't know. I have no idea what the workload is to do that.
Yeah.
Probably not insignificant.
We've been looking at a couple of things. We've been looking at possible testing for aptitude testing for some different positions so that we could test people before they start to see if they have the aptitude for the position. And we've also,
I would have flunked for this one.
I would have too. And I appreciate these people so much because it is really a thankless job. But, we have Yolanda runs a tight team and these guys are troopers, but it's tough. I mean, nobody wants to see a code officer. I think we we're just talking about this. Nobody wants to see a code officer at their house, even me, and I live in a historic neighborhood. I see the code officer. I'm like, oh no, but luckily I'm sympathetic because I understand what they're doing, but not everybody does. It's dangerous, it's hot, and it's thankless. So we're also trying to create this is one of the things I think we talked about the other day in that we're in that shade meeting, is that we're trying to create career paths for people. So I think when you can see that if I do this for this amount of time, then I could get promoted to do this and promoted to do this. We also try and promote from within and within the city. So you maybe can start as a lifeguard or a code officer and you can transfer to different positions. So we're always trying to do that. And if you guys could think of any other creative ways, we're open.
Well, that raises a question. I see you on this made, but when we talked, we discussed, what people were taking, what courses people were taking. Are we is the intention to limit somebody? If you're in code, you're going to go up the code ladder, or but what if the person who's working for the city in code says, you know what, I'm really interested in electricity and I'd like to train for that. Is that flexible or is that you're on your path?
Well, generally, an department is going to, Williams' department is going to pay for training that supports his department. But if you transfer in, absolutely, we work, there are, let's use the lineman apprentice program as an example. A lot of those people started actually all of them started different positions in the city. They started in water, they started in public works, the lineman apprentice program. So it's a perfect example. So we're training them from ground up.
It's me.
Just 2 seconds. And the other thing about the education thing would be that everybody, if you had the courses aligned with the track, you'd be kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's all the same. No. Where everybody's learning the same thing. So, you're getting the same information. Each employee's getting the same information. Let's say it's a training course, it's everybody that goes through that will have that same training, as opposed to, I want to go to this course, I want to go to this course, I want to go to this course. And then you have people with all different educations coming at and trying to do the same job. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're like, okay, well, you're a brand new code officer, this is your course. And then you go here and this is your course. And if they're all taking the same courses, they're getting the same information. And then we have that consistency in application You know, and I think that's one of the things the residents are complaining about. Well, you know, this person trained this person, but this person was trained by that person, and they're getting conflicting information. So it needs to be consistent.
Well, part of
And
the
standardized. That's the word I'm looking
Yeah,
for.
part of
Standardized.
the code actually is standard. So there are certain courses that are built into a code officer's training.
Okay.
So and William can speak to that
Good.
more. He's the department expert. And I know that Yolanda has finally got a solid team behind her where the training should be consistent.
Okay, good.
So, you know, she's been building and developing up her employees through the ranks and developing. So there's one person who's doing all the training. I don't know if she's actually created a syllabus, but that's a great idea.
Yeah. The standardized training.
I agree with that. I appreciate that. But as far as the FACE training, they all go through the same training for their certifications.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Segridge?
And I can appreciate that. And I guess what I'm trying to say, tying it to the budget, we have an incentive program whereby people can get a 5% pay increase by going through education. We do not have a roadmap that tells us what things qualify and what things don't. And that was apparent from the answers we got back. And what I'm trying to say is, I think we need to pause that program until each department has established what that roadmap is. Otherwise, each time, we had some that we questioned, is that really pertinent to your department, right? And I'm pretty sure the individuals who had that denied were very disappointed because maybe they probably felt that it was very important to their job. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to go through it, right? So until we have that, I think we need to put a pause on that particular program from a budget perspective, because I don't want necessarily us up here to be deciding, oh, that training is appropriate or not appropriate for you. That belongs at the department level, at Williams level or Ed's or so on. So, I would like agreement from my colleagues. Let's pause that until this roadmap is created by that department.
But
No, I know we already
in
approved
the
something.
case of this department, though, hold. It is set. So for a code officer, it is set. When they are hired, there are expectations that you must take these certain courses, and they're all taking minutes built into their compensation and their career
Sure,
path
and-
immediately.
and-
In the case of
And that's
this
fine.
one,
So then that department can continue on and utilize that. And when we asked, hey, can we see that? It should be readily available. The answer that we got back, just so we're clear, was no, this does not exist. So if it exists in some departments, awesome. They're ahead of the game and they just continue on and they're not paused. But for those departments that don't have it, they need to get that before they continue in this program.
well, the program is managed at the department head level. And we did, after we came back out of this meeting, and I did compile a list of all the certifications and training programs for you. I just hadn't had a chance to review it before I forwarded it to you. So that list does exist.
It's not a list of all the possible trainings. It's a plan.
It is a list of all the certifications and trainings.
What I'm saying is that is not what will satisfy the request. The request is a plan, a roadmap. These, out of that master list, these are the ones that count. These ones don't count.
I think she made just a list of count.
That's what yes. And what I was going to do, and the reason I haven't forwarded to you is I was going to break it down by the levels per the policy.
Understood. So it sounds like you're on the way. I would just like it paused until that exists, because when we got the answers in writing, it said it didn't exist. Now you're coming back and saying it does exist, or maybe it's going to exist tomorrow. Let's just agree. Can we put it on pause until it actually exists and we can see it?
No, hold on. It did exist. I just didn't incorporate it into the policy. So, and I needed to
Why
update
in the
it.
answers? And I can read you the answers. Why in the answers does it say it does not exist?
Yeah, no,
It's a budgetary item. Can we just agree to pause it until it exists?
And I'm going to ask staff. Mr. Segridge has suggested that we pause all, if I'm incorrect, all training for people until we have a.
Not all training. No,
Well-
the 5% salary credit until the roadmap exists.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah, thank you.
two facts. I understand what Commissioner Segridge is trying to say, but things I like to consider, we'd like you guys to consider. Some of these are tied to bargaining unit issues, so we can go back and take a look at it. Will be more definitive. We can go back and look at it as it relates to the remaining staff. Right now, certain portion of that is tied to parking. So we'll go back and take a look at it, break those out and come up with a roadmap. You know, we understand exactly what you're looking for and it's a good result. So we'll take a look at that. But just want you to know that we can't pause the entire program because there are, bargaining unit issues that are impacted by the program.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody asks for something that's appropriate, why would you pause it to?
Yeah,
Because we have the list on paper.
And this is tied to people's compensation and their careers and their morale.
I understand that, but can we just understand that in writing from staff, they said they had no roadmap. Now staff is saying they have a roadmap, and that is the source of the
Okay, I'm
conflict.
city manager to please handle this so we can move on. This is a direct one item thing that can be handled offline, but we need to stick to, I mean, we're now way behind track.
And my light is dim and unrelated to
Very
that.
dim.
That may be applying generally. Under the emerging issues, under community sustainability, this is for William. It concerns me a good deal, and I'm guessing it might concern you as well as the director of that department, that on the one hand, you already have state unfunded mandates, things that they're telling us you got to do, but here's no money to do it. And by the way, we're going to take away another source of your funding on top of that. And I would say, residents need to be really aware of what comes out of Tallahassee. That is a very inconsistent and unplanned way of telling municipalities to try to do their stuff. It's untenable. So push back on that. And the loss of home rule is certainly related to that, but it's particularly acute with the unfunded mandates. You got to do this. There's no money. And by the way, we're going to take away additional money from you. What a good idea.
Unfunded mandates are as old as government.
So I think we'll go on to slide 65. On performance measures, we have been doing what I call it a city manager's report that tracks every single city department activity by month for every year except for about 14 months in 2019 and 20 when there was some disagreement about how the department should be run from the city manager's office. This doesn't reflect any current administration. And so that report was not completely filled out those 14 months. It has about 75 items that we track monthly across all divisions.
For example,
how many building permit applications came in? How many building permits were issued? How many inspections? How much revenue was brought in by what type? Business licenses, planning activities, co-compliance activities, preservation activities. And that list has grown, and Alicia is responsible for a brunt of it. And that keeps growing as we identify items that we feel are appropriate to track and report back out. So for every fiscal year since I've been here, except for a little gap, I can provide you what the department did any month of any year.
That's an incredible database.
One of our challenges is that I was hoping our ERP would be like, here are all the things we want to track, create a button that I can push and create it.
not there yet.
Not there yet. We hope, as I mentioned, the mobility plan for the adoption of a mobility fee, and we will see how we track funneling money to do infrastructure improvements in the city. We can continue to collaborate with the team that is hoping to open the Gulfstream Hotel in September. And I've taken some recent courses, and this gets back at the downtown, improving our community focus on what's called sustainable preservation. There are a lot of buildings in this city that are worth being kept that aren't necessarily historic, but they are limited by building code, FEMA, existing condition, and where the building code and other things limit their ability to be reused. But if they're lost, then they have to meet the new parking requirement, new setbacks, and whatever else. So I'm working on a couple of things that's going to be presented at the APA conference in Miami on how to encourage the reuse of existing buildings more creatively and open up a broader breadth of how we apply the nonconformities in the city, since we are a city with a whole lot of nonconformities. And I'll report back to you on that a little bit later. Yes.
And when is that?
It's in Friday, October 15th or 16th in Miami.
And can you, when you come back, give us that presentation as well?
Yes.
That'd be helpful.
There's also going to be a roundtable discussion at the Palm Beach County Planning Congress in August. I think it's on August 14th, and I'm going to touch on it some there because we have a number of performance measure activities with our buildings that is now being undercut by legislation from the state. We still want to encourage people to try to be resourceful with the buildings that they have and improve them because that's an embodied energy that's been there, and someone did spend time building that building, and it should be reused. And if you ride through downtown, there are a lot of vacancies, of which a lot of those buildings need substantial improvement and investment, which is stymied and not necessarily encouraged by the building code or our LDR. So I'm working on some of that.
Thank you.
So we'll go on to the next slide. I didn't see any questions. Good. With the administration, which is headed up by Alicia and myself, again, unfunded mandates, recruitment of staff. We are looking at the broadest array of revenue generation opportunities as we can. Where have we created new revenue and how could that be enhanced? Hopefully we can help finance identify some new revenue sources that have not been studied by the city. And then also the administration division is taking the lead on the ERP implementation. And poor Alicia is stuck going to most of the meetings every week. And so she spends probably 6 hours of her week just on implementing the ERP at meetings. With planning and preservation, there's two offices. There's a planning and zoning office and the preservation office. Their emerging issues is how we creatively deal with customer service, addressing the variety of information requests that come in, and also the challenges presented by state statutes that limit our ability to make things any more difficult or challenging until October 2027. We are constantly reviewing the LDRs and other things. We have made some substantial changes on how we approach the landscape code and the landscape consulting. This is the division that's probably the challenge the most with recruitment and retention. As an example, the manager of that division, we've had 6 in 15 years. That is unsustainable. We have been very fortunate to train up many of our staff. As they are trained up, they choose to leave the city. It's a similar challenge in the building fund. Opportunities we are looking at through the ERP program to improve cross-departmental coordination and communication. Thank you, Mr. Perry. He's coordinated a meeting that's happening in August. We're going to bring us all together to figure out how we might better communicate among departments and within the department to address customer concerns as it relates to building permit processing, entitlement processing, and a bunch of other things that come through us. And then also streamlining the permitting process on the planning and preservation side. And we have rolled out a new zoning permit application process online and through our office that deals with the areas where zoning has to be addressed that is not covered by the exemption for the building code of $7,500 or less. There are things that still require zoning review, but no longer require building permit review. So the staff was very good at getting that off the ground. And you're going to be seeing some changes to the fee schedule on the 21st related to that. You can go to 68, please. So the code compliance, there's a big meeting coming up on the 21st where we're going to give you an update on.
William, I had a question for you on planning and preservation. I know you're giving a monthly report and you're tracking a whole bunch of metrics. Is one of those metrics turnaround time for permits?
I think there needs to be a better understanding of what permits involve. We have permits that are very quick to turn around, same day permits for exchanging a air conditioner, doing some electrical upgrades. There's another one that's the same day permit. Permits have a very broad breadth of complexity. Some require just a building and a zoning. Some require multiple departments to review them. We don't have the ability to technically track how long someone spends on reviewing a permit because most of our staff are multidisciplinary and they don't just spend their whole day looking at a permit. I'm hoping we can create something through the new ERP, but because there's such a large variety of permit types, how many building permit types are there? Do you remember? It was like 70. And then in addition, there are a whole variety of what we consider similar to a permit type in the types of things that planning, zoning, and preservation is reviewing. And so they're not all the same. And coming up,
understood that they're not all the same. Understand all the complexities of it. It sounds like just to keep it quick, the technology doesn't support you understanding this permit stayed in historic for 2 days. Is that a fair statement? The
We can
technology-
look at that. Yes.
You can see that today. Okay. So based on that, one of the largest complaints that I see from constituents in this department is historic review times. I know that you are short-staffed.
Yes.
To say the least, right? It's an understatement. I know that you have open positions there, and are hoping to fill that. Even with those open positions, do you need more resources in that department so that that turnaround time can be compressed to match more of, let's say, the building department, where pretty much it seems like 72 hours they're getting, once it hits their department, it's coming around. Whereas in the historic department, the goal is 2 weeks, but a lot of times in actuality, it ends up being very much longer for different things. Do you have enough resources? In other words, do you need another position? Will that help alleviate it? Is it something else? How do we help a pressure relief valve for that?
The division has never been fully staffed, except for maybe 2 years in the almost 16 years that I've been here. Yes, we could use more staff. However, it would be great if the positions that we had were actually filled and we can get a better assessment of how fast we can do things. Also, the turnover rate has negatively affected historic preservation. So we've had 6 preservation planners, 4 assistant preservation planners since the position was created in FY12.
Are we losing them because of money?
We're losing them because of money, working conditions, advancement opportunities. We've lost people to going to other states. They've come here, not liked it, left. Unfortunately, we've lost people to the private sector, the public sector. There's a whole variety of reasons.
So I didn't see a supplemental for any kind of increase in the historic department in terms of raising salary ranges or anything like that. I would just, without belaboring the point, I personally would like you to analyze, what do we have to do? Is it going to cost us an extra $200,000 to fix this? An extra $500,000 in terms of that aspect? Because this not only impacts our residents and businesses, it's new businesses and new residents come here. They hear about the nightmare that it is, and it's not necessarily your department's or staff's fault when you've got one planner trying to handle the world. It's an unfair thing. And if we have to pay more to fix this, I think we have to do that. So the second part of it is, as a pressure relief valve, and I know there's new legislation that's kind of mandating private permitting and inspections, would encouraging and driving projects to that outlet help be a pressure relief valve for your department? Is that something we should look at doing?
Well, you just approved it last week, was an increase in the budget for Chenmore, who has been supplementing our plan review and preservation.
Not for internal consultants, private permitting and inspection.
Well, the private side of the building can be done. The private provider review of historic preservation type components and some of the planning and zoning entitlements is a little dicey, because people, the expense of which they would pay us to review it is far less than they would pay the private sector. In addition, then we have to confirm what the private sector said was copacetic. So we can get back to you with a little bit of input on that, but it's available, but it will be challenging. I think because of our community being lesser affluent, and our education level across all boards is not the same as other communities, putting an additional financial burden on them probably won't go over very well.
I wouldn't belabor it, but I disagree with you there. There are many people in the historic neighborhoods who would gladly pay double, triple, quadruple to get their plans approved in a more timely fashion.
I finished? Okay. I just want to add, though, I think we need to put it on the record, and Mike's, Mr. McFoy is the earth scientist. I am the person that's been working in code enforcement since 1993, and on various levels. And I'm fully aware of the fact that we take too long. Understand that completely. But I think it also needs to be mentioned that a lot of times, and I've done this again from all different sides, I put my permit in 3 months ago and I haven't gotten anything. Well, because they asked you to send a survey or they asked you to fill out this form and it hasn't been done. So I think we have to be really cautious and certainly the timeframes are not great, but I think we have to be a little conscious of the fact that some of the things that we're hearing in negative feedback are things that they either don't understand the process or they're sort of lax about fulfilling the process. Because a lot of times I've represented people, and hopefully will again, that are having problems with permitting and code. And I go there and I say to the city, well, look, and then, well, okay, we asked them 3 months ago to submit this approval or submit this, and it didn't happen. So I think we have to be a little judicious in our criticism of each individual case, because it's really easy to criticize, but I think we also need to acknowledge the fact that a lot of times that's part of the applicant as
Yeah,
well.
I wasn't
Mr. McCoy.
criticizing. I was hoping for how do we fix those problems?
Mr. McCoy.
And I hear both what the mayor says and what Commissioner Segers says. I believe, if I understand Commissioner Segers correctly, what he's looking for is not criticize, it's empirically. Is there anything that is within our power, basically budgetary, that would help empirically reduce that? Whether that's a better interface that informs the commissioners more, some of the stuff that the internal auditor's report suggested, hey, automate your forms a bit more. So the form tells you, hey, you're not moving forward till your survey's here. Have the computer, the technology help out with, because yes, it's probably true. Some of it is the city staff level, some of it is the resident, the applicant level. But empirically, our goal here, and I think yours too, is shorten that time. And I think the question is not for right now, but before the next budget, come back. Don't be shy about telling us, look, what I need is a Cray computer sitting in the corner with awesome software. Get me that. Or I need 2 more people or whatever. We may or may not be able to provide it, but we would like to move that.
So, yeah.
Whatever it is, we're not in a position to sensibly judge that, but we might be in a position to spring loose some funds.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of this. I just think that we need to be mindful, like if the empirical. What?
Mindful of lunch.
I'm not mindful of lunch right now. I'm not trying to finish a sentence. You always tell me don't interrupt.
I know.
Come on. Okay, I think, so empirically, they applied for this permit on January 1st. They didn't get it till March 30th. That tells us that it took a long time, but it doesn't tell us why.
Correct.
And I think that's my concern.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all.
And we have some very good data on the whys. And the one little caveat, it's not necessarily excuse. I hope that you will appreciate that the Preservation Division has dealt with 3 of the most complex long-term development projects that this city has ever seen. The Gulfstream Hotel, WMOTA, and the parking garage.
Right.
They're all in a historic district. And other staff has tried to help in, but the amount of time that our preservation staff has had to spend on those 3 items is monumental, and it's across not just months but years. So that we're getting toward the end where they're not going to be as involved as much. So hopefully that's going to free up. But we have 2 other big projects coming in preservation in the next months that you'll probably see eventually. The hotel conversion at is it E and 5th down close to Federal? Maybe it's 3rd and 3rd,
But not the old folks' home. But that's 3rd Avenue South and M Street.
That's moving along in a process.
Good.
And then there's some work that's over here that's going to be in the historic district that's going to probably be a planned development coming forward. You'll be seeing those shortly. I think we can jump to slide 68. Co-compliance. They do have an increased workload and hopefully our meeting on the 21st will provide clearer direction. Yolanda's been very aggressive in recruiting people and our management arrangement has changed a bit. So I hope that our recruitment and retention will be a little easier and successful. And then your policy direction that you've provided at our first meeting and our upcoming one will help with the emerging issues. There will be increased workload based on how we're going to be approaching to be more outreach in terms of formal courtesy notice letters, especially with the inspections that we changed with a business license, and also with dealing with worst first life safety issues versus other co-compliance issues. And the ERP should be helping with that. There was and this also affects business license, which you haven't gotten to. There are some increases in funding, as you are aware. The postage is going up another 5% on Sunday. We have not raised postage funding for these two divisions in years. We finally had to bite the bullet and ask for some more money. And keep going.
Mr. Segrich has a question.
Sure.
And Mr. McBoyd has a question.
We've asked a number of times for basically nights and weekends code compliance support to deal with issues in the downtown and other areas of the city. Haven't seen a plan or a financial impact come back for that. Is that something that I mean, it's something that I would like to see in this budget.
We're going to bring the number of code officers that the city has based on its geographical area is probably larger than any other municipality in Palm Beach County. I think we're in the process of hiring 3 or 4 positions, and we have asked that, could some of them commit time for the weekends and nights? We'll have an update for you on the 21st. Is that the right date? Okay. There's so many dates on my head right now. And so that will be coming. And then better collaboration with Palm Beach Sheriff's Office on what their role is and what code compliance can do would be a monumental step forward. I'll let Yolanda speak a little bit more about that on the 21st.
Just very quick on that one on code compliance. To me, and I think we've discussed it some as a commission, I'm not sure, but to me, conveying as clearly as possible at the management levels, at the individual code officer level, that the reason we're here and the reason we do what we do is to make the city better for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I recognize that any code and compliance seems to be the headache of any elected official in any city, and often the headache of the staff as well. It's difficult. It's challenging. There's no right answer lots of times. But I think it's just hugely important that that message be ingrained to the code enforcement officer and that they communicate it to the people. And it involves things like, don't hit them with a violation first, hit them with a courtesy notice first. Some various things. I don't think it's easy to communicate. That's not an easy, hi, we're here to help. Yeah, when you're code enforcement, that's a hard sell. But I think it's so important to keep the context of why are we doing this? And then obviously, little things like go after the stuff that's really significant, be context sensitive. The example that I hear all the time is you write somebody writes somebody's driveway up for cracks and the road right in front of it is all full of potholes. It doesn't go over well with people. Give some guidance to the code officers. Hey, think about context. Think about, is this really important to improve the quality of the city? Or is the net damage done in public relations not worth the squeeze?
Just for the public's edification, a fine does not get established on your property until you've already had 3 notices from the city: a courtesy notice with a time to cure, a formal notice of violation and a time to cure. It goes to the special magistrate and a time to cure. And not until that 3rd time to cure is expired and you haven't done anything does a fine start. So nobody gets, unless it's a citation, which we don't do very many of those, do you get hit with anything financially until as much as 180 days. And often it's maybe longer than that.
Exception, though, correct?
Pardon?
Repeat offenders is an exception.
Repeat offenders is an exception.
And I don't disagree with you, but I think there's from a staff, we can't say to staff, don't enforce the code. If there's a code violation, what we've always hoped is there's some sort of common sense and judgment. I think that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And I think we have to just be sort of, we can't tell them not to enforce it, but I think I agree with you that some context.
And one thing we'll bring forward to you later is looking at the minimum property maintenance code and the housing code. They are a bit onerous for what you are stating in terms of having the management of our private properties be commensurate to how we manage public properties.
Thank you. Ms. Malega has anything.
Thank you. I'm looking at the revenues for the code remediation fund on page 178.
Okay, we haven't gotten to that yet, but we will.
Well,
Yes.
Code compliance. I just have a question. Look at the revenues. The revenues is only 34,000 and then 54,000 total. Is that for all of the code violations we issue?
No, they're 2 separate and distinct funds.
Okay, so if you get fined for a refrigerator on your porch, Where's that fine going?
It's there, it could be a code, fine collection fee.
Which goes again, in what account?
It's a general fund.
Okay,
And then there's also a code administrative fee that's also general fund.
okay,
The only thing revenue wise that's collected in the remediation fund are where we recoup the expenditures for lot clearings, board ups, demolitions, code remediation activities if they are instituted. And then also there's a surplus property sale line there. That's where that money goes if we sell a city property.
okay. And then foreclosures, if once we receive the funds on, let's say when we've had,
Well, I'm sorry, but what funds do we receive when we foreclose?
I'm saying if we foreclose on a property, let me finish.
Okay.
And we have boarded it or we have had liens put against it, does that get separated out? So those liens then get paid and it's spread into that right department? Because then like the H Street property we did 2 years
Okay.
ago.
There's a little bit of disconnect there in that when the payment comes from the county on a foreclosure or tax deed sale, it isn't always clear what all we're getting. We may get a prorated share of what it constitutes the lot clearing lien or the demolition lien or whatever, and then also the co-compliance lien.
Okay.
Since it's all general fund related, it may end up in a miscellaneous general
Okay.
fund account, so since it can't be split up.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Okay.
Mr. Segridge.
I think we also gave direction at the first workshop where we wanted the revenue, the costs associated with the remediation and the actual foreclosure to make its way into the code remediation fund. So I know we had some discussion about that.
And that is there. It's just that we'll be coming to you maybe before the end of this fiscal year to ask you for more money to proceed with the foreclosures that we have.
Yeah.
And then that will probably institute, we didn't do a supplemental because I don't have enough information about how many foreclosures would you like us to seek each year? And is there a commensurate amount of money that's available there? Because we have been pulling money from the demolitions, board ups, and lot clearing accounts to the foreclosure account expenditure line to proceed with the ones that we have. And we haven't been overly successful to the mayor's chagrin on actually getting the properties in the foreclosure process. We do lose out on them quite often. And then at that point, we get paid some liens and stuff, but we don't normally ever recoup all of our costs that we've expended to go through the foreclosure process. I think we can go to slide 69. Business licenses. Thank you for the changes you made to our business license process. I don't think it's going to affect our revenue generation in a negative way. The intake still is completely manual as it comes in on, even though it's submitted online, it has to be converted and go to Noveline. That hopefully is going to be remediated with a new ERP. And we are still working on trying to figure out how to do online collections because we have not sent out the renewal notices for 27 yet. They normally go out about now, but they're not ready. And we have about 2 more weeks to figure out whether we can work out with Click2Gov, allowing people to pay their online renewals this year. If not, the notices will go out a different way. And then there might be a note that says you may call the business license division after you receive that and see if we have that possibility up yet or not. But it's not looking the greatest, but the new ERP does have a mechanism to pay for it online, but that's not scheduled to be up for renewals until next year. We can go to the next one. Strategic planning and design was the division that was set up to deal with economic development initiatives that we have. That's basically my little division. Some of our design emphasis and building performance emphasis has been undermined by the state. So how to get at some of the things that are in our comp plan in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon neutrality we're having to get at it be more creatively. The concept of sustainable preservation is going to be rolled out at some point. The challenges, and I have provided the city manager some list of where I feel are biggest impediments to investment downtown. A lot of it deals with non-conforming structures, the building code, the perception of downtown. And then I see it as an opportunity as well to make some creative and sort of advanced changes to LDRs to try to encourage investment in our older buildings, even if they are not historically designated. And we can go on to, I think that, yeah. And you've, thank you for the ones that you approved on June 11th. You may see some other ones. The building fund, it has a very long mission, but essentially we're dealing with life safe health and safety in terms of buildings. We have been working toward reducing plan review times and having things be more online. They've adopted some changes related to the Senate Bill 803 that are already out and seems to be working fairly smoothly. You can go to the next slide. They are another division challenged with staffing shortages and retention. We have a building inspector plans review position that's been vacant this entire fiscal year. We are still trying to fill that. What we have been very fortunate in is adopting people who can come in as journeyman or apprentice type people and then are trained up. Sadly, we've lost 5 people that we trained up who went somewhere else and got more money.
That's has been historically our problem.
The legislative changes keep coming. We are working toward changes with the FEMA regulations. The new ERP, it appears that the building division is probably going to benefit the quickest from it being implemented. It seems to do a fairly decent job. We'll see with the, because it's all interrelated. A building permit may involve a business license, a planning decision, a zoning, and historic preservation. So they have to work together. They've also been good at outreach to neighborhood groups as well as co-compliance. Both have been received very well by various neighborhood associations explaining what building means and what co-compliance means. Go to 74. So this is some idea of what all the building fund does in terms of how many permits are reviewed and issued.
Excuse me, Mr. Segrich has a question.
Oh, sure.
And William, you might not know this off the top of your head, or maybe finance, going back to Yannick's fund sheet. The building fund restricted for other purposes has roughly $2 million for that. What is that?
That is the fact that any money that's collected for building permit activities can only be spent on building permit activities. And so there is a fund that we are allowed by state to have the average of, I think it's 4 years total divisional expenditures in an account for the lean years where we might, if God forbid, we have another economic downturn. We'd like to keep our staff. We may not have as many building permits. We have been utilizing that fund. That fund provided money to replace the roof on 1900. There was a chunk that came out to help with the garage construction. There was a chunk that came out for the new ERP. There was a chunk that came out in terms of the new building at some of the renovations at 1900. So that $2 million balance may be a little misleading. It may not all technically be there because we haven't transferred things over and spent it. But I do like to try to keep that money. Otherwise, if the building fund doesn't have funds, it relies on the general fund to backfill it.
So it sounds like we utilize most of the infrastructure in and around the building department.
The overage, but we have grown the building division from only 2 staff when I were here to now 7, and we have our own dedicated building official. We did not have that when I was here, when I first started here.
Since you're saying we're losing people to pay and money, would it behoove us to utilize some of that to retain good people?
We could. That gets back to your comp and class study. There are a number of mechanisms of education attainment that we do pay our building staff more. There are probably like 7 they could attain over a course of a period of time, and most of them take advantage of that. And so that has helped. But when they come in green off the street and we start going up the ladder, and they get to like a cap where they are now eligible to possibly be an assistant building official or a building official, we only have 2 positions. So if they want to advance their career, off they go. And so we have lost some of our lower level staff as they've advanced to the ranks and become more experienced and have more certifications under their belt. I don't have anywhere for them to move to.
So they go.
So they go. And then we start the whole process all over again.
Jeez.
There is no position in my department that hasn't had at least 3 to 4 people in it in the 15 years I've been here, except for mine. And maybe you're sick of me at this point. I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
I think so. I can forward to Mr. Perry's office what we call our city manager's report on a regular basis, and that can be shared with you if you have any questions about it. It's fairly detailed on what all the department's doing. Like I said, there's a line item in there for all 4 divisions: building, co-compliance, business licenses, and planning and preservation. And you can see that very easily. Is that all my slides? Remediation fund. We kind of covered that. Jeez. Kind of covered this one, and we'll be back to you maybe in the future to see what your priorities would be, how many foreclosures we'd like to pursue. It's about $15,000 per.
Can we use the remediation fund for that or not?
That is a remediation fund. We do.
No, but for the $2 million fund for the foreclosure.
No, that's all. That's
all
that's
building
restricted. It has to be building related.
Just. Mr. Segridge?
So this particular fund has 113,000 in inventory. Are we storing board up materials and stuff of that?
That's property.
Property? Okay, so that's
And this is before this financial group here. For whatever reason, the properties that were deemed surplus or that we were not using were seen as an asset for the code remediation fund. And it took me a long time to explain to previous financial people that was not money we could use. It's land that we have to sell. And if nobody wants to buy it, it doesn't really mean anything. And so I think it still stays there. That's a place it's been staying for a long time. We can look at, and I can work with Yannick and his team to move that to a more appropriate place because it should be an asset that's just city-owned property, not a funding source possibly for code remediation unless they're sold. And then as you are aware, many of the people that would like to have those properties want them for free. So that really is a number that counts very much.
Okay. And Mayor, to one of the topics that you look at, the foreclosures and so forth, I think we actually all look at it. But it doesn't seem like we have a policy where we have at a certain point, we then pursue that route. Whether it's 1 year or 3 year, somebody being in a lien versus a limit. And I understand that each has to be looked at on a case by case basis because they have liens in other places and there's, certain drawbacks and whether it's fiscally viable, but we're not seeing at a regular basis, okay, these are meeting our target criteria and here's like a one sheet on it. Are we taking action or not taking action? Because, we sit up here and say that we're not doing enough for it, but we're also not taking any action on it to correct the problem. I think that in order for this to be a good process, we need a policy that says, based on this criteria, we as a commission need to now make a call on that particular property because I remember looking at some of the reports and the number of liens that are outstanding, and some of them are sitting for 20 years. Mm-hmm. It's clear we don't have a policy to get through this. And I think we need to.
We actually do have a policy. Under Florida 162, after I think it's 120 days of a lien being on a property, we can take it to a special magistrate for authorization of foreclosure. And we do that on a regular basis. You will notice that there are code cases almost every month where it's going to the magistrate for authorization of foreclosure. That sends out a notice once it's done to the property owner and say, hey, you've been in the code compliance process long enough. I think you haven't paid your lien or you're still non-compliant, that you're eligible to be foreclosed on. That does get a large number of people to wake up and do some work with us. And we're very collaborative on it. Beyond that, we can't foreclose on properties that have been homesteaded. We don't go after foreclosure where lots of money is owed on property. And we don't normally recommend for foreclosure properties that do not serve a real need for the city if we ended up with them. Properties that are, hard to develop, aren't worth very much. And then before we proceed with an actual foreclosure, we do bring to the attention of the commission, and Mayor Retch has been very good at bringing to our attention ones that she would feel like are appropriate for foreclosure. And then we bring them to you, and then you say, yes, go after them. Because of the limited funds, we haven't brought a lot to you because the money hasn't been there. And that's one thing we want to talk about on the 21st is that if, how many foreclosures do you feel that you would like us to see pursuing each year? And then we can give you an idea of what that cost would be. And then maybe you can decide whether you want to dedicate some general fund money to this fund to help pay for those foreclosures.
So three things there. One, I think setting some sort of policy criteria of, okay, now that it's already here, it's not homesteaded, boom, you guys review it, right? So to get that in front of us. Not all of us are constantly looking at that. The mayor, I think, looks at it a lot more than us. But I think we would push a lot more through the process. The other thing is about properties that owe a lot of money to a lot of people, right? That happens all the time with homeowners associations. And guess what the homeowner associations always do, even if it's over $2,000? They file for foreclosure because that brings the world coming crashing down on that. And guess what the homeowners associations do? They get paid. And if we are a minor lien, let's say we're $10,000, that notice that we're about to do that actually gets those minor liens paid versus shying away from it. So I think there is a little bit of a strategy shift that we could take there to recruit more of those cases where we're behind the eight ball, we're low man on the totem pole in terms of that. A lot of times people will go ahead and pay off that to stave off the larger entities from having to come in and file suit. So
Okay, the.
And let's please
the
talk
thing-
about
let
that
me
on the
just- can I just
21st.
Respond to that really quick. It just, in order to get, I mean, in order to have a case ready to file, there's a lot of work, I mean, there's a lot of legal work. And I mean, you just don't file a notice of foreclosure. It has to be like ready to be supported. So I don't disagree with you, but and HOAs have lawyers on.
And we can get you an estimate of what that is. I think it's been running because we have to do like title search and some other things. It's running about $3,000 for property to file the foreclosure. And if you see our foreclosure account, it wouldn't take very many to wipe out 3,000. I mean, that money at $3,000 a
I
pop.
want to be as aggressive as we can, but I also think there are some nuances that we need to.
understood.
I'm gonna pull us back again. I hate to keep doing this, but it's one
It's now
twenty
120.
and we are
not
not
even
even, we are way behind. Stop going down the rabbit.
So
it's budgetary related, and we have a large budget, and well, maybe we can't.
so
Slide 77. We've kind of talked about all of this already. We did provide a mechanism for the CRA to assist us, but based on the expense, they turned back over to us. We had an automatic provision that turned over our foreclosure rights to the CRA on properties that were in the CRA. They asked us to change that back so we can, if they would like to pursue one, we can give it to them on a case-by-case basis, but they don't go all over there automatically. Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory what we try to do, because most of the code remediation activities are time sensitive and health safety related. So we do move forward as quickly as we can with those.
do you mean demolitions? On the last.
Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Cost recovery is it's delayed. If they don't pay, it goes on an assessment. We might not see it for 2 or 3 years. Foreclosure costs, as we mentioned, we've talked about some funding in the program. There are some opportunities with public-private partnerships, which we've tried twice. Because the state of Florida is a property rights state, private entities have not actively wanted our co-compliance cases after foreclosure cases after they really looked into it, because they aren't guaranteed of getting the property in the end. We had several entities work with us to look at that, and that kind of failed. But I still think we have some opportunity with a public-private approach. And again, the CRA can provide some assistance with foreclosures. Go ahead. And we can provide this for you. This information is in our stat sheet that we can do on performance measures for remediation. Keep going.
Okay,
there you
I
are.
think we've been asking quite a few questions all along. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Shut up.
Just no. For lunch.
We're going to take a break for lunch. We're an hour behind.
Fast. But don't get indicted.
What?
Are we ready to begin?
Madam Mayor,
Your guess is as good as mine.
it's 8:13 and we have reconvened. And just to let you know, I will be giving 10-minute reminders as we're running an hour behind.
Okay, we are now so far behind, and we need to, if there's something you can talk about staff on another day, that would be helpful.
So I'm the one who gets rushed.
No, what, we have nothing but time. We have nothing.
We're not gonna do CIP and Ps today. We can already scratch that, which we knew at 8:05.
What, COP?
9:05.
What,
I knew it at 8:05.
of what, the fees? Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. We are on page 80, slide 80, 81, no, 81, slide 81.
I'm going to start.
The Strait of
Yep.
Japan.
All right, for the record, Jamie Brown, Public Works Director. I'm going to go over Public Works divisions for general fund. Obviously, we also have two additional funds, which is the garage and solid waste. I've mentioned finance, but I at some point in time, I would like to officially change the name of garage to fleet, so we don't have that confusion going on. It is the fleet division. Okay, so rolling into this. So have to get the so for general fund, I won't go through a lot of the mission stuff on each one of these, but big achievements for the department citywide. We finally got our updated PCI information, which is huge for us. Populating it into a new platform that's Esri GIS based and everything. So this is a big step forward for us as far as being able to actually monitor and take care of our infrastructure and follow that along the process. Next week on the 14th, unless Valentina tells me differently, finally, the new fleet facility that's going to hit the road the 14th on the next Tuesday. That'll finally go out for bid.
The what fleet?
The new fleet facility, the garage.
Oh, the facility.
Yep, with the EOC and everything.
Should have a little.
Before going out to bid.
We should still have a little ceremony. Thank you.
Well, let's wait till the bids come in first and see what they look like.
Yeah, there's that.
And then obviously the cemetery fencing. Both of our historic cemeteries finally got fenced, and it's been nothing but a lot of positive comments for that. So go ahead and move to the next one. Emerging issues and opportunities. Obviously, we have these continuous expanding capital needs and a limited budget, as we're all aware of. And then our aging infrastructure, I did put in here, including facilities, because there we go. Often people just think of our roadways and then our underground utilities, but they don't realize that part of that infrastructure is our facilities, and we do have some very old facilities that we're struggling with a lot of updates and things that need to be done, and the financial implications that come along with that. And then obviously opportunities, grants. We utilize we've gotten grant money through the MPO, the Palm Beach County Metropolitan Planning Organization, for both their transportation alternatives program as well as their local initiatives. We just submitted for the Safe Streets for All grant, which is a federal grant, CDBG, which we do every single year, and then CPF, the community project funding through Frankel's office. So we're constantly looking for what's out there. I do appreciate when you guys come across things too and forward it our way. Like, hey, did you see this yet? Do you see this yet? So what we can actually apply for, that we actually have an opportunity to get, we definitely do that. And obviously, P3 and unsolicited proposals. We're open to view anything that comes our way. So that's always an opportunity as well. Next slide. So performance measures for Public Works Administration. Looking at our monthly purchase orders and invoices process, this helps us monitor our workload throughout the year. We have percentage of annual capital improvement projects completed on time and within budget. This will help us with project estimation accuracy, to make sure that we're actually estimating these things correctly, depending on how close they're coming in, and then managerial efficiency through our management of these projects to make sure that we're actually bringing these in on time and under budget. And then obviously our budget versus actual tracking across all of our divisions, and the same with safety estimates through all our divisions. Next slide. Streets. Our annual citywide CPI or PCI, our payment condition index. The answers that we provided to you from the first budget workshop, you'll see in there that our average citywide PCI is 69.4. Our goal is to be at an 80 citywide to an 80 PCI. So tracking where we currently are with that, breaking out, and you'll start seeing more charts and graphs and everything from me. But with this new software, the new platform we're using, all that information we're getting right now, it allows us to now put that into a much more easily digestible form. So it's not just spreadsheets for all of you guys, but you'll be able to actually see exactly where we're at and a visual representation of that. But we're able to break that down into excellent, good, like the different categories that the different roadways fall into. Yes, they do. Our field crews utilize Survey 123, which is an ArcGIS platform, an app on their phone. That's how they track pothole repairs and all that other stuff. So that's tracked as well. And then response times when we get emails in, and then through the main website and everything. So grounds, we have our starting to track our ratio of quarterly planning, tree planting, replacement versus removal. We do have issues that arise. I know we've talked about it a couple times, Commissioner, where we do have trees that are dead and are causing an issue, and they do have to be removed. But making sure that part of our budget now moving forward actually includes being able to replace anytime we have to remove a tree for an issue or something else, somewhere within that vicinity, replacing a tree with that as well. Monthly park restroom facility assessment. Depending on the park we're talking about and the restroom we're talking about, we've had issues and continue to have issues. So making sure we're tracking that from month to month. So we now have an ability to see exactly how much we're spending in a particular location on an annual basis. And it's kind of staggering when you start looking at some of these. Then if you look at that next bullet point, the tracking of damage.
Someone checks the bathrooms every day.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Mr.
yes.
Secretary's question.
Yes.
Back on streets.
Yes.
Page 67, we've got roughly $2 million, 2 point something in street maintenance. I know I ask it a lot. Is that enough to?
Okay.
67? Are you in this budget? Is it adequately funded for street maintenance? Or do we need more? Because I know sometimes you've thrown out the number 2.5 and so on.
The 3 million?
Yeah.
What are you looking? Quick answer, no.
Okay. So for maintenance, I'm not talking about recovering on the PCI yet.
So these don't have the actual account numbers. I look at like 3450 other contractual, and so I'm looking for numbers. So you basically have the other contractual within the streets budget. You also have our material account. When they have our CIP, so there are different funding sources, basically 4 different sources we pull for maintenance. The 3 million that falls under the CIP. This will be adequate just because this is pothole repair. This is sidewalk and curbing repair and things like that. This is adequate for that. But the big benefit is going to be when we look at the overall CIP and what we can actually budget for that, because then we're tackling the large sections of roadway we really need to be tackling. But just for the maintenance, this is a fine amount.
We're good on that. And so I guess, you gave us a rough outline, a rough plan, and thank you for doing that. I know it's hard to pull that together, not based on absolute figures and so on, but Jamie presented us to us a 10-year plan to getting back on track. Are we willing to start that?
Yes.
That plan was, I recollect from looking at that 10-year plan, it was about 6, sometimes a little bit more, 6 to 8 million a year to pull us up. And Jamie, I'm sure will correct me, to pull us up from where we are now at a pavement condition index of roughly 70, a little under 70, to pull it up to 80, which seems to be kind of an industry standard that's a nice place to be. And it also, I assume that standard is based on if you can get it to 80 and then maintain.
That's correct.
You're not backsliding. Right now, the answer to Commissioner Segrich's question, would 3 million, well, that's not going to pull us up. will that keep us from backsliding?
No.
Yeah, that's kind of what I
No,
thought.
we're at the 3 million for this year, and that's an increase from last year, obviously. So we did increase it. But it's basically we're currently at half of that would basically what we were looking for year one to start this 10-year process. We'd be looking at 6 million.
So I guess I'm asking my colleagues, are you guys willing to start that this year? I for one am.
Add to their.
Absolutely. That was a promise that we made.
Yeah. So I'm basically asking if you guys want to start Jamie's rough 10-year plan. I understand the numbers will get tweaked and be more formalized, but I'm looking at the general fund and we've got 16.5 in unassigned million in the balance above our reserve. I think we should be starting this.
And we have Stantec today, Fiona. It would be nice to kind of lay this out over the years to see what that actually looks like if we followed kind of the annual breakdown for that 10 years to see what that does overall. That might be pretty beneficial.
Yeah.
Because again, if we say we do 6 next year, but then the year after we drop back down and say, well, let's just do 2 this year, maybe we'll do 2.5, and then we kind of tail off of that. We don't really do anything overall as far as raising our overall citywide average as far as
You're looking to make it sustainable.
looking to get us where we need to be and keep it, because if we can get to that point and then we have an actual preservation program, which unfortunately we really don't have one right now, that's what saves you money in the long run. It's going to be painful up front, but when you get there, if you keep it there, it becomes a lot easier on your budget every single year moving forward.
And I think Charles said that that's a major priority.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, it's one of the biggest complaints that historically begets potholes in streets.
And I guess I'm generally, yes, in favor of it, but I'm quite concerned. That's 6 million, or I don't know where we're looking at, but I want to know where that's coming from and what we are not spending on to do that.
You're talking about reserves.
Well, I don't know where it's coming from, but and the other is I very much want to make sure that we are moving simultaneously on what I raised earlier, the stormwater pipes, because there's no point fixing the road if the pipe underneath is washing it out.
And I've mentioned it before,
And
but
you're very aware of that.
yeah, the big portion of this, as we're coming to the end of all the data and everything, is actually working with Vaughn and her team, because we need to look at their overall layout and make sure that as they have different CIPs and different things coming up, we're laying out. So while we would like to do worse first, just like we saw in the 4-year road bond program, sometimes you have to kind of put roads, and people will ask, well, my road's so much worse. Why did you do this one first? It's like, well, utilities had an actual water project going through there, and we didn't want to rip the roads up 2 years from now when they came back and did it. So we have to make sure that we're syncing all of our projects. So
there's multiple things that come into the scheduling of any individual road.
Correct. And people forget that it's an overall complete infrastructure program, not just a roadway program. Right. So.
Ms. Malega Ms. Malega doesn't have.
Go ahead. Yeah. I see no lights on.
Well, do we have consensus?
Do we have
we have
funding source identified? Oh, out of my discretionary funds. All right, I'll put in.
That's a young. Sorry.
Well, for fiscal year 27, the funding source for the, I guess, quote unquote, $3 million that we had estimated at the beginning, that was coming from the penny sales tax. Now, if that number goes to, 6-7 million, then general fund will have to subsidize.
Go into reserve.
Yes. I don't see where else we get those funds from.
Where else we can cut it, but that's got to come from someplace.
Yeah.
Right. I think there's a difference between the word reserve and fund balance.
Kind of like the same thing. So right now the general fund has an excess of 4 point something million, correct? If I'm not mistaken. So we'll have to the additional
reserve operating versus unassigned.
Correct. Yes. So we'll have to use whatever access we have, and then beyond that, and
Well, saying beyond this year, though, we'd have to figure out how to sustain this program.
it's going to be very difficult. I mean, especially with a property.
Well, make all the side streets toll roads.
The problem's only going to get worse. At
Absolutely.
There you
Yeah.
go.
So
It's just page 11 in here.
I guess I think I'm hearing that there's something balance reserve, something of around 4. It sounds like if we were to go for the full 6 right now, we've just wiped out everything. We got nothing left. Or did I hear wrong?
no,
Oh, you
we
said
could-
40 million in our reserves? Yeah, heard one.
no, we could probably we could afford the first year, like fiscal year 27. If we go to 7 million, we'll still be good. But going forward, if it's going to be an annual basis, then that's where the problem will be. Then
It
we'll
would
have
be
to figure
good
out.
have like at least a year, a hard push. I mean, people would appreciate that as well. I agree. It should be, that's why I
Right.
use the word sustainable to
We
have that, but
it will be a combination from penny sales tax
Yeah.
and general fund to come up with, to get to the 7 million.
how much is our fund balance, reserves, whatever you want to call it?
It's no, this doesn't have the fund balance. If you go to page
Ours is
page 11,
Yeah, where on it?
yes, page 11, the available unassigned fund balance is 9.5.
The unassigned fund balance.
Yes,
Wait, a minute,
that we the first row for the general fund. Page 11 on top.
yeah, unassigned fund balance.
Yes,
9
9.5. Yes, that's what we have in excess of the required 25%. Yes. So we could dip into it if needs be.
Projected at the end of 27, it's going to be closer to 13,
Correct. If we
depending on what we do. But
right, depends on how we perform.
It's not going to change for the next year.
Right. Correct. So I want to say maybe we could probably do 2 years and we'll still have excess, but then we'll have to start
Yeah,
identifying.
if we wait 2 years, we'll have no money. So I think we
Exactly.
start.
So
if we plan,
we have to start looking for new revenue sources to fund this.
And we might be able to go for a bond if people see that we've started to do this and we want to finish it, and we wouldn't have to go for as much of a bond if it was just 50% of the work versus.
It's only
Correct.
referendum
So-
doesn't pass and our rating doesn't go down.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of risk to it. So
The fund balance?
Well, I think we were
Okay,
able to
this-
get Stantec.
Okay,
Stantec will be presented, but also this will come back for the CIP
Right.
in the CIP.
But we have made, I mean, like you said, put your money where your mouth is. And we've said that this is a priority. So
Correct.
absolutely.
No disagreement. I mean, no disagreement. 4,000.
You didn't 4 cents.
Okay, let's keep going.
All right, on grounds. Okay, I'd mentioned the tree replacement versus removal. The restroom facilities, and I had mentioned also down there tracking the we have a lot of vandalism and stuff like that. One of the things that came to mind was the fence at Sunset that continually we were the fence really continually cut, put it back, just when people were using the fields and everything. So it's shockingly you run through a good amount of money repairing that over and over and over again. Yeah.
Are you finding with the one at the south end of Bryant Park, the restroom where you did quite a hardened version of restoration, that it's been pretty solid since and not much problem?
It's definitely gotten a lot better. And when you're not having to replace sinks, it's a lot better. So you'll still see vandalism and stuff like that, but as we're redoing these restrooms, we're doing them in a way that you can actually just basically pressure wash and hose the whole thing down and just make it a lot easier to maintain.
Rangers will help with that too, I
Yeah.
believe.
Mr.
So that's going to be a very interesting thing.
For the
Hopefully.
areas with frequent vandalism, like the fence example, did we get PBSO to put up a camera and catch people?
We do not have a camera up there, but that was one of the things that Mr. Perry was working on as well, as far as getting a couple of these in different locations that we can actually move around.
So if we need to allocate budget for cameras to prevent destruction of property in terms of our facilities and assets, I think we need to do that. So whatever that plan is, I think we need to execute on it.
We've talked about it, like cameras in Bryant Park. quite a few times.
Yeah. And I, I don't know if we're going to talk about this, there's some of the leisure stuff, but that was when we mentioned like the fields and like the hours of play. We'd gotten a lot of questions on how do we increase hours of play? Because it seemed, and that leads us back to like the turf conversation, but we'd be able to actually not have to even lock fences like that. And I know, but it's part of that overall conversation, but that's why, because they were trying to get on and use the field and everything. And we have to kind of monitor that and make sure that for the leagues that are actually paying, that when they come use the field, they're not completely rutted up and everything. So, cemetery, plot occupancy rate for both of our cemeteries. And that's basically what we currently have sold versus what's available. The clerk on one of her slides earlier had shown, how there's been a big uptick in sales this year and in just burial services and stuff. So, for some reason, this has just been one of those years. The overall quarterly, services provided, the actual quantity, and then based on a previous conversation in the other workshop was the cleaning and maintaining headstones. We'll be tracking that as well. And you'll see as one of the supplemental requests is an actual cemetery sexton position that we're looking to add and get approval on. So that would be a dedicated sexton for the cemetery. And that'd be one of their responsibilities, is making sure they had that actual maintenance program in place. And it'd be nice to just have that dedicated employee for that. And right now we basically use grounds employees to kind of overlap and do cemetery work as well. So,
Ms. Malega.
Thank you. My favorite subject. So on page 65, there's expenditures by division. And what I don't like is I don't see revenues offsetting that. So if we're gonna call out the cemetery for the expenditures, I would look through the entire general fund and I didn't see where it was itemized out. If anybody else can find it, please let me know. And I know that we created the sinking fund. I know that last year we used some of the funds from there to purchase some new heavy equipment, but I couldn't find. Oh, I just said that. So you have it under services.
What could you?
Okay, so it's under services for page 35. There is the actions. And then I see adopted and proposed. But obviously, if we were just told by Melissa that we're on track to go above what we did in actuals, why are we looking so low at 45,940 for incoming? So on page 35, it says cemetery fees, adopted 45,940, continued adoption in 2027. But Melissa just said that we're above the fees that we were on track for last year. And like I said, on page 65, it shows what we're expending.
She didn't say above the fee, she said above the number of burials, so.
Both. We're above the fees, yeah, we're on track for both. So that number, I think we should be, I mean, that's extremely conservative considering what she's saying that we're already at in new sales of plots. Again, just for an overall real financial picture, right? You see what I'm saying, James?
yeah, I see what you're saying. Let's look at that because keep in mind, so the clerk, the intake in the clerk's office. So you have the administrative side of things, and then you have the different fees for obviously the actual burial services themselves, which are separate from that number.
Right. So that's what I want to know. Like,
Okay.
is this the actual plots? Is what we're bringing in, or is this the total for the opening and closing of the graves? I mean, there's other fees associated with besides just purchasing the plot.
Correct.
And that we always want to make sure that we're at least recouping our cost of staff time on those items. So I just would like to see a little more clarity on that line item. And then just food for thought, not that I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole.
Thank you.
But we do have some space reserved at Pinecrest that Director Brown has often talked about possibly doing a mausoleum to be able to magnitude that plot that we have. And now that we have a triple P policy, I think that it's a great opportunity for the city to think in advance of bringing in a public-private partnership to do that mausoleum. Because years ago we were at like 1.25 million, and I'm sure it's probably close to 2 million now to do that. But it would be able to allow us to offer additional services. And again, solidify some more of that income for the cemetery going forward.
I just looked at that revenue item. We are currently at 148. So we could year to date. So we could bump it up to 120 or maybe 150.
I think we should, because especially if we're going to be increasing the fees like we just talked about.
Okay.
For a real number. And then is that fee include the opening and closing, or is that just the plot sales?
We'll have to talk to the departments just to get to the bottom of it.
Recouping that cost of our staff time.
All right.
Thank you.
And that will be updated. That number will be updated for budget workshop number 3.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, just to let you know, this is your 10-minute warning.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I would support exploring the mausoleum.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
So maybe that comes back as an ITM.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make sure that I bring that up on the next agenda.
I can definitely dust that off because I put together a whole,
That a lot.
I put together a whole mausoleum. We had a layout. We had the exact number of niches, and I gave 3 different size options, which obviously, depending on the vault, the double vault, single, double, niche, there is an actual storage area for the actual lift
Jimmy,
that utilized to get the.
You know, try to work on bringing that before the.
I have a whole mausoleum folder. It's just been sitting there waiting to be opened.
It's sad when it kind of went away a couple of years ago, but
Yeah.
well, we didn't have that, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things that we're running out of, obviously space like anything else. You run out of actual space, got to go up. So, okay.
Damn.
Keep rolling here. Custodial. So, I'll disregard the first one. This is a little different since we have this in-house now. It's our first full year with this in-house, so I'll disregard the first one. It's been, very, very good compared to using the outsourced, and it's been pretty amazing. Facility service along with the actual cleaning schedule. So this is just kind of a monitoring our workload and just making sure that we're tracking correctly, because we do have some working on weekends as well. And then our staffing ratio, basically how many custodians we have based on our total square footage and the different buildings they're working in. Move on to facilities. So we have an overall spreadsheet for all of our city facilities, which basically breaks it out by year it was built, square footage. It's got like all this information on. I've been modifying that so we can actually do a facility condition index now. So each building will have a score. We'll break out the basically a grade for each building: exterior, interior, MEP, mechanical engineering, plumbing, ADA, all of that as well. And that will coincide with the point system, because I've kind of looked at how some of the other documents have been put together. That one we can do in-house. That's not something we need to bring someone in for. So actually putting that together, so we'll have an actual facility condition as each one of our facilities. As those get upgraded and everything, we can update all that information.
Excuse me, but I have a question too. In terms of, I know there's a more cooperation between the CRA and the city about pressure cleaning downtown.
Yes.
How often a year does it get done?
Quarterly.
It seems.
And it used to be twice a year. Then we went to every quarterly, or we went to every 4 months, and now we're doing quarterly, and CRA is picking up one of those.
Oh, I mean, CRA.
Yep. And we do 3.
We do 3. And we do it before or after the street painting test?
So it's broken out now is we do it right before, I think it's beginning of November. It's basically right before the holidays,
Right.
For the parade and everything. We do it right before street painting. We have one. So I know there's
We're gonna
one.
do it after street painting, and after street painting, it is funky.
Yeah.
So if we could, I know to
Yeah.
make it nice, but then they all walk on, and drop their ice cream. I mean, I would like to see if we could possibly just do one more a year. I don't know how much it costs. I think 20,000.
It's about, it's like 11, 12, like per.
It makes a difference. You know, we talk about
Yep.
upkeeping our image, and I just think that would be something if we could possibly squeeze another one in. Because it's, from February then
Yep.
until whenever.
And we did I know CRA paid a little bit more this time because they wanted to do all the scraping for like gum, all that other stuff, all the stickers and stuff, and on all the signage.
It's
So,
our front door.
yeah.
Mr. Zegers? So we're gonna add one more.
Thank you. What does it roughly cost for us to do the pressure washing?
It's between 11 and 12 per. Yep.
And
that's street plus sidewalk.
Correct.
So
No, not street, not street.
This side.
Because DOT still owns the actual roadways itself. So this is just basically what we're required to maintain, which is all of the sidewalks downtown.
So one thing we might want to consider is adding that to the cost of street painting festival, that extra thing, because it makes it a part of the festival. And the reason why I say that is, what came back with one of our answers about tourist development tax. They weren't willing necessarily to pay for lifeguards, but they did express interest in being involved in our events. We don't receive any TDT money so far. Street painting is a humongous festival. This year, we absolutely should get funds. I mean, they have no excuse really. It's probably the largest festival in Palm Beach County. I mean, by attendance.
Right.
Yeah. So if we could lean on them, the more honest costs we put in it, the greater the funding opportunity.
Are you typing?
But then if we have any other large festivals, we might want to consider adding that as a potential cost. Yeah.
That'd be great. I mean, to do it right after, that'd be great.
And nothing really.
I mean, I was thinking about the 4th of July. On the 5th of July, I woke up thinking about all the people that had to clean up the park. That was literally my first thought. And it must have been, in the heat and the hot, and that's, just thank you. I meant to thank people.
Is that not built into our either overtime or we were paying them?
Well, still, it sucks to do it.
Right.
It's part of it. Anytime we do large events like that, it's just. And then the ratio of our oh, I'm sorry.
I do have a quick question. So if we're gonna tie that into the street painting festival, just real quick, not a rabbit hole, can we find out what it would cost to do the alleyways too? Because the alleyways, because the sidewalks are packed, and a lot of times with the bars and restaurants, you can't even walk on the sidewalk, and a lot of people do use the alleys during street painting festival to get around downtown. And even if we just did one major pressure washing of the alleyway before street painting festival, I think it would be a huge added beautification to our downtown.
Okay, yeah, we'll get their price and we'll get with leisure.
I think it's
Okay.
Both alleys?
both sides of the street.
Preventative maintenance versus our reactive emergency repairs, like which we have more than we would prefer on a lot of our older facilities. And then what you'll see in the supplemental as well as the facilities master plan, which is one of the things we've talked about. So it's just we're getting to the point now where a lot of the things in our buildings are starting to fail, and unfortunately, casino is a perfect example of that, where it's just that salt water of the environment, it's eating everything up, and we're at the point now where we're going to have to start doing a lot of repair and upkeep on that building up there. And one you're going to be seeing sooner than I prefer is both elevators up there. What we spent not too long ago, that basically got them back to operational, but there is real work that needs to take place to get those to the point where they need to be.
I see the lights on. Whose responsibility is it? Because I know the northern elevator area is like where Ocean Walk takes out and when the other elevator was out, we used that elevator. It was nasty. The sidewalk, in the inside of,
Oh, like in the corridor in front of the elevator? Okay.
Mr. Saber?
So one of the facilities maintenance kind of issues that comes up a fair deal is the roofs of our buildings. Roofs. So like at 1900, there's trees growing out of the roof that are visible from the street. Not asking for the answer now, but how does it get that far without someone noticing and actually taking care of it? The roofs of all the pergolas and stuff in the parks are bad, and once the roof goes, as we know with the annex, the rest of the building is gonna follow, right, and become a real expensive problem. So, do we have adequate in our facilities maintenance to have a standard roof maintenance or periodic roof maintenance and inspection for our various buildings? Because that I think is important, because an ounce of prevention there goes a long way.
Yeah, and I know we've done multiple repairs, like the one right there across from the boat ramp, and we're consistently doing roof repair. I believe Knopf and Mina, Knopf, I know we've got a couple of our roofs done and done assessments on some of them. I'll get a list for you guys. But we have done assessments on some of our roofs. We use different contractors for that.
Not an outside consultant assessment, but somebody either get raised up in a bucket truck and take a look and see if we have plants growing.
Yeah.
Might be a good first step. And then I identify, okay, now maybe we have to get this one assessed because those are avoidable, but they get bad real fast.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay. Supplemental requests. Oh, you went to,
Page 9 of 24. Right.
10.
8,
Oh, you guys don't have the slides for it?
7, 6.
Oh, it's not part of the slides.
Kept in the book.
Oh, well,
Page 6 of 24. You start
yeah, I don't have my notes on this one.
6 through 14, 6 through 15.
Madam Mayor, just to let you know, that's the 30 minutes.
We're, I don't know what to say.
Okay, just these two.
We'll keep it at some point.
Okay.
Keep reminding us and we'll try to keep going.
All right, so the first one, we've got the residential collection, the where we at? Yeah, the 5081 for residential. This is just an increase based on our 3-year outlook.
Laptop. Supplemental.
Sorry. Give me the wrong page.
Look bad. What are you doing, Jan?
Sorry.
Big seats.
Okay, so this is just a laptop for our budget manager. Because we're doing a lot more work now remotely as well. So that's we get our pricing, yeah. And it's not just
So it's not just a walking laptop. It's a
so it includes monitors, includes everything.
computer system. Sound like.
It's a computer system.
Thank you.
So you dock it when you're here at the office, you take it home with you.
It's
You take
big,
it home.
and then it's just like,
My question is not about the supplemental, so if you want to finish those, I'll ask it after.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions on supplementals?
Not that.
Okay.
All of them are just for time.
Well, I was just going to ask on this one in particular.
Yep.
So we're purchasing a whole docking station and so on for here or for the person at home.
No, they're here.
So what do they have existing now?
PC,
Just a regular computer?
American computer.
Okay.
One of the things IT has been doing, and I don't know if Nellie's here or not, but as we're upgrading and moving from the PCs, going with the laptops with just monitors, so you can just dock it and take it with you. So you don't have, in the past, everyone had like a laptop and a PC.
So
Which
this
is
the
not-
cost for a laptop and a docking station, or are we buying new monitors to replace the existing?
I believe this is just the laptop and docking, because she already has the monitors and stuff right now. So
So Nelly can speak a little bit more about that. We have IT has a replacement equipment plan. So I think every 5 years they replace the equipment. This particular set is the laptop, and it contains with 2 monitors. One of the monitors is a docking station as well. So it's all connections basically come as a package. We utilize the GSA agreements for purchasing of those. So we access the best pricing that is available.
So it could come in cheaper.
The best worst pricing.
Yes, I know it is the
No, that's
best.
fine. That
yeah.
that answers the question.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes to that one for me.
Miss May,
Yes.
Miss May.
No, I'm waiting. I
You
know.
gotta say yes or no.
Yes to all of this, except for I do have a question about the cemetery. Well, I have a question about adding the position for the cemetery worker. I don't have a problem with that, but I know when we talked last time, we talked about adding another driver and truck to go around and do. Instead of switching all of the zones and all of the everything, we talked about having another person pretty much every day, and their only job is to pick up dumping. And I don't see that there.
So, in order to do that, what you're requesting, we're looking at 3 additional staff, equipment operator 3s with a midpoint salary range of 69. And that's exclusive of benefits and everything, which I believe they're still using around 38 or 39% for benefits. But average cost is 69 for 3 additional EO3s, 2 dump trucks.
Bless you.
Bless you. 2 dump trucks. The one we purchased for FY26 was 216. So basically 432 for those. 1 top loader, 1 rear steer. So that's what we need. Basically 1.1 capital outlay minus the benefits. And that would give us the ability to then do exactly that, where you'd have a dedicated crew that only concentrated on doing collection.
And all of those collections that they would be doing are fee-based, so
Correct.
it would be, I mean, not in a year, but it would reimburse itself at some point.
Yeah, again, I think it's a great idea to have just a dedicated staff to just deal with illegal dumping and stuff like that. But that's what that would require to set that up properly.
$1 million
Yep, like 1.1. An initial.
initial cost.
And then your recurring would just be the three equipment operator, 3 positions
Right.
after the
Which
equipment
is
is
about
actually
100
purchased.
So 300 grand. Anyone that wanna jump in on this?
Yes.
Well, I wanted to go through the supplements first before we went down the next conversation.
Okay, then we'll put that on hold.
Keep us.
Put it in there.
Thank you. Put a pin in it. Next. Sorry, I don't mean to do that question, but. There you go.
So.
Page 7.
Page 7, yes, 3,000. I'm not quite sure what it's for, but it looked good.
Overtime, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
10,000 on page 8 for, I
Tipping fees for the street sweeper,
think we kind of have to do
streets
that.
team. Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Second, we just raised the whole garbage fee in order to cover this. Why doesn't that?
Well, keep in mind, this is coming out of streets. So we also have tipping fees for our,
I'm sorry, I went back to what I was.
yeah, our street sweeper.
Okay,
So,
remind me in my, that I want to talk about that.
so separating those out now at the northwest corner of Pinecrest, we have our, basically an enclosure now where that's where our sweeper trucks go and empty and then they get collected. So separating that out so these tipping fees don't get messed up with refuse. Yep.
So yes,
Yes.
page 9.
Yes.
And that just falls in line with our 3-year average.
Yes.
Yes.
um,
Yes on oil. Page 10, yes.
Page 10, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And. Okay, so page 11 is yes.
Yes.
Basic.
Now it gets a little big.
And real quick, just so you, we kind of went past page 10 real quick, but just so you guys all know, we do on a daily basis from Prairie Energy get our municipal fuel costs every single morning. So we know exactly what we're putting in our tanks. And we have the 2 10,000-gallon tanks, 1 unleaded and 1 diesel, and those get refilled like twice a month. So we do stay on top of that. Definitely not Costco present.
Which one are we on? For page
$9,000. I'm sorry.
Where we at?
$9,000 to pay a cemetery sexton to wash.
No.
They're assisting families and providing services.
Because right now we don't have anyone who does that.
Yep.
Basically you pay the clerk's office and then one of our grounds person shows up at the cemetery burial.
Yeah.
And then it could be the person who was just at a park cleaning up a park that gets, so he's trying to elevate the level of service by having one point person for the family to facilitate the conversations with the funeral homes.
It says
with the vault
maintaining
being
cemetery
delivered.
grounds. Isn't that already covered?
Well, we're currently utilizing basically grounds employees to do a lot of this, but we would really want a dedicated position to that cemetery, and they would be the ones, the point person dealing with a lot of families and everything. But when they're not doing that, they also fall under the maintenance category too, and basically maintaining the cemetery. And that's where
Off the record that we had a debacle a few years ago that we were able to oversee
Mm.
because we did not have one point person at the cemetery that could have turned very bad. And I'll tell you off
That's
record.
right. When I was city attorney, I got a phone call. They buried somebody in the wrong place. We had to move them.
we
We
That
avoided,
was years ago.
but we avoided. So I think it makes sense for us to have one point of contact to avoid catastrophes for family. So I support it.
and also to deal with a lot of the funeral homes we've got. Yeah, it's
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Segrich?
So considering the clerk's office handles the sale or, you know, plot intake and questions like that, would this position then alleviate that responsibility?
no, because they're going to be full-time working in the cemeteries. And this is the clerk basically is the admin side of things. They do the intake, they collect the payment and all that. And then the family then transfers down to the cemeteries where we take them around. They pick out the plot and all that other stuff. And that's when they do all the paperwork downstairs, basically.
But to me, it seems like this person is they're not a groundskeeper, right? They're fairly administrative in that they're coordinating everything and
It's going to be a mix, but a good portion of it is going to be the actual maintenance of those cemeteries and making sure that we have the right maintenance program in place. And like when you guys were talking about cleaning the headstones and all that, making sure that's laid out properly. So we're getting that done systematically.
People didn't show to put the person in the ground, and then we couldn't finish the funeral because that third party
You
never
need a
showed.
body.
And it was, we've had some issues that we've avoided.
Which is why you saw in the fee schedule us addressing a certain time frame when the actual funeral home doesn't hold up their end and actually charging for
Yeah, no, I
our
think
time.
I think this is a very important position, but I
Yeah.
also think that if we are starting to do a dedicated position for the cemetery, I don't think the clerk's office is the right spot to have cemetery responsibilities. I think we can move a good portion of over here. The clerk can play backup, and we see how it goes. Because I mean, I don't know how complex it is to purchase a plot. I understand we have a standardized contract, but you're going to be talking either to a clerk who's not in the day-to-day, of the cemetery, or to the individual who might walk you around, show you the grounds, talk about maintenance, do all of that stuff. Me as a consumer and a resident or someone or a family member, I'd much rather talk to this person than to the clerk about that.
That's why we're creating.
No. But what I'm saying
I think
is,
we don't take payments at the cemeteries. There's no processing there of a payment process. There's no computer system like.
yeah, but just in terms of operational efficiency, I think there's cost savings to be yielded by concentrating, put all the cemetery stuff in the cemetery. And so if we don't take payment processing there, they can send over a form to the clerk's office, or they take processing. It's not.
Is there a way of, if you guys approve of moving forward with the position, taking this first year to kind of to lay all this out and kind of get like the gravestone, the actual cleaning program in place and all this other stuff, and then see once we kind of are moving forward with it, if we can then start integrating that?
Well, 100%. Yeah. No, but when I heard that,
I understand what you're saying.
In this person, if they had any free time, we're going to be going around and doing stuff. I'd much rather them do the more admin stuff and this be a managerial role where they're directing grounds, they're directing, everything and interfacing with the people, because then we could take that out of the clerk's review, and I think that would yield some savings.
It's just gonna
and I do agree with take the first year, see how it works. It's new and we'll know.
Yeah, they're realistic. There shouldn't be much free time at all, because keep in mind we have a lot of sugar sand, so we spend a lot of time actually lifting and resetting a lot of these. In addition to, we're now going to be cleaning them as well. There's a lot of work in these cemeteries. The physical,
is this person doing the physical work?
They're going to be part of
what I'm
the
saying,
maintenance
what I'm
portion.
saying is I would rather them not be part of the physical work. Have them be the manager.
I think it's really good that the clerk has it, because number one, it's a fee simple. I mean, when you buy that plot, you're buying a piece of property. And the clerk's function, that has to be reported. I mean, that's more of a clerk's function. Hi, give me your money. Here's what it is. Here's the contract. Go call Bob. He's the cemetery guy. And then Bob talks to you with the funeral home and makes the arrangement. I don't see any problem.
I would agree.
People
And
should
the
just
question
trust
I would
Jamie.
have-
Yeah. I don't know why you have to second guess this.
But the question I would have, is it realistic? If you want, I hear a need to have somebody, as Commissioner Malega, who's kind of this is a difficult point in families' lives,
Yeah.
who's, undertaker-ish kind of person who's interacting. Is it realistic that somebody who has all the things you need to do that is next day out there scrubbing a headstone with a toothbrush or tipping it sideways, whatever?
More than likely, you're looking at two positions, but again, it'd be nice if we could, at least if we're going to move forward with this for the first year, try and get this kind of set up and then see if there's a way to kind of mesh that and then
I
take
think
it
what
over.
do is have two uniforms or two, so when they're digging and stuff, they look like a person that's digging, and when they're talking to a sad family,
They don't look like a person that's
they don't look like a person that's digging, right? That's all I have.
Consenting.
All right, yes, I think, go ahead with this.
I understand exactly where you're coming from, though.
Yeah.
But it sounds challenging. All right, so we're a yes on.
I said yes.
I guess.
13 is the actual maintenance you guys talked about last time, the headstones.
Yes, and thank you to Commissioner Segrich, who has offered to offset some of the costs of the property agent that we need to clean the headstones. So thank you, Commissioner Segrich.
Property agent?
Yeah, it's called the D2 agent to take all the hard
Oh,
water.
the actual.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
absolutely.
won't kill the grass.
It's not going to.
Good.
Page 14.
We're in on page 13.
Yes.
And what are we doing on 14?
Replacing the nasty cushions that everyone's sitting on, consenting.
Yes.
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 please.
Yay, these?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay. We cover them.
Watch the clothes when you go.
Not nasty, just slightly used. Slightly used.
Yes, consenting.
Okay.
All right.
We're all set with that.
Yes. Number 15,
Four.
gas and lube. Yes, important. That's it.
So-
That's it. That's leisure.
Oh, that's somebody else. Okay.
Moving on.
Keep that.
No, moving back to my pin.
Did we get to us? Yeah.
Mhm.
Got more
Because
slides?
the
in
pin
here,
is
or do you
through
guys
the-
are doing slides anymore?
So when we increase,
Yeah.
wait, Jamie, don't go anywhere yet.
I'm not-
When we,
I got refuse.
when we increase the non-ad valorem price for refuse, we increased it by what, $20 a unit?
It was 10%, so it was
27.
27. Okay, so about 27 per unit or whatever they call them. So what would that get us a year, roughly? Yeah, I just don't know how many units there are. I mean, I know we're gonna multiply.
That would get us around 4 million,
Okay, so that's
not additional.
total. Total. So how many units, but it's not additional. So it was $27. I want to know how much additional it'll get us.
Additional would be roughly about. No, compare last year. Yeah,
The increase of the fee.
about 600,000.
About
total.
6,000 additional?
Yes.
Okay, so that would give you a pretty good start on buying your dumpsters and hiring your guy and doing what you need to do. Because when we increased the fee, we said we're going to increase the service. And
Correct.
that would do so. So I would like consensus that we go ahead and add this position and get the equipment and do what we need to do. Because we've increased the fee already. So we'd have to supplement 400,000.
Consenting.
Adding, so we are not changing any of the zones, any of the days, any of the pickups. We're adding an extra 3 positions, a dump truck, a lifter upper, and what else?
also lifter upper.
You can buy it with 1.1, he said.
Yeah, so what we need to do is for our supplemental, we need to make sure we're adding enough to purchase that equipment, and keep in mind with lead times and everything on heavy equipment now, we're gonna have to do something in the meantime because we're not gonna see that.
I get that. So,
Probably
you
is.
know, and maybe it's going to spill over, but I really think that we said we're going to increase service and we should do so.
Mr. Segridge.
Just to clarify, is this to add what a pickup every week or?
No, this is the person's job is to go around and pick up the dumping.
So the person who's. picking
So
up
like if I'm
illegal
illegal
things.
guy and I'm driving around in my truck and I'm going by 1515 North Federal and there's an entire apartment there. I call up and I say 1515 and then they get the guy and they go over and they get it. They take the pictures, they have to be able to do all of that.
To be able to recoup those costs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And so we're going to be able to recoup on the tipping costs, on the fines, and through the increase in the service.
Because we charge.
This will pay for itself in its first year.
Yeah, and then we'll look at, obviously, when Stantec comes on, what needs to happen after. We'll see how the first year goes and what we need to do.
Well, at that point, as you said, we
Yeah.
will have all of the
Correct.
So
equipment at least.
one alternative to consider with this is, since this is somebody, I'm assuming, who's driving around every day looking for this stuff, and
It's being dispatched. They're not just randomly driving.
so our current
Okay.
currently it's not getting reported. So what makes you think it's going to get reported? So they're going to be sitting around. So the person would have to be mobile.
Okay, they could drive around and patrol.
So
Hold on, we
my-
have an expert coming.
Hi, it's Melissa. Usually that position would then be patrolling. He would have the ticket with him. So he could place the ticket as he's picking up. So he could do it as a
So
twofold and not just in one area since it's, he would be able
I
to.
mean, you could pretty much do the city in a day, right? Couldn't you?
If that's your job.
That's
for
your
that day.
only job.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
It's
all you
hard
do.
where you have coverage and they're, but if we had a dedicated
So we have 3 dudes we're dedicating,
3 dudes,
3 or 4 women, but I'm told we don't have any women at this moment.
not at the moment.
Right.
Or street sweeper.
I mean,
Well, and garbage. Right.
the street sweeper. is the one.
We do have them. Yeah.
Trish. Yeah, so to these positions, you're gonna have basically one person who's
Like a little
teching and driving a vehicle. You would also have a dump truck. You would have either the TL, which is the top load, or the grapple that would be loading it. So it's not 3 people driving around teching.
No, I
No.
understand that.
Just
It's a
making sure.
team.
It's a team, correct?
Yes. Yes.
It's
I completely understand that.
So just so everyone's clear, what we're gonna have to do for a supplemental is you're gonna see 3 additional staff in the way of equipment operator 3s in the solid waste and division, 2 dump trucks, which are gonna be about $220 a piece. That we're gonna allocate for those. 1 TL, which is a top loader, which is gonna be between $270 and $300, and then 1 rear steer, which is around $250.
Why do we need 2 dump trucks?
So if you've got a top load, the TL, that's one person operating. Arm comes out, picks up, drops right on the top. That's
Right.
a one person operation. So there are going to be piles and stuff we collect where you don't need to have multiple people out there.
Right.
So those are the easy ones where you got one person pick it up and go. Versus having to actually grapple everything up and then put it into a truck that's following behind it.
So my question is, why do we have to have 2 dump trucks?
If we want to have these running simultaneously,
You need a dump truck to match each of those trucks?
Because exactly.
yeah, they're waiting for the dump truck to get back.
To the thing that goes to the thing. Right.
Typically, you do it's kind of like a round robin. So as you're moving through your route, one dump truck gets filled up, it heads down to the transfer station, which sometimes there are a lot of times on long lines. That other person's sitting there doing nothing until that truck comes back again. So you really want to have someone to backfill when that one gets full. Hopefully, that other truck is back by that point. So you keep moving through your route, and you don't run out of daylight.
Got it.
And it's so funny, and I see your lights on, but it's so funny because people, how come they, there's generally speaking, when somebody asks me, why is the city doing this? Generally speaking, there's usually a pretty good answer. And that was exactly an example.
But I mean, someone else is going to ask the question, so we might as well understand it.
It's usually was Mr. Secretary or Ms. Liga.
to an alternative would be to outsource it. Considering, well, don't shake your head yet. It's a fairly self-correcting problem. As these guys start going around, people will learn really quick. And it's almost a self-eliminating position. It never will go away completely. So we're looking at putting $1 million of infrastructure or capital assets plus personnel in place in something that should dwindle down to the point where that does not become a full-time. Now, I do see that if we have that extra staff and they're doing that, then maybe one day they could facilitate an extra bulk day, right? And so on. So I do see the wisdom in bringing it on and keeping with our own model. I also look at it and say, okay, maybe we could look at outsourcing it for 1 year and see how that works, because it's a fine associated with each pickup. And what drew me to this was every bulk day, my bulk does not even make it into the truck. It is gone before the morning. They come, they take all the metal, they and it's, pennies on the dollar and they're going after it. There are companies that will come out and will do this. And I think we should look at it because there's $300 per pickup. Even if we gave them $150 out of that pickup, I almost guarantee we could find a company to go around and do that. And they use their equipment. They're incentivized to do it. I think we need to at least consider that approach prior to doing the $1 million investment.
Well, I think you're optimistic about the level of compliance you'll get after a year. I don't know,
But even without, it's either you spend $1 million
whether like
now or
But Ms. May said, I mean, if by some miracle people decide that they don't have to dump their stuff on the sidewalks of Lake Worth,
but if
the bulk pickup, we would have that.
so your argument that this is going to self-fund via the fines makes the argument for outsourcing.
But just one quick thing.
We also increased.
Yeah, we do have a hauler agreement. We have a franchise fee, and our hauler is Waste Management. Now that is for the roll-offs and everything. We would I'd have to go to Valentine and see what that actual contract says. But as of right now, the reason that we have to kick people out of the city when people call and say, "Hey, can you come get this pile for me?" or "Can you come service a roll-off?" or "Can I get a roll-off container from you?" because it's cheaper than going through Waste Management. They can't because of our exclusive agreement. Our
That's
franchise.
about roll-off. So you're telling me that we signed an agreement that prevents us from having haul-off services?
And it's
besides
all
our own?
Yeah, I think it's hauling. We'd have to look at the actual contract, but the vehicle, the actual vehicle they utilize is obviously it's a roll-off.
Why would it be a roll-off?
What's that?
They can come pick up bulk with a picture truck.
That's what I'm saying. We need to look at the actual language in the contract, in that actual exclusive
Yeah,
contract.
all I'm saying, it's worth investigating before we
Ended
do.
up with 2 extra dump
Did they
trucks and
not
2 of these
interrupt?
things, we would end up being able to use them anyway because they're gonna. Okay. Anyway, we're down the rabbit hole. I apologize. I think
It's not really going down the rabbit hole. It is a budgetary thing. I think before we invest $1 million of hard costs, we need to at least understand, can we do it via a basically no dollar out approach and still achieve the same thing?
We can investigate it, but
Yeah, again, I just need to make sure that the language we have in that contract with Waste Management would allow that to even happen.
Before we jump and say, hey, let's spend $1 million.
budget where you can come back and let us know, which is.
Ms. Malega has the floor.
Thank you. I'm all about level of service. And then this is my opinion. If it's the city of Lake Worth Beach that has our own garbage, our own public works, our trucks, and our residents are used to seeing that. We saw the debacle that happened up north when a contractual company stopped picking up garbage.
Yep.
And it led to a real issue because they didn't have a sense of pride because it wasn't the city, it was a contract. So in my opinion, I would rather employ people. We have storms that happen.
Yep.
We never run out of garbage in the city, unfortunately. We've already agreed to raising our residents' fees. To me, I would rather have a tangible at the end of the day, which I don't love spending that kind of money on metal, but something that will last us. What is the lifespan of one of these trucks, Jamie? 10 years?
It's usually like 6 to 8, depending on which kind of vehicle we're talking
Capitalize the
about.
cost,
But yeah,
in the words of Ed.
I would rather have a tangible and have a representative wearing the City of Lake Worth Beach shirt and a truck, because they're the ones, our residents are paying that bill, than hiring an outsourcing it. Because years ago we talked about this and I've watched stories of other cities and things that they've gone through. And it's much easier for Jamie to pick up the phone when he gets a phone call from us to address his staff than Jamie to have to get a hold of the person who's got the contract, who's going to make a phone call, who's going to have to talk to his employee, and that there's no control.
It's kind of like our maintenance,
Correct. And that's why we brought in the janitorial services because we weren't happy with them. We've tried to outsource stuff before. And I understand where you're coming from in the dollar figure, but these are tangible capital items that we're going to have for 6 to 8 years.
yeah, and I'm not sure what city you're referring. Unfortunately, Lucy, but there's
I wasn't getting it out.
Mr. McBoy's light is on.
My light is fading, but it is on. Well, it seems to still be fading. Has that battery contract come through yet? I have a bit of a concern. If we're saying that this is going to self-finance, I'm thinking in my head, that means we are going after our residents for $1 million of fines. And I'm wondering, okay, the positive is maybe they'll comply more. The negative is you've just pissed off a lot of residents for a lot of fines. And I get residents calling me, hey, I put my stuff out and I got fined. Can you straighten it out? And it's extra time for the city manager and whatnot.
I kind of, in general, I hate outsourcing. I much prefer that we do it internally. But I think Commissioner Segrich's argument that you really, if this is really working, this is a work yourself out of a job kind of thing. And $1 million, I assume all of my colleagues are okay to take that out of the money that we were going to put into the roads and move the $1 million into this. But you didn't raise that. That's what the 30 odd dollars that we raised. How much does that raise?
Yeah. That was the 600,000 number that Yana gave you.
So 600 in my book is still smaller than $1.1 million.
Yes, but you're gonna have those trucks year after year after year, and you're gonna have it raised 600,000 each year, you're gonna have it.
I don't know. I think the idea of, if it's possible, obviously the contract constraints.
Well, like I said, like what we can do before budget workshop 3, we'll get the information. I'll get the procurement. We'll make sure that that's something we can even do just to make sure contractually it's something
To
that's
me, it would be
possible.
wiser to do that for a year, see if it, measure it every month or something, see if stuff goes down. And if it looks like a nice steady trend down, then maybe it's not worth that big a capital investment. That's my,
Okay, I'm
to me,
not
that
for
makes
it.
some sense.
And I have more complaints about trash in the streets than I do about.
Believe me,
people.
my wife complains.
Well, see, than I do about I got fined and I shouldn't have gotten fined. I think we're talking about pressure cleaning the sidewalks more. I mean, I think this is a real quality of life issue for our residents. And I like
Okay.
keeping it with Mr. Segretti and Ms. Miller.
Okay, so it sounds like no one likes the outsourcing idea. Fine with that. If we're making this investment, and we have a dedicated team. Would it be possible for that dedicated team to pick up an extra pickup every week in each zone for bulk? Meaning they spend 4 days just picking up bulk, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, and then, but they're fining people. They're picking up things and they're fining people.
Yeah.
To Commissioner McVoy's point, instead of having it fine people, because we already, to your guys' think, we've already raised the money paying for, as a resident, I don't want to pay you more to fine me more.
Then don't
right?
put your stuff out on the street.
Yeah.
Mayor, that's terribly insensitive. Just, okay, so.
And
would we
really get those fines?
Mr. McVoy, please. Sorry. With that team, right? Could that team handle an extra, be the bulk pickup every week, meaning offer bulk pickup every week?
If we approve the position, we can, I think, certainly work out the
You
details.
just said you're gonna bring us something back at workshop.
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, let me come
So
back
I'm
on
consider
workshop
that an
3.
option because
Okay.
Mr. McVoy brings up a very good point. Why are we increasing people's fees and then using that money to fine them when they make a mistake? That doesn't
I agree with you.
go
That
over
doesn't
well.
make sense, but
Mm.
let's look at the numbers and come back.
Okay, I'll bring it back for
I
workshop
agree.
3.
I see what you're saying now.
Madam Mayor, therefore,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
not
just looking at
consensus
the, I'm
on
looking at the
this.
schedule. Oh, look at that. I'm
Madam
looking at
Mayor,
the schedule. Thank you. Did you have to do that?
Yeah. You're in big
Um,
trouble now.
Okay, we are supposed, at 1:45, we were supposed to be done with the refuse fund.
I'll push this through real quick.
What?
We're on the garage fund. We kind of jumped over
No,
garage.
that's
and
what
went
I'm
into
just saying.
refuse.
You're supposed to be done at 1:45 and it's 3:20.
These are
Not your
pretty.
fault.
So for fleet fund or garage fund, achievements, we obviously got GPS tracking on all the vehicles this year.
What are the, I was trying, that's what, you have a supplemental in the reviews that we didn't talk about,
What page?
page 21. 22.
22, the
This is $33,000 difference for contractual services. Residential collection. Page 22 to 24.
I've got the, it's the average, the 3-year average we utilized based on our last year.
Agreed to both.
$3,000 increase.
Yes, from 30 to 33.
Okay.
So it's just
Because we skipped it. So yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Consensus, yes.
Thank you. That's why I had my.
Then back to the slides, garage fund, we obviously got the achievements, got the GPS tracking and all the vehicles this year. Both white fleet and some heavy equipment. And then we had 7 vehicle replacements that we've done. We actually have only received one of those, just to let you guys know about the lead time on vehicles right now. We received one of the custodial vans, but we still have 6 that are outstanding. I know you've done some of the title work for 4. So it continues to, we get them ordered. It doesn't come quickly. Next one, issues.
Was that GPS tracking, did that contribute to PCI or is it totally different system?
No, completely different. This is on our actual city vehicles.
Okay.
I highly think you should go down and look and watch the videos from them. It's pretty cool.
You can see where they are.
So obviously increasing parts and material costs, like everything else, is going up right now. That's obviously an emerging issue. Increased vehicle replacement costs and lead times, which we just talked about. And then we had mentioned it before, opportunity, obviously next week, the bid finally goes out. The solicitation goes out for the new fleet facility in EOC. Next slide. Performance measures, we do the vehicles that we service monthly, and we break out white fleet versus heavy equipment. And then we, like I mentioned before, we track our fuel usage on a monthly basis. Next slide. Supplementals.
I think we did them, right? Or is there some hiding that we didn't get?
Yeah, we had the clearing account.
There's one on page 24.
Thank you. A $9,000 difference.
Yep.
Inventory clearing account budget. What does that mean?
Oh, the clearing account. Do you want to challenge it? The clearing account.
It's like the clearinghouse stakes.
This, my books didn't balance, so we call it a clearing account.
Where's
Page 22.
This one's one on 24. It's the very last page. This is at the clearing account that you guys utilize to.
That's an operating account. It's not, it's not, it's not it's a supply. It's not that.
How about we approve it and you come back and tell us what it was?
It's
Oh,
none.
It's 9,000 additional, but that fund still has $90,000. And I'd like to know what, if it's operating supplies and what is inventory clearing account?
We like.
let me know.
It's, I know when we purchase inventory,
Understand.
Let the woman come up. Sorry, guys.
Let the woman. It's like the pass-through account. So what kind of comes in and then he charges out from what work orders come in. So if it's heavy equipment, it goes through there out into and charges the accounts, but it kind of carries the in-house inventory. So it's something to where some parts charge departments, some parts he has to keep as inventory and charging on the inside.
When you say keep the person in the fleet.
the fleet manager.
So basically, this is the inventory that's sitting on the shelves.
That's correct.
We need, so when you need to do oil changes, you've got oil filters.
Right.
And you need to,
And
you've got the
we're
things
just
you need
kind
to
of
run the fleet.
aligning the 3 years.
So it basically shows that it's been purchased, it's currently sitting in inventory, but it has not been used yet until, yeah. So.
Sir, Ms. May, Mr. Segrich? Yes, okay, thank you.
And
It's
I
been
think that was the
used.
only one, right? No, okay. I think that's,
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind. Given the time frame, we were thinking that.
Oh, what is that problem?
No, that was all. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
We were thinking, if we can just finish going through the presentations for the departments and then we'll have Stan Tech present and workshop number 3, because I don't
'Cause they're
think we're
not
gonna make it
right.
through
I was wondering
everything.
about Stantec.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just continue with our departments and keep going and finish what we can do, and then Stantec come in on the 3rd.
Yes.
I was given the fact that it's 3:30, I think that's probably.
Okay.
No Stantec today.
Let's let them know.
and this is the last fund, the refuse fund. So go to the next slide there. I won't waste time with the mission, but the achievements again, GPS tracking on all of our vehicles now. And go to the next slide. It's a camera system, which has come in handy more than once now. Emerging issues, obviously, our level of service versus rate affordability and illegal dumping, which we've been talking about. obviously the heat, the weather we have everyone dealing with now. We do outfit everyone with coolers and cooling towels, basically give them everything they possibly need to stay hydrated and everything, because we do currently we have issues with anyone who's working outside right now. You see it on the news every day. 6:30. They normally get there between 5:45 and 6, and they're out of the facility by 6:30 out on the routes. And then obviously the costly recycling program at the county level due to the commodity markets that kind of go in and out. But
cost to us for what we get back from the county, or
correct. What will we actually get? So the recycling, it kind of goes up and down.
Yeah.
And there are some cities who have thrown the idea out there that the cost to actually run that operation, to actually collect all the recycling and take it to the transfer station, it's not obviously paying for itself. They had talked about possibly floating. Well, let's just not collect it. And then you basically just
throw it in it would go in the regular trash.
I said, why don't you guys suggest that first? I'm not bringing that forward. No. So yeah. So people are kind of grappling with that. It's the right thing to do, but then also looking at the financial part of it and saying, at what point in time does this become too much to actually take on when you're not getting enough of a reimbursement back?
But at this point, we're still above water, right? Based on what we get back from the county from their program. I think the county program, from the last time I did a tour, they were above water.
Yeah, and again, it goes from year to year.
Yeah.
And what they are able to do with it, because they obviously burn a lot. If they can't ship it overseas and everything, to create energy and all that. So yeah, it's just one of those volatile things that all goes on commodity market. But it's a challenge. So that's why I fell under challenges and the opportunities. We're always looking to optimize the routes as much as we possibly can. So that continues. As far as
A nickel a bottle.
Yeah.
Really.
like Michigan.
help.
Yeah. So next slide here. So for 5081 and 5082, our residential commercial, our performance measures are the same. And you guys saw some of those with the answers I provided for the questions from workshop 1, where you see where we track the ton of garbage per month, the recycling collected, the quantity of monthly citations, service requests, all that. So this is the stuff we're tracking for each division within the solid waste accounts. Go to the next one. This is the last slide. And we already did this. Yeah. So those, yep.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
I just want to point out something for refuse. I know you mentioned there was an additional $600,000, but you really got to look at what the surplus we have for this budget. So right now we're only at 129. If you compare revenues and expenses, we only have 129,000 left. So if Jamie comes back with an additional $600,000 cost, know that we'll have to dip into our fund balance. Well, yeah, but that's for the whole. That's just the revenue side. But then you gotta look at the whole picture. You gotta also look at the expense side of things. Because if you go into, I believe it's 457,
that's taking into account the rate increase that we.
Correct. Yes. So our surplus is only 129,000, meaning what revenues
you really have.
Exactly. So if it comes back with additional costs, we're going to end up at a loss and dip into our fund balance.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we're gonna
helpful.
when the tax money comes in.
So that's already incorporated in your budget. That's in the budget. Yes, it's already in there. Oh, you only have. Oh, was after? Okay, so that's only 7. So the 3%, but still, that's not 600,000. It's 110. Yes. So when we come back for the third budget workshop, it will be $110,000 increase.
So we have 130 now surplus.
Right.
When the rate increase gets incorporated into these numbers, we'll have roughly 240 or something like that.
Correct. Yes.
So we're still shy on the 1,000,001.
No,
Absolutely.
you just said that us raising it was going to create an additional $667,000. That's additional revenues coming in 2027.
So if you go on your budget book, if you go to page 457,
Yeah.
yes. So This has the initial 7%, correct, Hector? This has the initial 7%. That's because we use a separate account this year for this year's special assessment. You got to combine special assessment and charges for services.
So that gives us $7 million.
No, not $7 million. That's the difference between the two. There's a negative 3 million and negative 3.9. Yeah.
Charges of services you have for 2027, 4 million.
Right.
Assessment 3.9.
Right. The charges are
7.
Right. The 3.9. That's the special assessment. That's from the county. The commercial. Which one?
When you come back for the third.
Yeah, and that's 7.9. It's almost 8.
But
So, but what I was referring to, the total revenues is 8.4 and total expenses 8.3. That's with the increase of 7%. Yes. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind when you,
7%.
yes, with the 7% incorporated.
So the additional 3% is not $667,000 like we're told.
It will be 110,000.
So why were we just told 667?
I was combining just the variances at the end and.
Okay, you guys work that out.
Yeah, come back
Yes.
to us.
Okay.
So what I'll also do when I come back, so you guys have some options on top of what we just discussed with the dedicated crew that would do that. Like Mr. Secretary mentioned, if we add an actual bulk collection, so I can tell you what that cost would be for that service as well, in addition to this. So I'll give you some options to talk about. Yep.
and prices. Okay, IT.
Good afternoon. Nelly Peralta, Director of Information Technology.
A little louder.
I just moved it from my laptop. Is that better? Okay. As a continuation of the budget workshop 1, there were 2 inquiries related to IT. One was the IT allocation and the breakdown, which I provided, and also a response in reference to the customer contact management software. So I wanted to clarify a few things. I appreciate Commissioner Segrich's feedback, but I want to clarify that it was nowhere an intent to say that we were too busy that to not do the project. Basically, what we wanted to state there, or I personally wanted to state that staff is more concerned about sequencing this project in the right order based on 3 ERPs that we're currently implementing. So we don't want to, I don't think it's recommended. I don't recommend it to engage with another piece of software without finalizing this implementation and understanding what these ERPs offer. 2 of those have interfaces with an online portal. So it is ideal to wait until that is completed to pursue another software. However, if you want us to, if this is what the commission wants, we can look into something, but we don't know, we cannot make a recommendation or based on where we're at today, basically.
Do you feel that you have everything under control? You're progressing as best you can without stopping the process?
Correct.
You've got things you got to do before you can do something else.
Correct. We have, we of course, are still in the process. Finance Enterprise is scheduled to go live in December. Community development is actually scheduled to go live in November. We're going to postpone that per the department's request, and also finance wanting to have finance first, basically go live first. So then the other applications come live. So it's a lot of moving pieces that we need to make sure that they're aligned properly before we engage with a third-party vendor. I reached out to Central Square. They do not have a contact management software. So this would be a third-party vendor that we would have to engage to see if they can interface with the software or not. So hence why the statement of it's best to wait until we can finalize the project.
It's a bit of a mischaracterization, perhaps.
Okay.
Mr. McBoy and Ms. Milligan have their lights.
I don't know. I didn't see.
I
Go
just
ahead.
have a quick question. When you said integrate it with the portal, I think of a portal as me being able to log in and do what I need to do as a consumer on my end. Is that what you're saying for customer service? When you say
That's a customer contact management software typically is what that is. It's a front facing online, but these have to interface with the
Right, but
internal ERP
you also
systems.
Start by saying that the ones that you're working with now, the 3 ERP systems have a portal.
So ComDev has a customer portal as well as EAM, which is Enterprise Asset Management. Again, we have not been exposed yet to those portals, so we just have to wait to see what they offer.
No, I understand. And that's
Yeah.
what I wanted to find out. So these,
Mhm.
it's ironic. My IT guy is actually sitting here all day today and I have no idea why he came to our meeting. But he is Reggie, he's my network guy. I have a very secure network at my facilities. And he knows I am the least tech person in the world. So when you say portal to me, that means as a consumer, like if I want to log in and pay my rent or upload a permit, I can do that on the outside, coming into the city and making a more user-friendly experience.
Correct.
Thank you.
Like a portal. Right, yeah. Good.
But I wanted to make sure it wasn't a portal.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't a portal for the employees to use, but this is something that our residents and business owners will be able to access.
And we appreciate that the increase in customer service interactivity is going to be a good thing, Mr. McBoy and then Mr.
Thank you.
Stegner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm trying to bridge across here a little bit. I think we're all aware as elected folks that there is frustration at how quickly things move, especially through community sustainability. And we're looking and we understand that there are a lot of complicated moving parts to why. We're aware of the internal auditor's effort that was quite extensive that suggested, hey, you might be able to use technology to help eliminate some of these holdups. And we are very eager because this has been a problem for a long time. What I'm wondering, it makes perfectly good sense to me what you're saying, that, hey, let's let some of the new stuff slake down a little bit before we add on another thing on top of it. But is it possible to meet in the middle a little bit and bug either the software that's coming on and the vendors and the potential other vendor and say, hey, do you guys have any APIs that talk to each other? Can you make them? I would guess that there are other cities in the country that have somewhat similar problems or trying similar approaches. Can we pursue that a little bit, at least at the research level from your position, so that it, to speed up, because the sense of urgency to try to make movement on that is there. We don't want to break things getting there. I don't think that's wise. So I hear you, but that would be, I think that represents probably a lot of how we feel, but somebody will correct me if not.
Mr. Segwich.
No rabbit holes.
Mr.
Yeah, I'm good.
Segwich, go ahead.
Is that
I
a
think it's
possible?
just-
We could definitely research what's out there again without knowing.
In the meantime, you're
What-
trying to get your work done.
So I'll give you an example. Central Square now has what they call Centerline AI. And that's something that's another tool that's going to be integrated with their software. And that's something new. So it's another piece that will help eventually reduce perhaps the review of permits. For example, they have a little Burbage there, and we actually have a demo for next week. As far as it's a general demo for everyone who wants to see it. But anyways, this is another tool that's been presented from when we first purchased it. This did not exist at the time. So that's, again, another tool that might help solve certain things there. Can we research a contact management? Sure. But without me being able to tell them what our needs are, we can see ourselves duplicating our efforts. But we can definitely look into see what
I would
other
use
companies
the
have done.
internal auditor's report as a partial guide of,
But that was specifically to community development. Mr. Segwich wants something for the entire city where it's one platform If that's my understanding, and he can, clarify.
Well, I would love
One platform where the request comes in through that platform and then it's, guided to the different departments, right?
That'd be awesome.
Exactly. But we would also want that automated. We would not want a platform where, someone puts in information about building permits, but then there's no interface and someone has to manually, physically take that information. And exactly. So that's where I'm saying we have a lot of moving pieces and different integrations that would have to occur to be able to have a comprehensive contact management system.
Okay.
Currently, we are scheduled to go live in December for Finance Enterprise, November for ComDev, which I already said it's going to be postponed because we want Finance Enterprise to go first, and that is at the request of the departments, not IT. And then, excuse me,
When is that going live?
ComDev, we don't have a date yet because that has to be rescheduled.
No date.
But currently, it's scheduled, like I said, November of this year. We are going to definitely postpone that.
Okay. And the
And then Enterprise Asset Management original date was also November. We're postponing that as well. As Finance Enterprise was postponed, the other applications are now being postponed.
So we don't have a date for that either.
It's currently, like I said, November. We can't do November.
Okay. And what was the original?
For Finance Enterprise, August of this year.
Okay. And then you said you're waiting to find out what features the ERPs we're implementing offer before looking at customer service.
We would like to wait until we can have the implementation and functionality viewed by all staff and make sure that they're able to do their jobs with this, and then decide where is there a gap within that and how we can bridge that gap.
Okay, so staff hasn't really seen these.
They have seen we're in the process. So we had a conversion in ComDev, for example, recently done where they are now able to do their trainings with actual city data, which makes a big difference for them because they're familiar with their own data. Finance Enterprise has had many conversions. I don't know how many, but yes, they have seen the conversion. They're actually reviewing those as well.
And just last question on this. What kind of integration does the Central Square software stack offer for third party?
It depends what third party you select. I don't know that.
Have we asked them?
I asked them about contact management. They don't have that.
No, meaning what is their integration technology? Are they using, feed files? Are they doing web services?
It depends. Noveline, for example, they have an API. They work with preferred vendors as well. But they have APIs that exist with the current Noveline.
They have an API.
And as a matter of fact, Paymentus uses that API, right, for the utilities payments, right? So that's an option there. But remember, we're moving from Noveline to now another product of Central Square. So I'm not familiar with those APIs yet.
But they do have APIs.
They have APIs. I don't know what those are.
Okay. So I guess, my commentary is, I think in parallel, we should be asking the question of our partner. We want to do this. We want to implement customer service software, right? Front end unified message management. What are our options? And put the work on them, not your team, to come back and say, hey, we've had 5 other municipalities that did this and they use this software or that software and they utilize this one of our APIs. They should be able to tell you that. Now, if they've never integrated with something like that, that raises some big concerns with our chosen ERP platform. Because moving forward in the future, it's got to integrate with other stuff. And if it can't, that's a huge problem. And we need to start planning for replacement because you can't advance if it doesn't integrate. So, that was basically my commentary. Not that you need to pick a customer service software right now, this minute, but we don't even have end dates for these other implementations.
We had end dates.
Yeah, yeah, and I
We
think
had dates.
we're here on the budget. And let's it's now almost 4 o'clock. Let's
Well, if
sort
you
of
stop
stay
interrupting,
more
Mayor,
focused.
Mayor, we
What?
can, if you
I'm
stop
not interrupting.
interrupting.
I'm saying I think that we're off topic and we need to keep going with the budget. We have other things to do before. You can certainly have a conversation with them about your concerns, but we have leisure services, the water fund and the electric fund, and it's now almost 4 o'clock. So I would ask us to move on. Do you continue?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start with we went to achievements already. Okay. The IT department, for those who don't know, was founded or formed in 2005, actually, 2005. So 11 years ago. We were all employees within the different departments, and they decided, let's take all these IT employees from the department divisions and form a centralized IT department. And we were promised we would have additional staff and all the support, and that hasn't happened. Anyways, we have been able to implement some technologies in which we actually were able to continue providing the service level with the staff that we currently have. So I just wanted to make that
we
point
appreciate
that
I was when we first got the computers in our office.
Yeah.
Literally brought them into the office.
when none of the buildings were connected.
Oh,
and
God, no.
No
Barely
interface,
had-
no infrastructure, et cetera. So anyways, so the mission of IT is obviously to support the city, the departments and their needs of technology with infrastructure, software applications, and make sure that we deliver our services secured and also based on the goals of the city's missions and goals, basically.
And thanks for those little updates you have about, be aware of, you send out little tests and stuff and it's good.
That's part of our cybersecurity. And
We
actually,
appreciate it.
we're required to do that to prove that we actually are in compliance. One of the achievements that I didn't list there is actually the refresh and revamping of our city website. Thanks to Keith with the hard work that he did on that. And then we also have the ERP system implementation, which is an ongoing process that's going to be another probably year or so. When we knew that was going to be a multi-year project. We have network resiliency and disaster recovery. And in this one, we were able to optimize and realign some of our network equipment and infrastructure to deliver, again, the same service, but actually make it a little bit more manageable and easier for staff as well, and have better visibility at the tips of their fingers, basically.
Mr. Segrich has a comment, question. Who's on 70? Chilly.
Yes, I can't see his light, so.
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay.
saying Mr. Segrich has.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, do you know what the website development and maintenance costs?
I would have to look at that. Actually, I could give it to you in a few minutes. I have to look at my spreadsheet because
Okay,
we
that's
do
fine.
have a category specifically for web services.
Yep.
But that also includes the salaries and expense for the position itself.
Yeah, well, that's fine if it's a line.
Yeah.
item. And then you mentioned that you're understaffed. I think I heard that right.
So for web services is a total of $244,174.35.
For our city website.
Mhm.
Then that's just the website. That's not our back end ERP software or.
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you're understaffed.
We probably can say, I will tell you I think I'm the only department who doesn't have administrative staff. I not only manage the department, but I also do the admin work and have delegated some of that work to staff as well.
And you do a fine job.
So why wouldn't there be a supplemental asking for additional staff?
When you're asked to cut your budget about 15%, I have to decide either I deliver service or not. So, and I would have to cut service. So I just try to do the best I could with the request.
So
I just continue to push staff as best as I can, and they're great. I have a great team.
So if it's necessary for us to get stuff done, we have to know those costs. Because one thing that drives me crazy is we hear, we want to do this, but we can't because we don't have the staff. And then no one asks for the staff. So we don't know where to make sacrifices if we don't get the ask. And so
I have not said that we can't, and all the departments know that whenever there's a project, my staff is available and we are here to support them.
But you did say you were understaffed.
But you just explained that she made a
That
choice and
was
she's trying
when
to.
it was initially founded and they managed to make it work.
Correct.
So now you're not.
And we have implemented many technologies for a simple one of self reset of your password. Instead of staff calling us, they now can do it themselves. So that's one thing, one less call that we have to deal with. Okay, so that's just an example, a simple example.
I'm just asking because I want to make sure if you had more staff, would you be able to accomplish more of these goals quicker? Would it help?
I don't think quicker because it's not really staff at this point. It's not really us holding the project at all.
Okay. Okay. And then my last question is, do you think for this particular fund, we need to be starting to build the fund balance to avoid technology debt? Meaning system you put in today, 5 years from now, obsolete, right? Or nearing obsolescence. Right now, our fund operates at a very lean schedule, but it's an internal service fund. You've got 600,000 in balance sitting there year over year, which is probably one of the lowest that we have. Do you feel that we should be starting to allocate savings into this fund for future IT investment to avoid getting into the IT debt trap, which is 6 years from now, we look at ourselves and go, oh, we need another $3 million implementation.
Certainly. If that's the goal to replace the system every 6 years, of course, then you would have to do that. We would have to. But as far as what I budgeted is currently to take care of our needs and future growth, right? What I budgeted for 2027. Now, do we have plans to replace the ERP? Not that I'm aware of, but if that is the goal from the departments that they feel that they need to start setting money aside, of course, that allocation is going to come from the different departments unless, we get some money somewhere. I don't know, right? But needless to say, the original, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the original dollar amount for an ERP replacement when we were considering it was between $5 to $7 million. Not Central Square specifically, but that's what it was running for. You could look at other cities that signed a contract, I believe last year, that they budgeted $13 million. So we could certainly think about putting money aside. Now, we would need to know where is that revenue coming from that we could set aside.
Yeah, I was just asking your future vision for your department. You don't have.
I don't have a vision of replacing an ERP every 6 years. It's impossible.
No, I'm not even saying that, but you're okay with having the fund balance the way it is. You don't want to see that grow and have a reserve.
We follow finance's suggestion. I'm not the accountant.
Okay. I mean, they know their departments. Mr. McVoy?
Just very quickly, I am a little concerned that we started out the meeting this morning, use the microphone, started out the meeting this morning saying that, well, property taxes might come, we better cut back. And then we said 4, 5, 6 million for roads, another million for bulk pickup. And now we're bugging IT to spend anywhere between 5 and 13 million. I do think we need to be a little consistent.
Who's we, Kimo-san?
Which side of the fence we're sitting on. I do hear Commissioner Segrich's point that there are objectives that we as a dais or whatever it is, commission would like to see improved in the city. And it is important for each of the departments to identify what are the blocking points. And if we may not fund it, but if you say, look, the thing, we need another 100 million, or we need another whatever. I'm at a little high.
A little high.
A
little high.
Or at least to have some realistic idea. If your objective is X customer service, well, we could get there in a year with this price, we could get there in 6 months for that price. You guys pick it out. I think I'm kind of confident that what you've told us is you're pretty much okay as long as we aren't going to go to some massive ERP change that is hugely expensive and that we talked about a few years ago and said, yeah, no, let's do the $1 million version.
Okay.
The funding that we would need is for the contact management software. And so if that is obviously something that we want to implement next year, or at least look at it, then we definitely would need to include that in this year's budget for sure. So I can go out and get some type of numbers, get an estimate, and then add that to Budget Workshop 3, and then have an idea, at least to fund it.
If you could give us idea of roughly what that would do, like system-wide or whatever, and here's the price tag. I think that'd be helpful.
Okay. I'll work with finance because of course that expense would have to be allocated unless takes it from fund balance, and then they're going to start depleting fund balance, which is not what we want.
Yeah, I can, poor Jan, I'm looking at the look on his face. He's like, can I go home now? What? Really? It was that the departments have a pretty good idea of what they need. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, so we did replace the endpoint security with something a little bit more modern and actually easier to manage. It's that was a very successful project, and we continue to pursue the AI opportunities that we have, expanding AI adoptions and trying to create some tools. AI is great, but we internally actually have started developing certain using AI to help us analyze our workflow and giving us more of a visual of everything that we're doing, which is great. But that also is one person dedicated to that. If we were to offer that to the entire city, then there goes where we would need a staff member dedicated to doing programming, basically including AI. And we do not have that staff member in-house, just so we are aware. So although AI is great and there's a lot of use case for it, if we may at a certain point then come back and request for a position like that, depending on the demand within the departments, basically.
To me, it might make sense to kind of not be the alpha adopters. Let's see what other municipalities, if they're really seeing a return, is it worth that extra staff person?
Absolutely.
Security.
It's in the beginning stages as well. We do internally use, some departments use their certain software, and there's a subscription monthly expense as well. So the more licenses you add, the additional expense, exactly. So just so we're aware of that.
Hi.
Right. So emerging issues, budget constraints, of course, and rising costs of technology.
Shocking.
We have experienced some increases for cloud services that could range between 20 to 30%, software maintenance and support between 7 to 10%. And it is just the reality of technology right now.
Reality of everything right now.
Yeah. And challenges is basically maintain and improve our service levels while reducing cost. That is definitely a challenge, but we do the best we can and with what we have, obviously. And we've heard it from other departments, from community sustainability, the implementation of the ERP system has been a bit challenging for the departments because they have to also balance their day-to-day operation and their staff. But and on opportunities, we're saying to invest in business outcomes to improve performance, that basically your contact management would probably fall into that, your AI, et cetera. And then also optimizing the resources that we already have. What do we currently have that perhaps we're not using to its full capacity? So that's where we could find some opportunities there. For performance measure, we actually have these performance measures. We do it quarterly, monthly, but quarterly. We actually have a report that we use our ticketing system and also our network performance reports and are able to obtain all this data as how many tickets we've received, how many were closed. We have a 90% of tickets closed within 24 hours. They have also, some of them have reduced because of the self-supporting software that has definitely helped those tickets and calls. And that's all I have.
You have no supplemental?
I had one supplemental, and that is the education. That okay, I don't know if I had to include that. So yep, that's it.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next up. Leisure services. Hello. We're good. How are you?
Good afternoon. Tiana McKay, Interim Assistant City Manager. I have my leisure services hat on today, and I am excited to be here this afternoon.
You're such a liar.
I would just liven it up a bit. First, I want to begin by recognizing our leisure services team. I'm
Thank you.
extremely proud of everything they've accomplished this year. I maybe get to be here speaking all of these numbers and facts, but there's a lot of work that goes into this, and it's our department includes 8 divisions with 74 staff positions, operating 365 days a year. Our team works evenings, weekends, and holidays, and truly commit themselves to serving our city. So their dedication has truly shined this year, and I'm proud to show our accomplishments. So the mission of Leisure Services is that we are committed to enhancing the lives of our citizens and visitors by providing safe, healthy, cultural, and educational recreational opportunities for the community while preserving and enhancing natural resources and stimulating the economic vitality of the community. So some of our achievements this year, there were many, but we only chose a few. We produced and supported over 70 public events across all divisions, generating revenue growth through our vendor agreements, rentals, and sponsorships. There's a 33 point. Yeah. We have the library and the different spaces and parks. And so we also we had 33.7% increase in facility and pavilion rental fees due to our renovated facilities and standardized processes. We added a new reduced resident rate for our facility rentals, and we saw increased program participation. We increased library visitors by 20%.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and enhanced library public offerings with over 36 annual community outreach events. And so like examples are Biblioarte, Booking It for Literacy, 5K, Jazz Jam sessions, and our new Ocean Safety Program. And by the end of FY26, we will have completed renovations of 5 playgrounds and 2 pavilions, totaling $830,000 in a new park infrastructure and investment.
That's great.
And we got this in before we produced a really epic 4th of July festival.
Really epic. What do you do in your spare time?
There's a big team. There's a team of people working very hard. So here are some of our leisure services emerging issues: aging infrastructure, rising costs of repairs, replacements, and maintenance across parks, athletic fields, playgrounds, libraries, gyms, and our community centers. Our challenges is that higher participation in sports and recreation is increasing wear on our fields, requiring more sod, irrigation, and equipment repair. And the increasing demand for city-led and community-led special events, along with the higher library usage, is driving increased staffing demand, staff time, and operational costs. And some of our opportunities are to increase event and recreational offerings, supporting our residents and drawing tourism to our community, and creating new sponsorship opportunities. We could seek additional grant funding, which we are always looking for grants to support our facility renovations. And we're considering creating a leisure services division internship program in collaboration with colleges and universities.
Great.
Some of our FY26-27 performance measures. So we saw program participation increase across youth sports, adult sports, seniors activities, special events, and library programs. And we're going to see a target of another 10% increase for FY27.
Wow.
And our field and facility usage has also increased among all of our divisions. We've got our pavilions, Osborne Center, Bryant Park, sports fields, and the library. And our target for FY27 is 15%. We had a steady increase of event revenue per event as a result of new sponsorships, vendor agreements, concession agreements in FY26. We increased our revenue for special events of by $20,000, representing a 34% increase. In FY27, we intend to increase event revenue to $95,000, which will be another increase of $20,000. We understand that our department is not a major revenue driver for our special events, but we are always looking to have some cost savings for the citizens and still be able to provide them fantastic community offerings. And then we also saw significant communications growth because communications is one of our divisions in FY26 with over 16,000 Facebook followers, 54,000, which was an increase of 5,400, averaging more than 144 social media posts a month. And we increased our Instagram users by 3,300. And we also increased to 200 new newsletter subscribers in the last year, bringing us to 12,667 people getting emails from the city once a month. And we also had extensive media coverage, including our own electric department being featured on national news, helping with the winter storm. So our FY27 target is just to continue to increase followers and subscribers.
Mr. McFoy has a question.
Quick one or two things. On youth activities, you listed youth sports. Do we contemplate doing any other sort of expanding that beyond sports? Sports is good, but theater related activities, art related activities, other areas to cover, maybe some other range. And then could you tell me about the senior activities? I didn't know that we did any.
We have the old, where are you?
I don't know. I guess you'd think I would know about senior activities, but
Jazzy Seniors Years.
What's that?
And there's a new one. There's a new one now that I've been reading more about. You don't know what they are?
Jazzy Seniors, like 15 years at the Osborne Community Center. And then they go on, they do amazing things. They've been to the Ben Ziden Center. They do clay making.
Cool.
They have art projects.
Welcome to the city of Lake.
So we do have a seniors club. They meet every Tuesday and Thursday at the Osborne Center. And we have some really great news coming out of the seniors club. It has increased from 4 members to 12 members. And they travel all over. They do activities. It's a social group, and we are always accepting new members. So if there's anyone who's listening, who knows somebody, a senior that would like to be more social, we have a fantastic group.
Good.
They have educational programs, and
sign me up.
We'll see you on a Tuesday or a Thursday.
Right.
And then regarding activities, our recreation team has just hired new staff members to fulfill the community programming role and athletics roles. So those roles were vacant. So we have them there now, and they've got some really great ideas for what they're going to do this year, including like STEM activities and arts nights and after school programs. So we're going to see a lot more coming out of the recreation. That's not just sports.
And Mr. McVoy is going to volunteer his services for the STEM stuff. And Ms. Malega has a question.
I don't have a question. I just want to say also, staff is very receptive when you do send them stuff. Last year, I sent them the hit, pitch, run from the MLB, and it was hugely successful. I believe we're doing it again this year. I just sent them something that the Hockey League does for street hockey for areas that don't have hockey. So they're always open to our suggestions, but yes, they go above and beyond to make sure that our youth have stuff to do. Thank you.
Yes. And we are going to be having that event again in September. I just don't have the exact date with me right now, but I will make sure that we get that advertised and shared when we get closer to. So we're going to start with one of our divisions, which is called administration, but we call it our communications team. So we may revisit calling it something different in the future. Our communications division, which is our PIO. So the emerging issues is that the communication team anticipates a continued rise in misinformation fueled by social media users and AI generated content. including realistic photos and videos that can spread inaccurate, misleading information through the community. So our communications team primary challenge is to provide timely, accurate information before misinformation spreads. This requires regular monitoring of digital platforms, addressing emergency concerns, and responding quickly with factual, consistent communication to maintain public trust. So our opportunities is that the city has an opportunity to strengthen community engagement by expanding its communication channels and audience reach, growing our email subscriptions, social media audiences, and implementing direct communication tools such as text messaging could improve transparency, increase public engagement, and strengthen trust within the community.
And that's has always been one of the challenges, is getting the word out there. We have this great program. How do you know about it? So thank you for increasing that.
And being the first to get it out, right? Sometimes if a miscommunication gets out first, then we're trying to chase that. And
It's
so
insane what goes on.
our PIO does a fantastic job, and her communications assistant to really ensure that our public is informed. So, okay, another division is our library. One of the emerging issues at the library is that is meeting the increased demand for both in-person services and online resources. So the challenge is, while circulation of physical books continues to be strong, the library has also become an integral resource in bridging the divide, the digital divide, especially for those who are struggling with the movement of a lot of government and community agencies moving to online platforms. This has placed an increased demand on our facilities, technologies, public library, and our public library staff, who regularly and increasingly provide instruction, referrals, programming, and more for those in needing assistance navigating the online world, as well as meeting our literacy and other educational needs. So the opportunities is that the library will continue to seek grants and develop community partnerships to enhance collections and build access to resources through appropriate materials, acquisition, relevant programming, technology management, and staff training.
And not letting Cindy retire.
I tried that. I
all
did
did.
get us some extra time,
We
but
all did.
we do have a fantastic new librarian
very confident.
who's been training with her, and we'll make
Yeah.
sure he comes by, and we'll get another time. We'll introduce him to you. So next slide is our community programs, which is within the recreation department. And this is going along with what Commissioner McVoy was saying, was recreational programs are experiencing interest towards non-traditional programming and activities, and an interest in new and more emerging sports and activities.
I hear that soccer is a thing.
Speaking of which, I'm going to just throw in a little thing here. The Palm Beach State College has received a proposal to do a soccer stadium on their campus, which will not interfere with John Prince Park. That was my first question. And it's very exciting. They had a board meeting this morning, and I sent a, please, let's go. It would be great.
Okay, thank you. And the challenges for our community programs is maintaining our traditional programs while also creating a balance of mix of non-traditional activities and supporting our community partners and meeting the needs of facility rentals and external organization programs. So opportunities are updating and aligning our programs to adapt with current community needs and interests, ensuring offerings remain relevant and engaging. So this is our recreation facilities. Emerging issue is the aging infrastructure of many of our parks facilities are now reaching or exceeding their intended useful life, creating a need for significant structural improvements and utility system upgrades. So our aging buildings and restrooms, irrigation networks, lighting systems, and recreational amenities are showing signs of deterioration, which we've been discussing often here. So there are more, our challenges are that there are more patrons visiting the parks each year over year, which is increasing the amount of staff time dedicated to cleaning and preparing our facilities for daily use. And our opportunities are continuing focused community input on park improvements that will benefit residents for years to come. So connecting with our community to ensure we're right on with the improvements we're making in our parks.
Yeah, you know, that little playground that you put up at the beach a year or two ago?
Yes.
Is always in use. Every time I go to the beach, usually every day to drive by, and there's always some kids on it. It's really very encouraging.
We're proud of all of our playgrounds. Thank
Yeah.
you. So special events, emerging issues are increased number of city-led events and the higher demand for private events at our city facilities. The challenge is that our special events team is a mighty team of 3, but the planning capacity is really a weekly occurrence for them. And opportunities is strengthening partnerships with community organizations, expand sponsorship opportunities, and develop an internship program with local event management, colleges, and universities. Commissioner McBoyd.
I wanted to go back to the emerging issues, the aging infrastructure comment. And I know that our electric utility director likes to also point out that such and such dates to 1960. I just rebuilt my grandmother's clock as part of the STEM activities.
Thank you.
It's working just fine. But it made me think about using Bryant Park. And I'm thinking of, well, there's trees. Now there's more trees. There's some shade. There's grass. There's really nothing aging that.
Bathrooms, pavilions.
Right. But most of the time that I'm there, I'm not in the bathroom. And most of the people that I'm there with are not in the bathroom most of the time. So let's think about also the parts of our parks that don't age all that much, that just keep going and that provide green space, provide open space, provide some shade, provide a place for people to sit around a table and invite their friends or use a grill or something. Some of that does, obviously, grills, you kindly replaced one a while back. But let's keep in mind that it doesn't always need lots of facility, simply the space. And, the irrigation system does certainly got to mow the grass, but fairly mind things. So just a little bit different perspective on it.
Thank you. Okay.
And I'm all for the I don't know what the right term is, but think of a good term, the hardened bathrooms so that there's less maintenance on them. Yeah, very good investment, I think. Thank you. That's a much better term.
Okay, thank you. So we have a couple supplementals in the general fund. So if you'll please turn to page 16.
Wow, I got it on the first try. 3,500. Yes.
Yes.
Done.
For the library?
These are
page.
tuition reimbursements
Yes.
for our library staff for continuing education. The first one is our children's librarian to complete their Masters of Library Information Science, which is relevant to her role, and our library manager continuing coursework for his PhD in ethical leadership. So these are tuition reimbursements.
Do I have
Once
consensus
completed.
for yes from both of those?
For
Yes.
16 and 17,
Yes.
350 and
Yes.
3,500, 5,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
Smith. It's,
And you got a little bigger one on the next page.
yeah, but
No.
the supplemental is only 8.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the supplemental for the first one is 3,500. The second one is 5,000. And those are reimbursements. So that's
If they don't
ensure we
spend it, we
have
don't
it. If
give
they
it.
don't spend it, we don't use it. They have to produce
Right.
that they've done
So
it.
can I have consensus for those two?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Segridge? Thank you. 18.
18 is we had an employee within the city who moved from departments over to our department. And this is the additional amount for that movement for the salary.
Yes.
Yes.
I love promoting from within.
May?
Yep.
McBoy, Mr. Segridge? Yeah. All right, you got it.
All right. Thank you. Supplementals. That's it. All right. Any questions regarding the general fund? Because we're about to move into beach.
Beach, let's go.
Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach.
Great idea. Okay, so the beach fund, our mission is to provide safe, efficient, attractive, and sustainable beachfront amenities, supporting tourism and community recreation while promoting Lake Worth Beach's historic oceanfront landmark. Some of our achievements: parking meters taxable revenue year to date is 1.5 million, a little over 1.5 million, which is a 15.35% increase over FY25 at this time. And then we have achievement. We expanded our bonfire events to include night markets.
It's so good. It is so much different. It is a wonderful event. Yep.
which has been supporting not local businesses. It's increased our sponsorships, vendor revenue, and added. We also added more events to the beach, like movies on the beach, which was a huge success. We've been asked to do that more often when it's not turtle season, jazz nights, and karaoke. We continued our Four Seasons parking lease, which has increased a stable revenue of 85,000. And our ocean rescue in FY25 saw beach attendant estimate at over 150,000 visitors.
It's a lot of folks.
Yeah. So some of the emerging issues for our beach fund, again, aging infrastructure. The
Ocean is getting so old.
the ocean is causing the aging. The ocean is causing the aging.
Like time through an hourglass.
These are the days. Okay. Challenges, continual repairs at the pier, casino building, and throughout the complex. And increasing tourism and local demand on are elevating our load on our restrooms, trash collection, and overall maintenance needs, including our beach keep up. Opportunities, we'd like to increase the increased demand for bonfires events and event programming. Has resulted in additional revenue. FY25 parking revenue bonfires was 19,729, and it increased to 27,000 in FY26 because of those night markets added to it.
Miss May.
Yes.
A quick beach question. I was just thinking about the park rangers, and I was thinking, could they go over to the beach and, kind of walk around the beach and handle some of the issues we have there? But then I was thinking, wait a second, the lifeguards are there. Do the lifeguards ever, do they have the ability to ticket for smoking and open containers and those kinds of things?
No, they're watching the.
No, they do not.
Okay. Is there anybody there doing that?
I thought we had some PBSO folks that went.
Because I know that there's a lot of smoking on the beach.
We do not have someone currently walking the beach ticketing. The lifeguards are there to
Yeah,
focus on
that makes
rescuing
sense, and I'm
saving.
glad that they're there for
Yeah.
that. Something just to think about, maybe, I don't know if because it could be considered a park, and the rangers could range.
It is a park.
I understand that, but there is a lot of smoking at the beach. Right. So the park rangers could go down there and ticket for open containers and smoking and littering and, they could. Not every day, but a pop in. Anyway.
Is anybody using those buckets that we now have up there? Are they? Great.
Yeah, but still.
I'm just saying.
That's something I could discuss with PBSO. I mean, they will have cars, they will have bicycles,
Yeah.
so it might be just as easy to say, take a visit or take a ride, by that location. So I'll
Just
bring
so
it
they
up.
show up once in a while in uniform, people think, oh, they were paying attention.
It's no problem.
Yeah, it's beach. It's park.
It's a beach, it's a park.
Thank you.
It's a beach,
Yeah.
not in the heat.
And then our last opportunity at the beach is increased city-led and private event offerings and creating revenue through rentals and sponsorships. Okay. Some of the performance measures of the beach fund would be to continue to increase revenue by activating our underused event spaces and expanding event offerings. Improve operational performance by relocating our lifeguard and maintenance staff to their dedicated office spaces to improve public service efficiency and reduce operational response times. And parking meter taxable revenue fiscal year to date is 1.9 million. And at that time in FY26, it was 1.7 million at the same time. So currently we are 68% above the budgeted amounts, and our FY27 is continued to increase with a target of 42%.
So we want to increase the parking income
Yeah.
by 40%? How? Oh, by changing the rate. Not that we're looking to have 40% more people
No.
parking.
And beach parking emerging issues is our aging parking meter infrastructure, which we spoke about.
I'm going to interrupt you. Mr. Segrich has a question or comment.
Just on the staff structure at the beach. I understand we have an aquatics director.
We do. He's our aquatics manager. We do.
What role does it fill? Because I know our lifeguards have like a hierarchy and a structure, and like a commander is probably the wrong term, but there's like a head lifeguard that handles it. What does our aquatics director do?
He's the manager. So he's the manager of the ocean rescue team.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
he's the highest lifeguard?
Yes.
Does he also guard lives?
He does.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely. He's in the tower
involved in it, right.
regularly.
He's not
Absolutely.
just
Yes.
administrative.
Yep.
person.
And he ensures that he works closely with Chief Bots as well. But they work closely to ensure that everyone has their certifications and their trainings, and they cover shifts when the times are needed that they need to be in the towers.
So we have a chief and the director.
Yes.
So
Well, manager, yes.
are they overlap, like redundancies for each other?
To assist with each other for managing.
Yeah.
They work together, but the aquatics manager is the manager.
Okay.
And it's kept beautifully, I will say. Our beach, that whole area, the picnic area, that somebody was up there with one day, and it was really, really nice.
Yes. Thank you.
I know it's grounds, but it's the beach.
Jamie.
I know, Jamie.
Any more questions?
No.
Beach parking. So again, emerging issues was our aging parking meter infrastructure, which we talked about, and challenges is our frontline parking staff. They experience difficult customer interactions, and it requires significant time sometimes and patience and conflict resolution. They're always very professional, but it is a challenge. No one's happy to see the parking person come by.
I was sort of glad to see the county's going to start charging. It makes us look a little less.
I did see that article that they were going to potentially think about that. Yes.
And is the difficult customer interactions, is that people wrestling with the parking meter, or is that
I would assume
people-
that's in the parking office.
Well, sometimes out in the parking lots, sometimes people aren't nice and kind and patient with them. And they really, I commend them, because sometimes the way they're spoken to is just, it's
Not so
it's
nice.
not appropriate. And I've been there and listened, and it's challenging for them, but they always hold their composure. They take a break when they need it. And Carlos is a fantastic manager with his
really
team,
is.
but he really is.
Yeah.
He is unfortunately unable to be here today, but yeah, so that's challenging for them. And sometimes it takes time from them to, reset and deal with the conflicts. So
And it's hot.
yes, that is a challenge.
And it's hot up there.
It is very hot,
Mhm.
but Carlos makes sure they have what they need. So opportunities is updating our parking meter infrastructure to enhance the customer experience and provide opportunities of new structured pricing. Casino building. Emerging issue again, aging infrastructure challenges is increased maintenance costs and unexpected renovations, such as the elevator, which Public Works Director was mentioning. Opportunities is that our lifeguards and maintenance staff are relocating out of the casino building this year to proper office spaces, improving both public interaction and operational response times. Ballroom.
Miss Malega has a question.
Okay.
Can we go to the beach fund for a minute?
Yes.
Page in the big book, 201,
The big book to-
big book 201.
Okay.
So I see parking facilities / tenant employee parking. Is that what Benny's pays to us yearly? That's $24,000 for his employees?
That is not only Benny's, that is all of the tenants at the casino building. So
Collective? It's
Yes.
always, I find it hard to believe that it's always the same exact amount.
so it goes up and down. This year, I did ask Carlos what we were at.
There are only three numbers and they're all 24 even.
Do they park at the old bridge lot?
They do not.
They park down below.
Yes, they do.
So that's my first question. My
Okay.
second one is the Parks and Rec Beach concession rentals with Oceanside Beach. I actually sent an email today to ask when was their, I know that we redid their contract recently. When is the next increase?
Okay.
Because are we locked in at 159 for year 27 with them? And is there, because I noticed it on some of these, like there's a breakdown on like the lease agreement for 4 seasons on the increase year over year, but it
Mhm.
didn't break that down for them.
Okay.
So I was just wondering what their increase is going to be.
Okay.
Or when is the lease up?
Okay. We can follow up with that.
Just a side note for that. Page 202.
Yep.
So under other, I see leased rents and royalties, leased properties, Kilwins, T-shirt, Mamma Mia's, Benny's Oceanfront. There's no Benny's. Where's the lease of the pier go?
Benny's Pier. It's next down. It's down there.
That's no, that's,
Isn't there Benny's?
that's the
Oceanfront?
fishing pier. Benny's Oceanfront is the old Mulligan's.
Right.
So
Okay.
where is the Benny's that's on?
The Benny's. That's a good point.
Well, then it says,
I think it's rents, royalties and leases.
okay.
I'm
can-
sorry, Madam Mayor, just to let you know, we're under 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Can we change that since we've called out all the other leasing companies? If that's, instead of rents, royalties, lease, rent per year, we should have that say Benny's at the ocean or whatever. Is that what it's called? Benny's on the beach?
Which numbers?
At the very bottom.
It's at the bottom of 202, the second one from the bottom.
Yeah.
Finance team, can we make that change? To change, so that it says the name instead.
Because
of
we've
just-
named out every other lease. It doesn't make
Rents
sense that
and
we don't have
royalties.
that one.
Just put Benny's.
Seems reasonable.
The name of it?
Thank you. Is that from a scientific point of view?
Do you see what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yannick?
Oh,
Just
Yes.
You mean
second one up.
the
The second one up on 202. Well, they're all listed.
where?
the 391?
Put Benny.
202.
Was the thing.
677, 910, under
But
rents,
if you'd
royalties,
like it
lease
to
and
be
rent pier.
Second one from the
The
bottom.
second one from the bottom.
Okay.
If that's the Benny's
Yeah,
lease,
that
it
helps.
should say Benny's lease instead of what it says. Because at the top, we've itemized everybody else's
By name.
by name of the entity.
So it's by name, these kind.
Okay. We could change because we're calling it the pier, rent pier. So we could just change that to the pier.
To the Benny's.
Benny's.
Yeah, Benny's at the
Okay.
beach.
We could do that.
Okay, I'll see. I'll check with the software to see if we could do it.
The pier part separate from the rest of the part.
It is. If the pier's up here, it says Benny's Pier, which is why I didn't know why it said rent pier down here.
Right.
It's confusing.
Don't double count, do label.
It's not. He is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That should say fishing pier,
I'll-
not Benny's Pier.
I'll look at it.
Literally the fishing pier.
Yeah.
We will absolutely look into that.
Just
the next
again,
one.
for transparency, not for any other reason.
Not a problem.
Any other questions at the beach fund while we're in the book? No, I do not, but I did want to, I just have a couple more to go through for beach fund. And I'm going quick, go as quickly as I can. Ballroom is emerging issues, secure a long-term operator to maximize facility utilization and increase revenue. Challenges that our public outreach efforts, requests for proposals and invitations to negotiate have not resulted in a successful long-term operator. But there is an opportunity. This presents an opportunity for us to reevaluate the market, rethink our strategy, and consider additional options for successfully renting or utilizing this space.
Question. I have a question. Currently, if someone says I want to do a wedding there next March, are we renting it out? Are we using it at all?
We're renting it out within not too far out, not knowing what the plan is and what the direction is from commission. But if somebody wants to get married and we have the capacity and our special events team is not currently planning anything, we absolutely will support whatever we have the ability to manage. And they have been. There's been events going on in there currently. Just we're not maxing it out because they're also producing other events. But when they can, they have been if it's something close.
Yeah, there was a decision made a couple of years ago, like to stop doing that because we might get this grand plan, which we have not yet got. We used to, well, I understood that was one of the reasons. And I think, but if we have the income from it, that could pay for the staff.
Doesn't,
Well,
I think,
uh,
or it does
my
very well.
question is, thank you. Have we, no one has come forward. We did the IPTN and nobody wanted to do it as far as I understand. So what is the plan then? I mean, are we going to start using it or what are we going to do?
We are going to be coming back to commission to have the
Okay.
discussion about the casino ballroom.
Yeah, I'm not looking for an answer.
So
now,
we
just throwing the
will
question out.
have options and discussion and be able to have that conversation about the casino ballroom at a future meeting date.
Because essentially we're going to have the other larger room available fairly soon as well.
Yes, things are moving along with the public works team have started the pads for the offices. So we will absolutely come back and discuss all
Uses.
things
Okay.
ballroom
Thank you.
at a future meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
I knew that's where you're going. Thank you very much.
Okay, our ocean rescue, emerging issues, public safety remains the highest priority, and the rising operational supply costs are required to support oceanfront and the beach complex operations 7 days a week. So some of the challenges are managing staff scheduling for beach coverage without extending overtime. we do have some staff vacancies there in the ocean rescue team, so it is challenging for them sometimes with overtime, being that the beach never closes. So that's where you see them leaning on each other or extending into overtime hours. And some of our opportunity could be to expand our junior lifeguard program and utilize graduates for future
Excellent.
staffing.
Legacy planning.
Beach park. So this is the actual like property as a park when you think about it, the maintenance team. So aging infrastructure had caused needed repairs to our beach stairs, benches, pergolas, and shower stations. Challenges are increased beach use requires additional maintenance hours to maintain cleanliness standards. And opportunities that we are going to be expanding our ADA access to our beach for more residents to enjoy as
Thank you.
thanks to workshop number 1.
I want a rope.
We do not have any supplemental requests. So with no further questions about beach, I can move into golf.
Oh, but
Can we get the?
don't, no. Mr. Segridge has a question.
So I can see your light.
There you go. So with the beach fund, we've got, I think, roughly 1.6 in reserves, right? What's that? The beach fund?
We don't. Yeah.
Yeah, the beach fund has $1.6 million in required reserves. That's in the fund balance. What's that?
But it's also supplemented at 800 grand by.
And there's also fund balance. So part of that reason for having that reserve is for maintenance items and so forth. If we have the aging infrastructure and we've got pergola issues and stuff that's just going unrepaired, why aren't we utilizing that reserve for what it's meant for? And let's get that stuff repaired now before it costs double next year.
And I believe that's what we did throughout the fiscal year for the lifeguard towers. We use fund balance for that. I think it was like 700,000, give or take.
Yeah.
I don't recall the right number.
That there's because we have storm surge. That's
You never know.
helps offset that
Right.
those emergency situations.
Yeah, no, I mean, it kind of goes back to the discussion that we had with the self-insurance fund. We set hey, these are our reserves and this is what it should be used for. If there's additional that we need, like a storm surge kind of thing, I think we need a policy to rightfully account for that and have that in there. But you're saying, we got emerging issues of the stairs, the benches, pergolas, and shower stations. I didn't see those in the to get fixed in 27, unless I'm missing it.
We fix them as the ongoing needs are there. This is just showing you that these are the issues, but we do have the maintenance budget at the beach. So they do repair as much as they can. Our public works team is fantastic by assisting us,
So these will get taken care of in 27?
Ongoing. Yes. Ongoing.
So the beach stairs, benches, pergolas, showers are getting taken care of.
The stairs, I would have to follow up on the stairs on the expense of the stairs, but the pergolas and things, I've seen them doing updates on those.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're upkeeping it. I mean, it's our prized asset. And the reason for having these reserves is so that we can do these things.
Right.
It doesn't mean that we can never dip into it to utilize it for what it's supposed to be utilized for.
Especially if you have access.
Lighting in.
Right now.
Yes, they're currently updating the lighting up there.
When I moved here, the ladies' room on the beach, there were no doors on the stalls.
We have
You-
doors now.
You had to walk past.
Yes.
So I can follow up with the public works team on site and find out about what's being repaired in FY27 and ensure that that's happening. And if we need to, we can bring back another funding for our budget workshop 3.
And I have a question. Oh, has anybody checked that the water just it doesn't continually run in the showers at the beach? Has that been
Yes,
looked at?
we spoke with the team there. They said that people were hitting them hard and they were going and sticking on.
Right.
So they've been monitoring them more when they're walking around and keeping them
Keep
an
an
eye
because
on
it's
them.
really- It's annoying when it.
Yes,
yeah.
when they do fully break, they repair them,
Right.
but it
When
might
I
be
walk
a
up
usage.
there-
They're hanging really heavy towels on it when they're showering, things like that. So
And they don't
maybe
make sure
human-
maybe we could assign, please make sure the water's off when you're done.
That's a good idea.
Good. Okay.
No worse.
Are you up here for a reason or?
Supporting with this.
Are you volunteering, Miss? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, into golf. So our golf fund mission is to provide an exceptional golfing experience for residents and visitors by combining well-maintained grounds, personalized service, and a welcoming environment while promoting membership growth, community engagement, and sustainable operations that uphold the club's rich history and reputation. So some of our achievements last year were we had our course enhancements, which included renovating our cart paths, pond erosion repairs, and our on-course bathroom renovations. We also launched our 12 months of 100th anniversary event programming, which is still ongoing. And a real big kudos to our manager of golf. Our volunteer program for our rangers and starters increased from 8 participants to 21.
That's
which is
wonderful.
really
Thank you.
fantastic. They really help
Thank
us.
you, Marty. And I had a comment, I was up there the other day and I had a comment from two of the golfers that the greens, the course has not looked this good and worked this well in a very long time. Although they would like that one thing to be a par 4.
Another item.
They had to throw that in, right?
will-
Yeah. Mr. McVoy.
Just in the mission, shouldn't there also be something that part of our mission is to provide also pretty affordable golf? Because I know that there's been talk of changes and things, and I hear from golfers that, you know, they made a lot of nice changes at the West Palm Beach Municipal Course, but it became totally inaccessible to a large number of people. So I would kind of like to see that explicitly as part of the mission, that we are trying to be accessible.
Accessible and affordable. Thank you.
Mrs. Meglega.
I have a question on page 225 of the golf fund.
225.
So I see that we have golf course restaurant / lease actually on page 224, but then on page 225, lease, it says rents and royalties, lease revenue of 58,000. Are we renting 2 things at the golf course that I don't know about?
That's FY25, and I'm not sure. So that you're saying 225.
So 225 showed 58,000.
Yep.
And now the page 224 shows an actual for that same line item of 59,000. So it's there twice.
That's
Oh, that the offset says lease rent pier. So I didn't know that it does match dollar figure though, but the line items
Looks like they moved it
descriptions don't
around.
match. It's as tired as we
There
are.
you go.
That offset is a GASB 87 entry that we book at the end of the fiscal year. It's kind of like a contract account. Because leases on the, well, I don't want to get into too much detail. So leases are now recorded as rent account receivables and deferred inflows. They're no longer recorded as revenues, and for the life of the term.
Okay, so
It's a complicated accounting standard that just came out, so that's why we created a contract account so we could pretty much bring the expense back to zero, so that we could recognize it as a separate line item.
showing twice on FY 2025. So on page 224, you have golf course / restaurant lease of 59,620. And then you have it under rents and royalties in and out, but not matching the same figure.
Because now once you let's say trying to think of a good example, like the Bennies, for instance, over the life of
Lease.
Give that man a bag.
Hang on, it's gotta be recorded.
Yeah.
over the life of the lease, let's say we're projecting we're gonna be earning we're gonna be collecting like $2 million worth of
Revenue.
revenues, right? So we would record at the beginning when this GASB 87 was implemented, we would record a $2 million receivable and a $2 million deferred inflow, meaning inflows that will be coming in.
No, I
later
get
on.
all that, but why do we have it listed in two
So-
different sections?
Correct. So with this GASB, it requires us to amortize that deferred inflow for $2 million over the life of the lease, of the lease. So that's why you're gonna see those two different amounts because of the GASB 87.
But even on two different entries, so it's going to be under two different areas?
Correct. I'll have to give you a breakdown for you to actually get
Let's
this.
talk offline.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we had the same question, Commissioner Segridge,
Very noisy
with the
food.
Bohemian, how I think one of there was a comment that the leases were not recorded, you know, like how we used to see it, but because of this new GASB, it just changed. It switched, it moved numbers around. Yes.
I just read about it in New Yorker. Good to know. That's why I agree.
Continuing on with the golf fund, emerging issues are, again, aging infrastructure, including our fairways, greens, tees, and roof replacement. The king tides and heavy rainfall have produced increasing damage on our fairway grass and certain holes. And so our challenges is that our current irrigation system is over 35 years old. It's failing to provide proper irrigation to the facility turf grass. The system substandard condition will not allow us to plant upgraded turf grass on our greens, teeways, or fairways. And we have old Bermuda grass greens, which limits our ability to mow greens to the low heights that today's golfers are demanding. So opportunities are purchase and install an up-to-date irrigation system to allow us to achieve a better quality of turf grass facility. And once we obtain that new irrigation system, we'd be able to install modern turf grass for our greens, allowing us to provide desirable putting surfaces for our patrons.
Have you asked for that money?
Yes, in the CIP, the new irrigation system is in there. Okay. Performance measures, create more program offerings, including a junior.
Oh, I love the junior golf idea.
Yes, we're
We
looking
had
for that.
first tee years ago. Mike Mahoney from the sheriff's office led it. It was a really nice, I don't know what happened, but it was a nice program.
This is going to be an in-house program. Good. So we're looking forward to it. And we're also, we had a line item for the junior clubs. So we have small clubs. So even people with children who want to introduce their children to the game of golf can come and rent our clubs. So create more programming offerings, including junior golf program, tournaments, corporate outings, and leagues. Year to date, there has been an increase of 900 rounds, and our target for FY27 is increase another 1,000 rounds.
Plus there's cool swag.
There's very cool swag. If you haven't got your 100th anniversary swag, you got to get in there.
Yeah, you gotta get in there.
Increased, speaking of swag, increased FY27 merchandise year to date is up 16%, which is $15,000. And our golf managers projecting to increase another 7%. We did not have any other supplemental requests, but there was something I did want to humbly brag about my team. We're talking about project management. And at the end of 2024,
But
oh my gosh.
go home.
Back.
We need batteries.
So at the end, beginning of fiscal 2025, our team introduced something called the program manual, which each team, before they start a program or start an event, they fill out our program manual, and it has all the budget, so they know how much they need to spend. It has their goals and objectives for the project, the program guide, and it has a timeline to stay on track, contact information, and marketing checklist. And then it also has a SWOT. So now that we've been doing that for a year, we've seen it really help our programs and services that we produce yearly. So big shout out to our team for working on our project management.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
So thank you.
Mr. Sickridge, project.
Okay, so in 2025, we saw $400,000 essentially profit, or money's coming into the fund balance. In 2026, where the budget adopted, it was a zero. Are we looking like we're on track to kind of overshoot in 2026 and potentially add to the fund balance, or are we looking at coming in pretty even?
For the general fund?
No, for the golf fund.
Golf. Oh, golf. Are we looking to add to it? Marty, are you looking to add this year to your golf fund? I think you're doing your revenue's increasing, correct? We're looking at increasing revenue.
Okay. And so, it seems like with the golf course, we're hitting that area where lots of stuff is going to start breaking. 35-year-old irrigation system, and there's a lot, right? There's a lot of deferred maintenance on there. do we, the required reserves on it are only 550,000 roughly. Again, this is another one of those funds where I think we need to start thinking about trying to reserve more and more
Mhm.
because we're definitely going to have to reinvest in this asset unless we can find a public-private partner to do something with it. But so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's.
Is that it for leisure services?
Your supplementals were approved, but not the irrigation and the other CIP.
What's up
right?
with the irrigation? What?
That's correct. It's on the CIP list.
Okay.
And supplementals, all of the other supplementals. We're good.
But not, we didn't do CIP yet.
We have not done the CIP, and that's where the irrigation system will come in.
How much is the irrigation system?
It was 1.6.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's it for leisure.
That's it for
Thank you.
Ah, okay, it's now 5:00, the time we're supposed to be ending. We have, well, I'm rounding it up. Water and electric.
Hello.
Hello.
Lauren Baker, Water Utilities. I'm gonna try to go as fast as I can. So within the water fund, we have administration, water treatment, and water distribution. For water utilities, water fund as a whole, our mission is to serve and protect the public health and welfare by providing safe and reliable potable water supply to the public while meeting all state and federal guidelines and producing high quality water in a sustainable and efficient manner. Some achievements that the water department had this year, we replaced over 2,200 linear feet of aging cast iron water main in the downtown area. We were awarded $750,000 from the state of Florida for the dual zone monitoring well project. And we promoted 2 treatment operator trainees to licensed treatment operators.
Great.
Actually, since I created this PowerPoint, we have also promoted a treatment operator A to our chief operator.
Excellent.
So we have a
job.
lot of staff doing great things. Some emerging issues, challenges, and opportunities. I feel like I'm repeating
Yeah,
myself
really.
after everybody else has said it
Yeah.
today. There seems to be a theme: aging infrastructure, increasing life cycle costs and failure risks, and we're maintaining infrastructure in compliance with the threat of reduced funding. Some challenges we're experiencing: rising material and labor cost impacting both the operational and capital budgets. And the federal and state grant opportunities have significantly reduced, not just awards that we're receiving, but opportunities are going away. And opportunities, we have the opportunity to replace aging infrastructure concurrently with development to reduce costs. So we've done a good amount of that this year.
Miss Millega has a question.
Wouldn't you consider, and maybe I'm incorrect, but would you consider that possibility of us selling our water to other cities an opportunity that maybe we should try to be more aggressive with?
I think that's a
They're working on
conversation
it.
for another day because
They're-
I'm trying to speed, but we're negotiating with a municipality that wants to negotiate with us. Otherwise, I think that the idea of selling water to other places is kind of misconstrued because that's a governmental boundary that sets our service area.
So even though, like, let's say Lantana wanted to buy our water, we could sell them our drinking water, could we
Okay.
not?
Yes, we could.
Okay,
We're working on
that's
it.
what I'm saying. I'm not saying bottle it and sell it.
No,
I
I
don't
know.
know why
I'm
we
just
can't bottle it and sell it.
hearing a lot through the budget process that like to increase revenue, we should expand our service area.
No,
or
no, no.
Sell to more.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the people
Okay.
that we already have in the pipeline,
Yes.
literally in the pipeline, that could be an opportunity for us.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to.
Which will come with a huge expense if it, I mean, I wanted to go through, but we have to bear that in mind. And apparently there's some I mean, I don't know why, if there must be some prohibition against us selling our bottled water. Because we have great water. It goes in bottles. Why aren't we selling it? But there's probably some legal reason for that.
A lot more than does it Costco, because you don't have that.
And it's lunatic to
Confirmed.
truck it across the state. and
Well,
haul it and truck it
that
back.
whole thing is crazy. It's ours.
For our performance measures in the water fund, we started out the fiscal year and kind of going back a little bit with some staffing challenges. So a performance measure being to minimize employee turnover, fill vacancies, internal promoting, and we have done so. And we've had successful employee retainage over the, fiscal year 26 to date. Continue to replace and rehabilitate the aging water infrastructure. We completed the Village Flats water main upsizing and replacement and the 2J's Alley water main upsizing and replacement, and to maintain high water quality and regulatory compliance.
Do we win awards for our water?
We
used to-
have in the past.
we used to get it like every year, an award.
For our administration division in the water fund, an emerging issue being limited applicant pool for specialty positions, the challenge of that related being the assistant director vacancy. Opportunities, we are preparing for the incoming enterprise asset management system for enhanced planning, budgeting, and workflow improvement. So that's something that IT, Nellie's team, is bringing for us, and we are very much looking forward to that. The water treatment division, emerging issues, rapidly evolving PFAS regulations. It's still not landing. We don't really know how to plan when we don't know what the requirement is going to be or when. So we're keeping tabs on that, but it's making things difficult. Challenges, like I said, we did start the year short-staffed at the water treatment plant. And we have the opportunity to build upon our existing plant for enhanced PFAS removal. So should that time come that we do need to, construct new treatment systems to remove PFAS, we are very, very well positioned.
Great.
The water distribution division, an emerging issue is undersized piping in areas that are experiencing growth. Some challenges, especially as now we're not even moving into summer, we are in summer. The hot weather degrades our disinfection residuals. So we have to flush the hydrants more. That's kind of the consequence of that. And opportunity to expand the distribution system within our service area through special assessments to interested neighborhoods. So I'll have certain, residents reach out and they don't currently have city water. If they're within the service area, we just have to, figure out how we could get it to them and assess that. We do not have any additional supplementals. And moving into local sewer, we have administration, sewer utility pumping, and sewer utility collection. The mission being to ensure the environmentally safe collection and transfer of wastewater from our customers through our infrastructure system with consistent quality and minimal interruption. The achievements of our local sewer fund this year, we rehabilitated 5 city lift stations using ARPA funds. We're wrapping that up this month. We have rehabilitated over 30 manholes, and we internally promoted our sewer collection foreman. So, emerging issues, honestly, the same as water.
I don't think we.
We also have increasing wastewater volume from both ourselves and our sub-regional partners. The challenges are rising material and labor costs impacting operational and capital budgets again, and grant opportunities significantly reduced again. And same as water, we have the opportunity to replace aging infrastructure concurrently with development to reduce our costs.
The sewer smell issue and now 2J's apparently is experiencing that whole strip behind 2J's I've been told that is a bad odor.
Okay, that I'll have to look into.
Yeah, I just heard about that the other day. And of course, we know the huge problem in South Palm Park. Mr. Segers?
So there could be other causes for that with that particular building. There was a pet grooming or something there, and now there's in that particular building. There's now no power to that, and there's drainage in there and so on. So it might be from the building itself, not necessarily our
Yeah, well, I just wanted,
So-
yeah, and I'm told,
Near 2J's?
yeah, there was a dog, like the next one's, and apparently the new landlord won't turn the lights on to have the air going, to have it, yeah, wonderful, thank you.
It might not be us, it might be
Yeah, yeah.
within that unit.
Be nice if we could get a little cooperation from the owner of that property.
All right, for local sewer performance measures, again, kind of mirroring the water fund, minimize employee turnover. We've filled vacancies and had one internal promotion in this fund and have successfully retained employees. We will continue to replace and rehabilitate aging sewer infrastructure and reduce inflow and infiltration and maintain regulatory compliance. The local sewer administration, emerging issues, rising fixed costs, challenges again with the assistant director vacancy. And opportunity will again be preparing for the enterprise asset management system. Sewer utility pumping division. An emerging issue that became very clear when we had our force main break is that we will need some sort of redundancy in our sewer transmission to Palm Beach County. If that line ever breaks again, now the DEP has not only overseen that entire process, and even though we didn't use it, they have noticed our ocean outfall. And so now we're back with the need for some sort of backup plan.
Mr. Segridge?
Just a quick question on that redundancy. It may be a geographic impossibility, but does that redundancy through the sub-regional have to flow through Lake Worth? Or could it flow through one of our other sub-regional partners to kind of?
We are exploring all of those options.
Okay.
Sending to a different wastewater treatment plant than ECR, having different partners send their wastewater in different directions if it should ever come down to that. We are exploring all of the possibilities. None are great and none are cheap, but we have to. So that's definitely an emerging issue for the local sewer. And to clarify, that is a regional force main, but it's an emerging issue for the local sewer fund because we pay our share into the regional sewer fund. A challenge has been long lead times on critical equipment and components, specifically electrical panels for our lift stations are running at like a year to get here. And opportunities to collaborate with neighboring sewer systems to achieve that redundancy. So that's kind of what we were just discussing. Sewer utility collections, emerging issue, increasing inflow and infiltration as the infrastructure ages and rainfall events intensify. Our challenge is something, we have a camera truck that's been out of service a lot often, so that prevents us from doing our in-house inspections. We have a new camera truck on our CIP request, so please keep that in mind. We have opportunities to identify and rehabilitate areas of significant I&I. So we're actually about to put a very large lining project out to bid and hopefully help some of that. No supplementals for local sewer. Stormwater, this was the fund that was hard to choose what to put on the slide and ran out of room. Our mission to ensure the collection, treatment, and pollutant-free discharge of stormwater in a timely manner from all city-owned property and rights-of-way with consistent quality and minimal interruption. This year, we've installed 4 tidal check valves and the associated maintenance structures. We have been awarded about 1.1 million from the state of Florida for flooding mitigation and water quality projects. And if you'll remember from last year's budget season, we were trying to create a stormwater crew. We really only had 2 people that were kind of, cross-divisional. And we now have a fully staffed and dedicated stormwater crew. And we have internally promoted a foreman.
What do they do?
They clean out the drains, they inspect the lines. The camera truck actually benefits both of, gravity pipes, so local sewer, stormwater. They are, all day long going around the entire city. Sorry?
The stormwater grates on the
Yes.
streets.
And the basins underneath them that can
Mm.
collect debris. So they have quite the work cut out for them and they are doing a really great job. So we're very happy to have a full stormwater crew now that is dedicated to stormwater work. Emerging issues for the stormwater fund, aging infrastructure. Another very, very critical emerging issue for stormwater. We have the sea level rise, king tides, and increasing rainfall intensity all working against us, burdening our infrastructure and causing flood issues. Challenges, again, with rising material and labor costs and grant opportunities being significantly reduced. Specifically with grant opportunities, we have pursued Resilient Florida quite a few times in the last couple of years, and the criteria is moving more towards very niche and alternative infrastructure and best management practices, which we can certainly do. It's a best management practice for a reason, and it's, you know, more environmentally friendly, but that adds cost to the projects that we already need money for. So
Mr. McFoy has a question.
Just a very quick one to draw your attention, because various people keep drawing it to mind. D Street, 9th Avenue North, it seems to flood a lot in that area, and I think it's the grates getting backed up, but I'm not sure.
D Street 9th, that sounds familiar to me. So
Yeah,
I think we may have,
Various people have written it to me.
okay.
Miss Meg.
Is it against code to blow all of your leaves and everything in the street?
It should be.
Because that's what I'm seeing happening. I mean, all of the landscapers
not
are just
helpful.
blowing it all off into the street and then it gets in the grates. So I don't know how you stop them from doing that, but maybe a PSA, Tiana, coming out
Done
of
quite a
leisure.
few.
Nobody's gonna stop, but I mean, it is illegal to do that, right?
I'm not sure. I would have to check in the code. What I know for certain is that illicit discharge into the stormwater system, that's more geared towards like oil or
Right.
wastewater or, you know, non-stormwater liquids getting into the system. I'm not certain how the code applies to them.
Okay,
But I'll look into it.
okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, they're just blowing it into the street and it's
Not a nice.
not a great practice. They're
No.
supposed to be picking it up and taking it away, but that's definitely not happening.
We do share information about that at hurricane season, and we'll be sure to follow up and continue to do that.
Yeah, thanks.
The same opportunity with water and sewer, replacing aging infrastructure concurrently with development, and implementing, we've discussed this a few times too, a citywide stormwater assessment to prioritize improvements and pursue funding opportunities.
Let me ask a silly question. When these big developments go in, part of that development is increasing the wastewater pipe. I mean, the infrastructure gets done as well. It's not just they plant a big building on top and hope for the best.
It depends. The Village Flats project that came through earlier this year that we were able to replace our water mains while they were there was because they were required as part of their I don't know if it was, you know, planning and zoning or maybe building,
Something.
yeah, to redo the entire alley because they were proposing to have their driveways be on the backside of the townhomes instead of on the street. So they were required to make it an actual usable alley. So while they had that ripped up, we replaced our water main.
But like the mid or the other one next to it, I mean,
It's case by case because definitely if they're coming through and we're reviewing, you know, an initial site plan and we see that we only have 4-inch water mains on that road, then
And
yeah,
the
if you want to
sewer,
build
I'm
a giant
actually more
apartment,
concerned
you're
about
going to
the
have to
sewer.
upsize some stuff.
do they increase?
You
the
mean
sewer?
storm sewer
No, I mean the sewer, like the flush the
Sanitary.
toilet.
sanitors.
Yeah, so it's a case by case basis if it's necessary.
Thank you.
For stormwater performance measure of, you know, employee turnover, again, we did fully staff and retain our stormwater crew. To inspect and rehabilitate storm structures and sewers and to continue to rehabilitate outfalls and install tidal check valves. So we completed the Parrot Cove project. That was for outfalls on the golf course. And we have Eden Place and 10th and 13th Avenues North projects in construction. Also on and adjacent to the golf course. And I
Ms.
believe that's
Malega,
it.
I just have one quick question. I know we're doing a cost of services study. Is that finalized yet?
I believe it is, and that they were going to share the results tonight, but I think we have kind of pushed that due to time.
Okay,
I
but that will be
will-
part of the next budget to make sure that,
Yes.
okay. So
And I
then this could change then based on what we look at.
I don't think it will. Based on an initial discussion with Stantec, they said that we were actually very close.
Okay.
With all funds except for irrigation rates, interestingly enough.
That is very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Of course. All set?
Yep. Thank you. Last but not least, I know, we were supposed to end 12 minutes ago. So was there a motion to extend this meeting?
We don't need one, Madam Mayor.
I know, I'm just, Jesus.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Motion
Motion to extend till 11.
All right, electric utilities, we got customer service, which is really utility customer service. That's it. Our administration side, engineering, our warehouse, which is materials management, the steam power plant, which is really the power plant itself, not just steam. Power operations, which is systems, electric system operations, the new control room and the staff there. And our distribution department and our meter shop, which is also known as revenue protection, but when we do budgets, we call it meter shop. What's our mission? Provide reliable, affordable service. I'm glad that we've done that. Our reliability has improved dramatically over the last 7 to 9 years or so. And we've been at rate parity now for at least 5 years. And we submitted a budget, which we intend to continue to do that. Major achievements, as you all know, we maintained an investment grade rating on our bonds. It's very, very important. And we've hosted Fitch, and they seem to have a high level of confidence in it. At least that's what the feeling we got in the meetings. And of course, Moody's has rated us consistently well. And Fitch's view of us has improved over the years, even though they don't rate us directly, they rate us indirectly because they rate the St. Lucie bonds. But they're an important, very important rating agency. Public recognition of our higher levels of reliability and competitive residential electric rates. So we don't have to push back on people like we had to. So it's become more, if you will, I use the word prideful in the sense that our reliability is respectable. We're now getting recognized for it. We're receiving awards, so that's good. Occasionally, we have to remind people that our rates are very competitive with a neighboring utility.
Except this month. Seriously, what happened this month? All my neighbors and I, our bills are huge.
It's been very, very warm, and you're using a lot of kilowatt hours. So we did not increase the rate. So there's a difference between the rate and the bill. The rate is the cost per unit of electricity. The bill is what
how much you
how much you use times the rate. So that'll cause it to go up. So if you used electricity a lot more, even though the rate stayed the same, your bill will be higher.
Okay.
Using one.
Continuous improvement. Let's go back one. Continuous improvement and reliability, fund balance growth, very important achievement for us. And of course, continued rate parity. Thank you. Highlights and accomplishments, second transmission line went into service during the fiscal year, and 2 new distribution substations. We've now put in place the 7th Avenue North station. I'm sorry, 7th Avenue South, North, 6th Avenue South, the new station out at Canal. So we've been adding more and more stations into the new category. So is aging infrastructure an issue for us? A lot less of an issue than it was if we were having this talk 8 or 9 years ago. We've made great progress. Thank you to bond issues and continued support from the commission to do that. We've maintained and upgraded our substation transformers. That's a very, very big one. Breakers, switching equipment to improve overall reliability. And we've reduced our unplanned outages and we're getting awards. I emphasize unplanned outages. We're trying to plan more outages rather than having them unplanned. So you will see planned outages increase over time. Those are the ones that we tell you about well in advance, and we try to plan them around the worst of the weather. Big accomplishment for what we value in the city. We did retire our interest in the coal unit at Stanton. Certainly lower environmental impact, but it was also a very high cost unit. So whether you're driven by cost or driven by environmental, I think both are good. We did manage to find a way to retire that from our portfolio. And we did bring online the FMPA Solar 2 projects for a total of 34 megawatts of solar capacity at high noon on the longest day of the year. over the course of the year, of course, produce a little bit less. So we've made great progress there. Good accomplishments. Performance measures, we show 5. I use many more than 5. When I wake up in the morning, when I look at the results, these are the things that I look at first in running the business. Net to system, how much energy did we send out to our customers over the course of the month? And you hear me talk about these every month, right? How much energy went out? What percentage compared to last year? Is it higher or lower? Very important metric. Customer growth, are we adding customers or losing customers? Generally speaking, we're adding customers. We plan at 0.75%. We're growing at about 0.9 to 1%, which is good. Revenues and expenses, are we meeting our budget? Not just on a flat basis, month to month to month, but on a projected basis. So are we tracking the curve properly? And yes, we are doing well. That's something I look at very closely. Degree days. Commissioner McVoy, you asked about that the last meeting, right? That's one of my key performance measures. I don't memorize them for this meeting, but we look at that right away. That tells me, is our growth in energy being driven by customer count, or is it being driven by weather? It's a little bit of both.
I was going to say, it's a little bit of both.
It is a little bit of both. The contra line item. Why are you so focused on contra, Ed? I'm focused on contra because that's telling me how much of our internal labor and material is being capitalized. That's a very important number. When we get the new ERP system, we won't use the contra function. We will still capitalize, but you won't see the contra as a number. We'll be able to charge the capital projects directly. So the contra is where we hold the operating expenses until we sweep them all over and draw them down into the capital budget.
Mr.
But that's an
McVoy,
important number.
I'm sorry, Mr. McVoy has a question.
Yes.
It can come at the end of the 5.
Okay.
I just
Oh, you have your
jumped
light
the
on.
gun a little bit.
Utility customer service, big numbers we look at there, average wait time, how long customers wait to get a live person, and then the number of calls we receive. Those are very important measures. And the reliability ones, which you get the periodic reports on, and we're glad to get awards on that. So
Now,
those are
Mr.
really our
McVoy
performance
now
measures.
has a question.
Just very quick on the performance measures, I would encourage, I realize you have a lot more than what you didn't want to overload us.
Right.
I might think about adding on their energy storage, whatever form. The more I see around all sorts of systems are, I don't need to tell you, you already know why. But it's something we may want to keep in the back of our head. To get as much out of those solar systems as possible. Storage is your key. So.
Solar system.
Hey, next slide, please.
Solar system.
On the customer service side, emerging issue is the large volume of new service requests. As these large apartment buildings come online with 100+ customers, suddenly you get 100 service applications from the landlord, from the owner, to turn the power on. And then as they lease each apartment, they come back in for another service application in the name of the tenant. So that creates a lot of turnover, if you will. We also have a very high rental community in the city. I've heard numbers upwards of 50+% of our residential customers are tenants.
So I did it.
And they're probably turning over annually. So we get a lot of churn there. Low employee retention. It's hard to keep people in that customer service. That's an entry level position. It pays $15 to $16 an hour. It requires a lot of concentration. It's a tough job. Fortunately, we have them in much better space than we did years ago, but that is a challenge, is the retention rate. We do lose institutional knowledge because we're constantly retraining our people. The onboarding process can be a little bit long because we do a background search. We have a lot of applicants, and then getting the job offers out to folks. And then sometimes by the time we get them a job offer, because they're looking for a $16 an hour job, they're gone. They've taken the job someplace else. They're not waiting for our offer to come. We have to get to them much quicker than we do.
Do you have like a job escalation from there, like we talked about earlier, a career path?
They can work their way up into supervisory roles, but you basically have to wait for the person in front of you to move and some turnover. Otherwise, they just really grow at the COLA rate, at the 2, 3, 4, 5%, whatever our COLA is. That's where their pay goes.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of room for advancement there,
right?
Unless we create some more positions.
Got it.
The opportunity here is to incorporate more AI to make it easier for them to enter data and then focus on more high value tasks, which is reducing the customer's wait time and getting those applications through. There's days when we're working overtime or opening the doors a little bit later in the morning because we have so many new service applications from the prior day that we want to get those people connected before we make promises to more people. Having to do the background searches or credit check is hard enough. We go back to that business tax receipt, right? And really becoming the code enforcement side, because we don't turn utilities on until they have all of the landlord has all of the proper permits in place for the property. So that slows that whole process down. Hopefully. Emerging issue on the administration side, keeping up with rapid changes in technology. Seems like this, as soon as you evaluate a technology, go through the process, wait for others to adopt it, then go through our process to implement it, you find out that you have something that's really almost not necessarily obsolete, but it's already old and you're just installing it now. Case in point, our AMI system, which was installed 2016, 2017, notwithstanding the fact that it's not a good system, but the newer systems have so much more capability than a system that we bought 10 years ago does. So it's going to be much, much better. Challenge of staff development, career pathing. Career pathing for our engineers is important because they need to have a place to grow to. Nobody comes in and says, hey, I'm really glad I got this job, but I'm not going to do anything else for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Gee, I'm happy I have this, but
What next?
how do I grow? When does the person in front of me move? What other opportunities are there? We
Or
growing?
where do I go?
And where do I go? So fortunately, we have so much new equipment. There's career pathing into maintaining that new equipment. That's going to be important for us. We very much want to be able to grow staff from within and not have to rely on as much on recruiting. That doesn't mean that recruiting is bad. Many of us came here through the recruiting process, but we need to develop our own staff and where we can grow them and give them a future, give them a career path. AI, we've talked about that. I actually kick off that exercise tomorrow, and then there'll be a larger team meeting on the 21st to take a look at how do we incorporate AI, which tools do we incorporate, what schedule do we do that on. So there's some brainstorming that'll take place, and we'll involve our other departments, and it'll look across all of our utility operations. On the engineering side, managing the aging distribution system in a coastal setting, we all know that. But the big thing is operating the system has a lot more flexibility and has a lot more interconnections. For example, previously, if we had a problem on a circuit, it would be the equivalent of pulling the plug at the wall. The entire circuit goes dark. In the new system, we have so many interconnections back and forth between different circuits that understanding how they all interrelate, particularly when you're doing switching in a hurry to, for example, as a result of an outage, it's much more complicated than it used to be, but that's good. We are slowly phasing out that 4 kV infrastructure. You've heard a lot about that. That'll take another decade or so, largely driven by your internal staff and the new trucks that you've approved, and we'll keep going on that. Opportunities to leverage our remaining SHRIP funding, the federal grants under the GRIP grant, to get more work done, more hardening, more infrastructure development. So we're on the right path. I'm not crying wolf about, we need more aging infrastructure. We need more. That process is happening. That's repeatable, that's sustainable. And we're doing it at a pace that allows our rates to remain competitive on the residential side.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You're always looking that way. It's okay. I have a question. Where are we with the grant, and not for the rabbit hole, the grant that we applied for last year that we were then said that we were still in the running for it, the one that Alyssa worked so hard on?
There was a 23 point something million dollar. Yes, we received that grant and we have begun work on elements of that grant. There are portions of it that are still being refined.
Portions on the government side, our side?
Government side. We are refining our approach based on feedback from the government.
Okay, is that, you're looking at me like maybe?
Are you referring to the grant that we got or the second?
The second one, the one that Alyssa worked on that we said that we were in the final running, but then when the government shut down because they were working on their
Yeah,
finances.
okay, that's the second.
The
grant.
second.
There hasn't been any further progress.
That's why I was sitting here going, how
Yeah.
did we not know about that?
Okay.
I was literally like, we just didn't talk about this?
No.
So we still have not heard from, or have they stopped the funding? Did they say that we're not going to follow through with this?
I don't have that level of detail. Everything is, the grant dollars have slowed down dramatically across the industry as a whole.
Right.
And they've reshaped the ones that they did award for slightly different focus. and
So we
schedule.
don't know if this grant's still gonna come to fruition.
Correct.
Or if they just put us on a shelf.
Correct. But the $23 million one that we got about 2 years ago now.
Right. But I just know that Alyssa had worked really hard on this.
That remains in
Um,
place and we're executing on that.
Congressman Frankel said that we were still in the running,
Yes.
so apparently we're still sitting on a shelf and we didn't get it yet. Okay, thank you.
Warehouse, also known as material management. Emerging issue there for us is creating space in our current location to improve inventory management. So with this large SHRIP effort underway and the grant effort, well, a lot of materials coming in anticipation of then going back out. So trying to do all of this in a small footprint is getting tougher and tougher. But we're trying to make it work. We're using other facilities around the city, and we'll be using Canal more and more and more. One of the things that, and I'll put it out there, that we definitely want to do is we've had poles stored, for example, at the North Ball Fields. We're working on a plan to get them out of there.
Oh, the poles.
So we'd rather
It's a
plant them
large
vertically,
pile.
where they're going to be needed and where they're going to be installed. But we're working on a plan to get them out of there. We know that they can't stay there. So I thought I'd put that out there before somebody comes and says, what are you doing about those poles? We're working on a plan to get them out of there.
Causing a lot of trouble.
Yep. Yeah, they just, yeah, it's unsightly. We want to get them out of there. We are working to continue to improve our utilization of warehouse space. One of the things that we do need long-term, we've talked about this, is we've got to get our reel inventory, not REAL, but the cable reels out of the sunlight and out of the weather. Yeah, exactly. So that was one of the opportunities there is to get that done. Done. Next item. I'm going through quickly. Clock is ticking on me. What's after warehouse?
Power, 162.
Steam power. All right. Emerging issue, our GT1 gas turbine generator. We need to do an inspection on that. When we look at GT1 and GT2, they're really both in the same category, except that GT2 is in a little bit better condition because it was overhauled in 2017. We spent about $1.2 million in that overhaul. But both GT1 and GT2's generators are basically in unknown condition. That doesn't mean that we're about to have a failure, but they haven't been looked at in decades. We want to get about another 15 years of life. There would be a recommendation on those items. These are a little bit like that 63 Volkswagen. Friends of mine drove them in high school. You can still get parts for them, right? So these are very valuable pieces of equipment. You don't want to retire them. You want to keep them. And there are parts available in the marketplace, but you want to keep up with them.
Like the
So
plane
we-
I jumped out
yeah.
of was 1963.
To give you
eBay vintage.
to give you a sense, GT2 in capacity payments alone is worth a couple of $1 million a year to us. GT1, if we were to count on it for capacity, that'd be another $2 million plus. So we want to keep those going. Making a investment in those is going to be worthwhile. Opportunity, spare parts. Fortunately, FMPA has purchased some used equipment and has an opportunity where we can share some spare parts. We're going to actually meet with FMPA, I think in September. They'll be here to talk about how we can do a better job of working together and looking for opportunities for our equipment and their equipment to increase the amount of capacity that we have in terms of reliability. Yep. Power
Junkyards.
operations. This is our electric system operations team. Emerging issue is the growing expectation. I like to say that customers expect you to fix the outage before it occurs. So how long is it going to be out? Well, it never went out. That's the shortest outage possible. So it really leads to wanting the faster response time. So we're doing better and better and better, but you always want to keep going and going and going, right? How good is good enough? We don't know yet. We're not there, but we're starting to get awards. We very much need to make sure that we get the word out to customers that we know they have an outage. That's more difficult because this older AMI system is not communicating with us. That doesn't mean it doesn't have a meter read. I don't want customers thinking we don't know what their meters are saying. It's just that we have to go get the data manually more and more on that fleet. We need to make sure that the new system, which we're currently getting ready to issue an RFP on, will allow that communication to be restored. Challenge is training staff on increasing complexity of our systems. I indicated before, you roll you focus on other things, but the old system was radio. It meant if you pulled the plug, the lights on that string went out. The new system, that doesn't do that because it's cross-fed from other systems. So the increasing complexity of our system is a challenge for our operators to not make a mistake. What do I mean by that? When we isolate a system, we need to know that it really is isolated. That's particularly important if you're about to go up there and put your hands on it. Now, we wear gloves, but if you go up there thinking that it's isolated, you
And
want to
it's
know
not.
for
That's
sure
not good.
that it's isolated. The increasing complexity of our system makes that more and more of a challenge, especially with our existing workforce. It's becoming much more complicated. So that's one of the items that is going to be addressed in our peer review, which has been completed. I'm waiting to see the results, but it's going to get to the discussion of certification, licensing, and additional training, and make sure that in our future hiring, we're hiring for skill sets and aptitude for the system that we're growing into, not the system that we had. It's far more complicated than it was before.
Mr. McBoy.
Do we do actual empirical juice measurements out on the sim so that, you know, yeah, it says it disconnected, but hey, it's flowing X number of amps. Do we do some of that? Because I think you've,
Yeah,
the fiber
they
optics.
will test on occasion, they will ground. But part of the challenge is many of our
No.
poles will have 2, maybe 3 circuits on them. So the one that you're working on may be isolated or be what we call set up for work or what we call single shot, but the 2 circuits below you may not be. So
I meant more that instrumentation where you're actually, that the operators know from field measurement
yes,
that it's coming back. Because you do that at the substation, certainly.
we can do it at substation. We can also do it locally with hot sticks to make sure that we're isolated. The issue will become that make sure that there's no other way for example, a recloser in an intermediate step to have been omitted in the switching process and
Right.
still be able to close on you when you think it's locked open.
That's not good.
So the system's far more complicated than it was. Safest
But
way to
it's
do it.
redundant, which is good.
Right. The safest way to do this, the way that I was trained, was to assume that it's energized, even though it's not.
Yep.
Coordination with our regional reliability organizations is important. Emergency management agencies, neighboring utilities to support resilience. We work very closely with the centralized transmission operator function or CTOP function on the transmission side, and on the distribution side, we do that internally. Power distribution, this is the group that's out there on the streets. Emerging issue, you hear this again, system complexity. Managing our aging trucks. You recently approved 4 new trucks. The goal is to bring our truck fleet to the point where we don't have any trucks older than 15 years. Challenge ensuring the substation.
Ms. Malega has a question.
Well, can we go back because we were in generation and you have a supplemental? So can we talk about that quickly? Your supplemental's page 20 of 24.
Page 20, you said?
Yeah. It shows $991,960 for contractual services per PUR Power St. Lucie Nuclear.
This is our portion of the St. Lucie nuclear
I
project.
said per power.
Yeah. This is our portion of the St. Lucie project, and the cost for that project did go up. And as it says here, is largely driven by additional contributions to the reserves and stabilization funds associated with the project. We're about a 24.5% participant in the FMPA share, and the $991,000 represents our share of those costs.
Okay, I approve. Consent.
And we just-
Is it new? Is it something new?
No, this is a cost which has been there for some time. There was an increase this year. We just recently, after our first budget reviews, we got the actual numbers literally weeks ago.
You had
from
mentioned it during the first budget,
Yeah.
but it wasn't finalized.
Exactly.
All right.
And what we
Approved.
want to do is make sure that
I'm opposed to it. No, don't do it.
Always. Just to keep your.
Sorry to interrupt. I just didn't want to miss that because I think
By the-
that's the last one.
So
by the way, it's one of our
Gotta
lower costs of
unanimous.
lower costs
unanimous.
of generation.
Unanimous.
Yeah, we're gonna take that and put it in.
So training of staff on our increasing complexity of our systems, we're frankly, I think we're gonna have to make some organizational changes in that group. And we're gonna have to add some additional supervision there and dramatically change our entrance hiring requirements for that position. So the skill sets of the people that were important 10, 15 plus years ago are not satisfactory going forward. That doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the people that we have there today. That's not the message. But it's a much more complicated job than it was years ago. and it's going to continue to grow in complexity.
Miss May.
Have you been communicating that with like Palm Beach State and other local colleges? Because I know that they're trying to, educate the people that are going to be staying here and working, and that might be
The types of people that we'll be looking for are ones that have much more electrical aptitude. So probably people with a minimum of 2 to maybe 4 years of engineering degree experience.
Oh, okay.
To be in supervisory roles.
Oh, not the actual workers.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That they will probably emerge down the road as operators or supervisors over the operation. We're in a situation now, for example, where Jason Bailey, who happens to be a resident in town, he runs the operation, Assistant Director Bailey. Is writing almost every switch order and is there for almost every outage because he gets out of bed and drives over to the plant in a couple of minutes.
Right.
Isn't on the floor in the control room any time of day. It's a nail biter if he's away on vacation.
Yeah, we don't want to rely on one guy.
Exactly. We need to have people who are much more confident and comfortable.
So electric engineers is
Yeah.
what you're looking
Yeah.
at. Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying.
And we can move on to the next slide. I'm trying to get some time. Meter shop, also known as revenue protection. I think the word revenue protection gets overlooked many times, and that's not a shot at what's on the board here, but that's the cash register for everything we do. It's all made possible by what that meter says and what we collect to ultimately bill off of what that meter says. Now, the meters are all accurate. I'm not concerned about that, but this is a
Well, they
very
have their
important
moments.
department, very
They
important.
do have
department.
their moments.
They do have their moments,
Yeah.
yes, but not as many as people lead you to believe.
Or used to be.
Yeah, exactly. The meters are remarkably accurate, and it's often people who just use a lot more energy than they thought. So, the rate at which the AMI system is failing, and again, that doesn't mean that it's not giving us a meter read. That means it's failing to communicate.
Oh, okay.
It is a
Other
problem.
than-
So that means we're reading a lot of meters manually, which we were not supposed to do because we got AMI.
That was the whole point.
So we're upwards, the numbers I got today was a little over 7,000 of our 28,000 meters had to be read manually. Right. So that's the rate at which they're failing. So
Yeesh.
that system just has not proven to be a good system.
And it's probably important to emphasize, you were almost there, that the measurement of the usage is fine. That's
correct.
known technology has been around forever
Yes.
and it's very reliable.
Yep.
The communication of that measurement to the central is flaky.
Correct. It's a very problematic, that communication system. So like I said, we are in the final stages of developing the RFP for the next system.
Ms. Malega.
Thank you. So the gas company, when you can't get a read, you can just simply say, hey, my meter wasn't read, and they ask you to upload a picture. Do we offer that to our residents instead of sending somebody out to physically read the meter? Do we say, hey, can you send us a picture of your meter?
That's very difficult to do with the digital meters. There's multiple pages, and in some cases, they need to bring a device out that'll trigger the meter to download the information to the
Okay,
device.
just a thought.
Very difficult to do locally. And there are
Mr.
multiple, if I remember correctly, because I was just looking at my mother-in-law's meter, the same thing. You had to page through multiple pages, and I don't think the average customer would know which page. It used to be they had the multiple little dials. You could take a picture of that, or
Yeah,
you get the
really.
little card, you fill it out yourself, put it in the mailbox. And those days are unfortunately. Well, we
Mr. Mc-
catch up eventually, but
Mr.
you don't want to get a
McFoy.
shot.
As part of the RFP for the new AMI, do we anticipate that customers will be able to real time see so that Commissioner May can say, oh, I'm kind of cranking on the thing. I'm probably gonna have a big bill at the end of the month. That we get real time on your
Yes.
phone display.
Yes, that was one of the
That was supposed to be in the last one.
that's true so that system was actually selected, I think, circa 2014, 2015, installed in 16 and 17. That was a little futuristic at the time. And frankly, the system began failing at such a rate that it became impractical to really load that portion of the module onto it. But that's an expectation of the new system. That's a basic.
Yeah, good.
It's also intended to allow for the grid of the future, two-way customer communication, and enabling distributed resources, for example. So that's
Thank you.
all in the specification.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the next one. And that's it. Did I make the half hour?
I think you did.
Pretty good.
All right.
Pretty good.
So when I have to, I can.
Yes.
So from now on, we just have to time constrain you.
Liberty University strikes again. Well,
That it today?
that's it for today.
That wasn't bad.
That's not bad.
I think we should do
We
the
didn't make it through
Stantec
the day.
now. That's what do you think?
What?
I think we should do the Stantec.
I don't think,
Okay, gone to bed.
No.
I'm gonna vote no.
That's a
just
deep
like you
conversation.
I'll vote
on
no.
everything. You always vote no.
Vote no.
You're in a rut. All right, listen, I want to thank staff for sitting here all day. Thank you so much. This is not fun, but it's necessary. I want to thank our commission to sit here all day as well and pay attention. And have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at the no agenda meeting tomorrow.
No pre-agenda, Madam Mayor, tomorrow.
Oh. the 20th is the next meeting.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just an overview. We'll go back and make whatever changes or modifications that the commission recommended and get that information to you as the matter. And just keep in mind, we have one more budget session scheduled. So if you have any, questions or comments or whatever, please email them to staff now so we can try to get correct.
Yeah.
And so we can try to prepare
Are
that
you doing any
document.
new books? Or little pieces of books?
Now, remember, we did commit to every time that we have another budget session, we'll come back and show you the changes. So it might modify several pages in the book again, just to show you those things that you've
No, we
agreed to.
appreciate that,
Gotcha.
but yeah.
Can I,
For the upcoming budget workshop, we'll update you. Members will have a column for budget workshop number 2 and then number 3 this time. Then you already have the schedule fees. Please review them for any questions. I think the plan, like we did last year, which worked out pretty well, we'll go page by page. And the capital improvement projects, if you go through it and you feel like we need to add something, please let us know as soon as possible. So we can start identifying the funding for that. And then we'll have the Central presentation, which will have the most updated numbers with today's supplemental.
Okey-dokey.
Oh,
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Nancy
Have a question?
Barbara. So I did the difference between now and 5 years ago.
I'll ask you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Close enough.
Yeah, yeah.